Hello and a very good morning. Welcome to the Singley Sports Club ground for the second of two unofficial one-day international between the two teams of Sri Lanka and Australia at A level. It was a superb game a couple of days ago at the same venue. The wicket is very well prepared. The outfield looks very lush, green and fast. And it's a bright and sunny day, as we say. A very good morning to Gamini Pereira. Interesting game up on the cards.
Very interesting. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Haritha. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here always. Without being biased, I'll say probably the best in the business at SSC. The conditions looks fabulous. This is what happened in that last game. Australians posed a lot of questions to the Sri Lankan A boys, and they didn't have answers. Pretty similar to the senior side. Dhananjay De Silva looked good. So did Osha Fernando, but Sri Lankans need one batter who can go on and bat the 50 overs. I thought the Sri Lankan spinners were a bit disappointing. Cameron Green was absolutely at his brilliant best, and so was Renshaw.
Two century partnerships for the visitors that really got them out through. The only bright spot was that Dunith Vellalagi had a good outing with both bat and ball, and that was really a good one to get going. The other aspect for the visitors was that the three spinners bowled their full quota, and they were really good to be amongst the wickets too.
Yeah, definitely. Like I pointed out just a moment ago, Haritha, I thought the Aussie spinners, although they were young and they were inexperienced, I thought they looked better than the Sri Lankan boys. This is Niroshan Dikwal doing his final preparations with none other than Upul Chandana.
The story is that there would be a few changes for the two teams. You have any news about it? Not yet? Okay. So this would be a good opportunity for the youngsters to be given a chance. And a few of them would be looking forward to make an impression for both teams. It's a very important aspect because with the weather in such a good condition, whatever given situation is good. Avishka Gunawardena is Sri Lanka A team coach, and he will be very keen to get going with the resources.
That was Cameron Green. We didn't see him with the ball in hand last time around. Obviously, he's a very capable fast bowler, Haritha, as you know. He can generate speeds up to 140 plus, and no doubt he'll be a force to reckon with wherever he plays in the next 4 weeks or so.
Yeah, Andrei Borovic will be hoping that his charges will come up good once again. The Australia A-team coach has had a good outing to get going. The match a couple of days ago, Gamini, looked good for the known names, and although they made a few impressions as far as the local team, the 250s came from the two test players, Dhananjay De Silva and Osha Fernando, but I would have thought that the Sri Lanka A captain for this series would have liked to go on and make a bigger impression.
Yeah, there he is. Yeah, although he looked good for his 60 odd, I think he's a much better player than that.
Yeah, he was very lucky too.
And also, Haritha, the fact that Sri Lankans need to look for some leaders in all three departments, really. When it comes to batting, they need someone who can play like Renshaw and Green, lead from the front. They were good in patches, even in the senior level. The discussion is, the debate is there in the town, and where we have to find a leader, particularly in the batting department. And that wicket looked good last time around. So from the shots that they are playing, the highlights package of Dhananjay De Silva, you can see how good the wicket is. There was enough bounce, there's enough speed. Ball was coming on at times. Later on, once the ball gets older, it was touch slower, but
he's been there in the setup for such a long time, Upul Chandana, and very passionate individual as a player, as a coach.
Yeah, most Sri Lankans can hope and pray if they can feel like him.
Even now he's quick and he's very agile, he's very sharp, no nonsense character. The Australians, they must be really enjoying the outing here, the sun in particular.
Yeah, when I came this side yesterday morning, Haritha, towards SSC, it wasn't looking very good, was it? a heavy downpour, but I'll tell you what, the ground is looking in immaculate condition, and there's Green again. Like I said, didn't have a responsibility in bowling department, but what an innings he played. And the other thing is, obviously, Australians will be looking to manage him. When you come to subcontinent conditions, and especially with the weather, it was very muggy. Last time around, the humidity was staggering 89%, Haritha. So some of these Aussie boys would have felt it for sure.
Yeah, the way the Green set about his innings, when he's out in the middle, he's virtually intimidating for any bowler in local standards. And he lived up to his reputation. He didn't try to overhit and was very judicious in his shot selection. More than anything else, he was very fit.
Yeah, as you can see, some of the shots, he clears his front leg. Improve all angles, Cameron Green. That ball went over the roof.
One of
I
three
thought that was
massive
going
sixes.
to end up at DS Nanaka grounds at one point in time.
One of three massive sixes in his innings. Brilliant.
Yeah, it's a very strong boy, isn't he?
Came more than run a ball. Better than run a ball, I should say. And Tilan Samaravira, no stranger. It was his home ground. You played with him. He's made loads of contributions for local cricket, and now with Australia's cricketing setup.
Yeah, he's a batting consultant for the Australian team, and like you said, he used to sleep here in this square. He averages over 60 plus, I think, in Test cricket.
Yeah, he's such a big individual. Elder brother Dulip Samarveera also in Victorian cricketing setup. Beautiful sight this is. See the sporting venues in and around this place. The rugby grounds onto the left hand corner and everything else. This is actually the cricketing center, if you would take it. Major sporting facilities in and around.
Yeah, and most of these clubs are over 100 years old, and they stayed for ages, really. Gymkhana Club, just those three grounds adjoining the SSC grounds, the oldest club in Sri Lanka. Gymkhana and CCC, we call it, the oldest club.
Yeah, they play their cricket, rugby and hockey with a lot of passion. Okay, we'll find out what this game is all about, and we join the pitch report with Furviz Maroof.
It's another scorcher of a day. It's hot, it's humid. We had Colombo. There have been plenty of rain, but lately the ground staff at SSC had done a wonderful job. Same pitch was used 2 days before, and it's been used today as well. Looks solid. It looks fantastic as far as I'm concerned. Nicely rolled in. There's some live grass just to hold the pitch very well for batting. Team winning the toss may like to bat first, put the runs on board and try to put the pressure. As I said, pitch looks fine. The only concern what I have is a patch over here. This was created by the bowlers follow through in the previous game. This area is something that a left arm spinner could use bowling from the tennis courts. And other than that, I think it's, as I said, it's placid, it's evenly bounced, and SSC generally produces good batting pitches. And this can be one of them as well. Pasco, something close to 275, will be winning the game.
So the story is that this is a wonderful opportunity for any team winning the toss, and usually here it's a lot of runs. In the last game it happened to be, it didn't matter who won the toss and who elected to bat.
Yeah, definitely. That last time around, this is another look at the pitch. This is the same pitch, incidentally, where we used on Wednesday. And as Maroof said, he knows his onions when it comes to pitches, obviously. And it looks a bit drier than last time around. And he mentioned about those foot marks, Haritha. So on Wednesday, we were not in any danger of pitch deteriorating at any point in time. But today, I think there are some signs. So obviously, batting first may be the right way to go.
Okay, now we go to the toss. Manoj Mendes is match referee. Dhananjay De Silva with the coin. And Good toss. Looks like Australia A have won. And there it is, the confirmation. Electing to bat. No surprises there.
No surprises at all. Actually, I was surprised that when they won the toss last time around that they decided to chase. Because, like I mentioned, the important factor is that we were not in danger of pitch deteriorating at any point in time. But today, there is some loose soil on top, and obviously Maruf mentioned about some of the foot marks that has appeared and looks drier. I think spinners will get some purchase more than Wednesday.
So the Australia A team, Josh Philippe, Henry Hunt, he'll be opening and batting. Matt Renshaw, Marcus Harris, oh that's a change. Nick Madison, Travis said another one. Aaron Hardy, Marcus Tekati, Todd Murphy, Tanvir Sangha and Kudaman there. Yes, he bowled really well. So there'll be two changes there.
Yeah,
with, Matthew Kudaman also expected to do well today.
Yeah, like we mentioned, I think Cameron Green has been managed, as we call it these days, and Alex Carey, who had a good hit also in that run chase. So two quality batters coming in, Head and Marcus Harris. Sri Lanka, Osida Fernando retains his opening position. Dikwella has been promoted to open the batting. Lianage, a change.
Lianage, Kamindu Mendis, Dhananjay De Silva, Captain Ashen Bandara, no problem there. Sahan Arachige, Dunit Wellalage, Nisala Taraka, Jeffrey Vandese, Pramod Madushan. So there are 4 changes that I count in. Looks like it's a good opportunity for the youngsters to make sure. So the people who left out, they need not be disappointed, but it's an opportunity given to 4 others as far as Avishik Gunodhana and the staff concerned. Beautiful facility. The outfield looks very fast, and I'm sure it'll be faster today at the start of the game, unlike in the previous game where there was a little bit of early rain.
Yeah, umpires are out there in the middle, and here comes the Sri Lankans. Australians posed a lot of questions to these boys last time around, so they'll be looking for an improved performance and, more importantly, looking for some pride, to restore some pride for the Sri Lankan boys. And so far the 3 games all have gone the Aussie ways. I'm talking about the two T20s as well as the Sri Lankan A game. So Sri Lankans, no doubt the brain trust and the administrators will be looking to get that most important W in a match like this.
People should come and watch this cricket. There is no prohibition to come and watch the cricket at the SSE. I think this is another wonderful game. Many test players in the 2 teams, and this is going to be another belter. I mean, they would be looking at another 300 plus, surely.
Yeah, also if you can't make it here, there are enough ways that you can watch this match through Dialogue TV, channel 140, SLC, YouTube, the papare.com as always, and Dialogue View app, obviously, Haritha.
Great initiative on the part of Sri Lanka Cricket and thepapare.com to bring the live pictures on these 2 games. The Sri Lanka A, Australia A 50-over matches here at one of the best cricketing venues in the country. Josh Philippe missed out in the last game, a top score of 137 for the 25-year-old. And look at that strike rate, almost 100. Pramod Madushan opens, and or rather Nisala Tarak opens, and it's loose outside off stump. That's a very positive start.
Yeah, you mentioned that he didn't get many runs in that last game, but that was a very confident stroke to start the proceedings. Shot outside the off stump, well balanced, good base, and more importantly, very good hands, and good indication early how quick this outfield is.
It won't be anything less than that. The main story is that you do well. Product of Mahinda College. Ragama and Tamil Union has been his clubs. Now at SSC. So this is home venue. Better delivery, good comeback delivery.
Yeah, inside edge for sure. It's a loud noise. Yeah, Felipe, as you mentioned, he has been in the national interest for some time now, particularly when it comes to wide ball, Haritha. As you can see, not a big stride forward, but lent to it nicely. So Good comeback from Nisala Taraka after getting hit for 4 in the first one.
The 25-year-old Western Australian has 3 one-day internationals and 10 T20 internationals under his belt. Again, a better delivery. Pitched in line with the stumps. Ravindra Kottachi, a new pitcher, one of the umpires, replaces Hemanta Buteju, who was standing out in the middle in the previous game.
As you mentioned, you could see the action from Felipe. That ball just moved away from him a fraction. He moved his back leg to cover that off stump, which is not a bad thing to do, particularly in these subcontinent conditions. And these are the stats from Nisala Tarak experience campaigner. 68 games, enough overs, 76 wickets. Anything over 1 wicket per game is considered par in white ball cricket.
4 for 23 has been his best. Much better delivery. Again, hitting it in line with the stumps. He heard in the first delivery, gave the batsman room, but he's learned very quickly.
Yeah, 3 perfect deliveries to follow that up. Applying a bit more pressure on Josh Philippe. Travis said, we all know there is no need of an introduction about him. 41.4 strike rate of 100. Best score 230.
See that strike rate over 100. Again well pitched up. Again hitting it the middle of the bat. Didn't hit the gap. It's okay.
I'll tell you what, Haritha, with a modern day player with all these T20s and T10s and I don't know what not, you see all these shots, but to me still the front foot cover drive and the back foot cover drive, there's no better shot to see than that. And that was a perfectly hit cover drive there towards mid-off. Kottachi, the umpire at the bowler's end.
So he's been on target after that loose delivery. End of the first over. Australia A elected to bat are 4 without loss. So that wonderful scoreboard over there. It's a beautiful sight here. Anura Bagadapala and Kamal Pereira are the scorers in that one. It's an electronic scoreboard. The only one of its kind at club level in the country.
Yeah, the new addition. He's already beautifully looking SSE. Pramod Madhushan. I thought he was probably the best bowler to me other than Villalage, who picked up 2 wickets. Out of the quicker bowlers for Sri Lanka, he bowled with some aggression at times. He owed a good line and length. 45 wickets in 41 games, best of 5 for 48.
Travis Head gets the meat of the bat to that one. Yeah, the boy from Deep South, Vijay Bahu Central College in Hungama, plays for Colombo Coals. Ambattur district born.
We had 2 of them yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah.
Dilshan Madhusanka is from that area too.
And they opened bowling. They've been good for the cricketers from the Deep South, like Suranga Lakmal.
High back left. Like I mentioned, some of these Aussie players, you got to feel for them, Haritha. They've got tremendous depth in their squads, and Travis Head obviously got 100 in Pakistan too, so he's in form and he knows about subcontinent conditions well. Looking to find a place in the 50 over format maybe, and there are a few of them, aren't they? Kavaja. It's a very difficult batting lineup to crack into, really.
Yeah, if you remember Matthew Hayden.
Cracked that through extra cover.
He was
Just
waiting
stand
for
there,
something like
son.
that.
No need to run for that.
He was waiting for something like that, something pitched up. He's enjoying his cricket. The left hand, right hand combination will cause a few problems for the relatively inexperienced new ball bowlers.
And that was his slower ball.
Exactly.
When you have a high back lift, I reckon it's much more easier to adjust. Even if you are beaten off the hand, it's for guys who have high back lift, it's easier to adjust. And Travis said, does have a high back lift.
Oh, he shuffled a little bit on that occasion. The movement and the height.
Yeah, that stayed down, touched
Yeah.
on the bounce of the wicket keeper.
Take by Niroshan Dikwala. So he would be opening today according to that team lineup. He wants to do well behind the stumps too. And then come out and do well in front of the stumps. Bowling from the tennis court end. That's from where we are commentating. Apart from tennis, squash, swimming, badminton. A lot of facilities here. Ranmo Martinez, one of the on-field umpires, standing out in the middle too. He was a good all-rounder, fast bowler.
He was, and he was pretty quick as well in his back in his heydays. And so far, Pramod has picked up his length well. Need to finish well. Bit too straight. Good effort on the field. Keeps the batsman on strike. So bound reach in the first 2 overs. 2 down. Australia 8 for no loss.
Henry Hunt is captain today of Australia A, and the South Australian is not opening in this game. Another over pitch delivery and another great reply from the right-hander.
You cannot strike a cricket ball any cleaner than that. He's a very good player on his front foot and also shows his top hand a lot. Look at this. Top hand looks honest. And a delightful cover drive, and more importantly, the placement.
He's looking dangerous, Josh Felipe. Just one slip there, that's the captain, Dhananjay De Silva.
Yeah, good move that. I don't think Nisala Tarak is generating enough speed to find that outside edge. And also, other factor is that Felipe looks pretty good on his front foot, takes a good stride forward. So because of that extra cover field now on the drive, will get Felipe thinking twice before he plays that cover drive. It's a good move, tactical move obviously.
Brilliant sight. A lot of people are watching the cricket, and this is more than sports promotion. Oh, brilliantly struck once again. Probably not exactly where he intended. Good chase. Oh, no. The boundary was always on. There was a great effort to cut it off. But once again, superb timing, placement. Didn't try to overhit. He's enjoying his cricket, Josh Felipe.
Yeah, I reckon it bounced a bit more than he expected. He's looking to break his wrist towards the leg side, but hit the top part of the bat. That's another indication how quick this outfield is. The scoop didn't work for the fielder.
I thought that was Van der Sar, was it? Close one. If he made a direct hit.
There's a bit of hesitation. Travis had wanted the single. Felipe was idling. I think it would have been good night nurse if that hit the stumps. Oh yeah, by a very long way too.
That's what you need. Those chances make big.
And also, see the changes that has evolved as with the white ball cricket now. Sri Lanka, the changes down there on the bottom, and yeah, talking about the important facts. Now we saw Felipe putting in the dive. Good old days. It was only in Indo cricket that you had to dive because you were in a 10 by. That's been smacked through extra cover, officially, but in the gap. Again, Travis said dealing with boundaries, standing in one spot, and what fast hands he's got.
Oh yes, the South Australian, 28 years old. Okay, given width once again, angled across his body. So he saw it early. He was willing to go. This is the power play still in progress. So Nisala Taraka, one of 4 changes to the Sri Lanka A team, will need to be a little bit more economical.
Don't bowl there. Very lucky to get away with it. Guy who has a high back left. Pretty good on square of the wicket too. Lucky to get away that last ball. 21 for 3. 21 for no loss, I beg your pardon, of 3 overs.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
The Australians are doing more than the sports promotion for the Sri Lankans. They are doing a lot of the tourist promotion too, and they are very charitable people, likes to help. They have already gone on media to mention that aspect of their contribution towards the Sri Lankans. Very good. Pramod Madushan.
Just shuffling across towards that off stump. Felipe batting a fraction outside the crease too. That shows how slow this pitch is also. And yeah, I have a feeling the spinners will play a big part today.
They'll have to do a lot better than that, because this batting side is very capable. They don't get anything more than 275, I'll be very disappointed. Brilliantly played, easily played. Good running between wickets. The intent is good.
Sri Lankan fast bowlers need to be a bit more disciplined than this. There are enough scoring opportunities offered very early in the piece, and these are quality batters. They're not going to miss out on these deliveries. That was another half volley on the leg stump, and the ball before that he moved to create a delivery like that, and then you offered the very next ball what he wanted. Just about there, I think. Maybe a bit more straighter towards your off stump should be the line and the length.
Yeah, you must bowl to your strength. If you try to do too many things, these batters will find enough loose deliveries. Pramod Madushan 2 days ago showed that he was capable of doing that, bowling to his strength. Strength is bowling on off stump.
Also, you will see a lot of catchers in front of the wicket on a 2-pace track. Brilliantly played.
You can't get it better than that, the straight drive on the onside. Madhushan didn't have a chance of cutting that one off.
Yeah, Sri Lankan captain needs to put his thinking cap on. I think the way Josh Philippe is getting on the front foot and presenting the full face of the bat, you need to cover those gaps particularly straighter. The mid-off and the mid-on needs to be a bit straighter. And also, I don't mind having a catcher at short extra cover and maybe a straightish mid-wicket inside the 15 yards that you need to have. A bit of breeze too.
Coach Andre Borovic, his assistants Thilan Samaravira and Sunny Kalvia, who is also their analyst, must be pleased with this start. Oh, what, they're playing a 20-20 or what? Pitched up on leg stump. Thank you very much.
How well did he execute that? Again, weight on the front foot, length on it slightly. Have a look at his top hand. Stays true all the way. Sweet part of the bat. There is something for a photograph.
He's having a net practice. Or what? They're dealing in boundaries very quickly onto their stride. 1-6, 6 fours to go with it before that. It's only the 4th over. Better. He has to be confident with what he can do to end of 4 overs. Australia A electing to bat 33 without loss at the SSC. So here's the first bowling change. Sahan Arachige is brought in. Played for Ananda and Nigambo, CC, Coles, NCC, Sri Lanka A, full works. 26-year-old. He's more known for his middle order batting too. Come through the ranks with some good domestic performances.
Yeah, he has done this role for his club as well, hasn't he? Sahan Arachige bowling in the first power play. His quickish right arm off spin. Not a big turner of the ball, but Sri Lanka needs to come up with something. They need to change the speed, maybe the angles, because these two batters are right on top of their game at the moment.
5 for 26, his best 25 wickets so far.
Those stats is a good indication, Harith. 45 games, 25 wickets, but the economy rate was the important factor. Just tick over 4 runs per over. So he's more of a containing bowler. Like I said, he's not the most penetrative one that you look for, but needs to contain a bit. There it is. Well,
Travis said, never mind how fast it comes, how slow it comes. Once again, leaving his crease to get to the pitch of the ball. For these Australians, they are on a fast mission.
and also the field that has been set allowed him to do that. Bowling outside the off stump. It's a free hit really. Nothing to mention about the footwork. Perfect as it is. Mid-on was down. I thought the mid-off has to be down more than the mid-on. Now the square leg comes inside the circle. There's a long off and a long on.
I think that's a little bit more confidence for the bowler to hit it in line with the stumps. More like it. Now he will have to make an effort to create the boundary scoring opportunities. The idea was good. Just a single, he'll keep the strike at the end of the 5th over. Australia romping at 40 without loss. Oh, brilliant stuff. Ceylon tea is world famous. These beautiful sights on a very, very fine day. The historic Sigiriya Rock. Plenty to see.
Have you been up there, Sigiriya Rock?
Why not? Many times. If you have not been on top of Sigiriya and Adams Peak.
So double change for the Sri Lankans. Dhananjay De Silva is also another player who is looking to find a place in that senior side. What a shot again. Getting his feet moving, trying to play before it turns. There was some risk involved in that shot going against the turn, but the key was to get close as possible, and he did.
They'll make full use of the field restrictions in the first power play. Brilliantly struck. Dhananjay De Silva played for Richmond. He's a schoolboy. Now he's with Tamil Union. Again. So confident, so easy. Rotating the strike. Running between wickets, very good.
Both these players are very capable of turning the game on its head, these two. Felipe, as always, the Aussies have seen many times how capable he is in that big bash. With some telling performances every year, and both are having happy times at the moment. Head 19 off 16. Felipe 26 off 17, dealing in boundaries. Plenty of pressure on the Sri Lankans. Moves across. This is what the Sri Lankans can learn. See how he adjusted that shot, Haritha, moves across the stumps. Not a lot of risk involved because you're playing with the turn, covering your stumps, and mid-wicket, there was no one in the mid-wicket area apart from that deep boundary rider, and that's straight down the ground again. 1, 2, 3 bounces into the fence.
Travis said wants to catch up with Josh Philippe very quickly. 50 up in only the 6th over after winning the toss and batting Australia A. Once again, not afraid to leave his crease to get to the pitch of the ball. Getting right underneath it. Hoisting it safely, intelligently. Okay, that's a dot ball to end the 6th over. The total remains on 50 without loss for Australia A.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
6 overs, 50 runs. These two have given a brilliant start to the visitors, Travis Head and Josh Philippe. Travis Head, he opened the batting for Australia in the last ODI series in Pakistan. Continuing from there, and Josh Philippe, he's continuing his good form here. Sahanara Chige, that's not a good ball. short and wide, was asked to be hit. There was 3 fielders saving the boundary, but brilliant batting. 54 already on the board for Australia A. Josh Philippe. He was a part of the Royal Challengers Bangalore outfit in the 2020 IPL. He was not part of the IPL this year, but he's been rated highly in Australia, especially in the limited overs format in T20s, but this is 50 overs cricket. Sensible batting once again. Farvis, very good morning to you. It's a good start by the visitors. The spinners will have a lot of work to do, isn't it?
Morning to you, Damit. Morning to all our viewers joining from all over the world. Yes, I think Australia A team, it's a very experienced team to start with. You have Josh Philippe, Travis said, all these players made names in themselves in the international arena. As we see, Travis said finding that gap, and this time I think that's class, pure class, not much width, slightly short by Sanarachi, providing all the pace. Just had to bisect that gap and did perfectly.
Yeah, Janit Lienage at short third man. He was moving to his right initially, but beautiful batting. This is what limited overs batting is all about. Look at his head position. Watching the ball till the end. And another one. That's a maximum. Travis Head, he's putting on a show here. He surpasses Josh Philippe at the moment. Both have batted 20 balls each.
The second six of the day. First one for Travis Head, and already 10 fours and 2 sixes. Dominating stuff by these mighty Australians, putting the young Sri Lankan attack under pressure straight away, especially in the power play. Sanarachi is not a frontline spinner by any means. It's a huge challenge to bowl at two classy players and going after from the first ball itself.
Yeah, the Sri Lankans will need to slow it down. Two off spinners have not been able to stem the run flow. Oh, that was hit so hard. Umpire Kottachi was in danger.
And that was a bowler or an umpire killer. Almost took Sanarachi with him. That's the end of the 7th, 69 for no loss.
Mini conference in the middle with captain Dhananjay De Silva, and they've revert back to fast bowling. Pramod Madushan bowled 2 overs, went for 16. Now he's been asked to bowl again. Here's that last ball. There's an argument and a topic being discussed, especially in the cricketing fraternity, Farvis. Should the umpires wear helmet? And that's one of the many reasons why it's been discussed.
Taking any precautions is a safe option. Be prepared rather than being sorry. I've seen some umpires do it, especially in a Big Bash. I've seen it before. And even the international umpire, I think it's Bruce Oxenford, there's the elbow guard sort of the thing. So I reckon going forward with all the power hitters, and especially with T20, so many occasions we have seen umpires in trouble, not only the head-on umpire, even the square leg umpire.
Pramod Madushan in the first one day even though Sri Lanka A lost, he was by far the most impressive fast bowler out of the three which played that day. That's why he has been retained for this game as well. Team management have been very impressed with how he bowled.
I've been following him for a long time. I've seen him, I played against him as well. Someone that was come up to the ranks. He's bulked up a bit, put on some muscles, looks very strong at the moment as well. And it was told that he did have a decent game in the previous gun. It's a matter of grabbing your opportunity. The doors are knocking. Sometimes you just have to keep playing well, have the patience, wait for the right moment, be in the right place, keep fit, keep continuing performing. I think these are the things that the young Sri Lankan A team and maybe the emerging team got to do. There's a pathway for the national team. That's to be consistently performing in these kind of matches. And Pramod Madhushan is definitely right up there.
Yeah, that's why this A-team series is also being played along with the national series. Great initiative by Sri Lanka Cricket in organising both these tours. Slight change in the field. Full toss, and you can't get away bowling full toss to Travis Head.
Inexperience. 5 fielders in the offside, all are in the ring. Cannot afford to do that. Got 2 fielders in the leg side, which is deep square leg, and a long on. Full touch outside the off stump. The class of Travis Head is not going to miss out, especially the form he is showing. Yes, young man, that's not the delivery to bowl.
Almost 10 runs per over, the Australian run rate. Another boundary. They're dealing in boundaries, Travis Head. He has scored 4 fours and a 6 in the last 5 deliveries he has faced.
Same error. Too much width. Short third up. It's not going to be missing out anything. Just have to get some bat, throw the kitchen sink at it. Thick, I wouldn't say thick outside edge, but got some decent bat. This is where experience shows. Sometimes, especially with Australia, they love the pace on the ball. And bowl some cutters into the pitch, break the rhythm of the game by slowing down the game. These are the experience players would be doing, but saying that, it's a very inexperienced Sri Lankan A team. There are some experienced players, but mostly it is, oh, that is very, very close. Changing of the angle as well, coming round the wicket. Travis said this time premeditated to go over mid-wicket. The length was there, probably a bit too close, a bit unlucky, I should say.
A change of angle. Just missing out that time, Pramod Madhushan. He's definitely having a great practice ahead of that 5-match ODI series, which will begin on the 14th of June in Pallekele. Good save by Pramod Madhushan. 8 completed. Australia A, 78 for no loss. Two of the most experienced players in the middle for Sri Lanka A, Niroshan Dikwella and Dhananjay De Silva, discussing on the possible bowling changes. 13 fours so far and 2 sixers by these two players from Australia A, Travis Head and Josh Philippe, taking on the Sri Lankan A bowling attack. From the 78 runs they've put on, 64 have been from 4s and 6s. Another bowling change for the home team. For that, the first wicket partnership, 78 of 48. Josh Philippe, he'll be behind the stumps today, later on in the afternoon, but before that they've put on an excellent stand so far. Sri Lanka badly need to break this partnership. They've entrusted Janith Lienage, who's coming for this game in place of Lasith Cruzpulle. Handy fast bowling all-rounder from St. Peter's College, Bambalapitiya. Plays his cricket at Ragama Cricket Club. He's the captain this time. Good talented all-rounder. Made his debut in the Tour of Australia earlier this year. Not many would have seen his bowling, Farviz. He's a handy customer with the ball, but he'll need to work his magic.
Bowl into his field to start with. He has a long on and a deep square leg. Try to bowl full, understandably. 79 runs of 8 overs. For a second, I thought the third T20 I been played today. But saying that, I think the bowling has been decent. But the two Australian batsmen probably will be in the ODI squad come the first ODI. Just having a ball out there with excellent batting conditions. Though this pitch was used 2 days ago, it just looks brand new. Typical SSC pitch. Slight change in the field. 4 Travis said, deep mid wicket and a long off in position.
Travis said usually a middle order batter in test match cricket for Australia at number 5, but more recently he has opened the batting during that Pakistan series. Scored a good 80 odd in the second ODI, but with the upcoming 5-match ODI series, with the return of David Warner into the side, he'll want to knock on that door of getting into the team, or maybe breaking. They still have a strong batting lineup, Australia. Oh, that's crashed. Long off, fielder had no chance whatsoever. Janith Lienage. That's an easy pick for Travis Head. Look at that.
Too predictable there, Janith Lienage. Entire over is trying to bowl too full, and this time was so much width, and the length was perfect for that extra cover drive, which Travis said hammered it.
Nine overs completed. Australia 83 for no loss.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Lovely pictures of Sri Lanka. Despite going through a crisis, we request everyone to visit Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka need the tourists coming in, and hopefully the Australians who are watching this will make the trip to watch the rest of the tour games. Pramod Madhushan, he gets the breakthrough. A slower delivery. Josh Philippe close in the face of the bat early. Leading edge, easy catch by Oshada Fernando. Much needed breakthrough. Yeah, nothing of a shot really from Josh Philippe. He was beaten by the variation of Pramod Madhushan. Sri Lanka A badly needed that wicket. Josh Philippe, he departs for 34. Australia A 83 for 1. A blazing start from Australia A, but Sri Lanka managed to get the breakthrough. Farviz, you would have played plenty of games against Australia, taking on some of the greats of Australian cricket over the last decade or so, but change of pace always works, isn't it?
It's about not giving the pace what they need. Australians are born and bred to face pace bowling. And we say Matthew Renshaw, the new batsman, tall, lanky left-hander, beaten. Beg your pardon. Josh Philippe was beaten for a slow ball. That's his record. Renshaw, 43 games, and someone that definitely eyeing a spot in the one-day squad as well. We did mention about those are days, especially against Australia in subcontinent. Is to mix the pace. They love when the ball comes to the bat, pace on the ball. Nicely ball, just outside the off-stump, back of the length. This much better. This is what a wicket could do for a bowler straight away. Change of the mentality. The slow ball we spoke about. We did mention don't be predictable. Bowling too full, put maybe cutters, and this time just one delivery and he gets his reward.
Two left-handers in the middle. Matt Renshaw, he made a brilliant 68 in the first one day. Set the platform for the likes of Cameron Green and Alex Carey to finish off that massive run chase. But this time around, it's about building the innings along with Travis Head. Again, they have a very good start. Quick single, and that's Travis Head's 50. 23rd list A half century for the Australian left-hander. He's come in and delivered the goods for the visitors.
Yeah, class written all over it. That little package of 50 that Travis said from the first ball itself showed the intent, showed what he meant business. See the aerial look of the picturesque Singley Sports Club. The drone has been really busy making its turns.
If you're just joining in on this live coverage from wherever the world you are, this is the second one-day unofficial ODI rather, between Australia A and Sri Lanka A. First game was won by the visitors. They won by 7 wickets. This is the second one. You can watch the coverage live on Dialogue Television channel 140 and on the Papare YouTube, and as well as on Sri Lanka Cricket YouTube and on Facebook on the Papare Cricket page. Pramod Madhushan been impressive despite going for the runs far ways.
Definitely the height he possesses, getting decent bounce. The previous delivery almost hitting the splice of the bat of Matthew Renshaw. As a bowler puts a lot of into it. As I said, he has bulked up and he looks very fit. When he first entered the first class system, skinny and needed some work to be done in structure straight away. And now he's reaping his rewards for being patient and working hard. 10 overs gone, Australia 85 for 1.
Second power play.
Umpire Ravindra Kottach is signalling the second power play for the next 30 overs. The Sri Lanka A team, they can have 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. That will be a welcoming sight for the bowlers. This has been a great 50 from Travis Head, playing for the first time in this tour of Sri Lanka. He took on the bowling with a bang.
Some fantastic shots, some brutal hitting. It had everything in that little knock so far by Travis Head. Beautiful shot again, too much width. And through the offside, that was crashed to the wall outside the line. Travis Head, oh he's in some form.
Again, short and wide. Cannot afford to bowl there to Travis Head. Time and time again, we've seen him pierce that offside field. Much better line and length from Janit Liyanage. Sri Lanka A, they made 4 changes to their lineup. Australia A, they brought in Travis Head and Marcus Harris in place of Centurion Cameron Green and the captain from the last game, Alex Carey. These A-team matches provide that opportunity for all these fringe players, all these good performances from the domestic circuit to be shined and playing against some of the other nations. Lovely pictures, so many grounds around Colombo.
Best looking ground was one to the left from SSC. Almost a run out chance there. Looks like Kamida Mendis did have a shy at the stumps, missed out there. Taking a root play here. Slow ball by Janit Liyanage, not giving the pace. A direct hit would have had Travis Head walking back to the pavilion.
Yeah, you need to take those chances. He was very close to the stumps. I'm sure the fielding coach Upul Chandana would make a note of it. When you're not getting many wickets, you need to create those opportunities as well. Sri Lanka A, 4 players, Dhananjay Lakshan, Lasith Cruz Pulle, Dilshan Madhushanka and Pulle Taranga. They are not playing this game. Instead, Jeffrey Vandase, Janit Liyanage, Nisala Taraka and Sahan Narachige. They are playing in the second 50-over game. 11 overs completed, 91 for 1 Sri Lanka, Australia A rather. Captain Dhananjay De Silva, he bowled only 1 over in that power play. gave a 10 runs. Now he has brought himself back onto the attack, especially with two left-handers in the middle. Lovely aerial shots from the Papare drone. After this game, the 2A teams will move to Hambantota for the 4-day encounters. There will be 2 games being played in Hambantota. Just another reminder, you can watch this live coverage on Dialogue Television channel 140. Matthew Renshaw, he starts slow but can catch up. We saw how well he's batting at the moment during that first game.
There weren't any much positives to talk about so far by the Sri Lankans, but the biggest positive, that was the first extra in the 12th over. Just goes to show the new ball bowlers did have the control with the new ball, as well as not overstepping. But need to have those kind of performance consistently. Dhananjay Silva bringing himself into the attack, understandably, with 2 left-handers on strike.
Nice.
And premier spinner in this team, Jeffrey Vandersay. Just very interesting to see how Dhananjay Lakshan Dhananjay De Silva is going to use him. He's down the ground this time, powerfully struck straight at the skipper De Silva.
He's middling the ball really well. Travis Head, 93 for 1, Australia A. You had the pitch early on, Farvis. You mentioned that it's very good batting conditions, and these Aussies have proved you correct.
Don't get it right most of the time, but today I think I did, Namit. Yeah, it's a fantastic pitch. We all know SSC can produce some brilliant batting pitches. Shot this time, trying to go play a cut shot through the offside. Matthew Renshaw, the length was not there with the arm. It was going straight, and Dhananjay De Silva strikes.
Yeah, it was too close to cut. He was in 2 minds. Went on with the arm. He's a tall lad, Matthew Renshaw. Dhananjay De Silva coming into the attack and getting the second wicket. 12 overs completed, 93 for 2. Matt Renshaw, he departs for 2.
So that was a timely break for Sri Lanka, much needed a wicket. Matt Renshaw, he was in form, a superb half century in the last game. And Dhananjay De Silva taking on the responsibility, bringing himself on and picking up that wicket at the end of the 12th over. There you go again. Went on with the arm, didn't turn. Matthew Renshaw was looking for some turn, playing for turn. He's a tall lad and couldn't come down on that one quick enough. Stumps have been rattled, so Dhananjay De Silva has picked up his first wicket, and Sri Lanka picking up their second wicket at 93. So we have the new batsman Marcus Harris, superb list A career, 52 games, averaging 33, strike rate of 86, 127 his best. Opens for Australia in Test match cricket. A very good player, and he'll be looking to get some batting form in this game as well. Didn't play the first match, brought in for this game for Cameron Green, who got 100 in their first game a few days ago. And Travis Head, he's looking good. He too, these two players came in to this lineup, Travis Head and Marcus Harris, replacing Alex Carey and Cameron Green, who played the first one there. Timely wicket, Kosala. Good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning to all viewers watching us on Dialogue channel 140, the SSC YouTube channel, the Papare.com, and the Dialogue. We're up. Yes, Sri Lanka needs wickets to get back into this game. 94 at the end of 12. Look at that run rate. It's or more than 7.5. So the only way that Sri Lanka can really make inroads is by picking up wickets and creating problems during in the Australian middle order. Janit Lianage, he's been good so far.
Yes, he's played a crucial role, Janit Lianage, here in these 2 overs he's bowled. He's not that regular bowler, slow medium pace, but he's been very disciplined, going at 6 runs per over comparatively to the other bowlers. He's done well.
Well, what he's trying to do is he's trying to take the pace off the ball. That's the key. A few of the spectators who are here, we would like to see people coming in more to see these matches. Again, you can see taking the pace off the delivery. Travis Head, he's looking very dangerous, but Marcus Harris, we know what he can do.
So that's well bowled again, Janit Lianage, keeping it tight, bowling wicket to wicket is one of the changes in today's game. These pictures coming to you live from the Papare.com. Beautiful pictures here of the SSC and the surrounding venues. And we're coming to you live on channel 140 on Dialogue TV, on the YouTube channel of Sri Lanka Cricket, and Papare.com as well.
Sri Lanka needs to be tight on that area. They can't afford to give misfields free runs. Jeffrey Van der Zee on that occasion. Captain is not that happy.
There's 4 changes for this game. Janit Lianage is 1 coming in for Lasith Cruz Pulle. Jeffrey Van der Zee coming in for Pulina Taranga. Vetsana Arachige coming in as well for Dhananjay Lakshan. And Nisila Taranga coming in for Nishan of Madhushanka. The 4 changes for Sri Lanka in this game. This is the power play so far in this innings for Australia. Travis Head, he's been exceptional. The left-hander taking on the Sri Lankan bowlers. Josh Philippe started off beautifully, played some impressive cricket. Another misfield. This time no chance of a run, but still a misfield. 13 overs completed, 95 for 2.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
So Dhananjay De Silva will continue from the end we are, the tennis court end here at the SSC. Pulling around the wicket to the left hand, Marcus Harris.
One of the bowlers who have gone below 6 runs and over, the Sri Lankan captain, picked up a wicket of Renshaw. Need to put the brakes. Travis Head and Harris, vastly experienced players. But I would like to see some pressure be built on, especially to Harris, just because he's coming new. Maybe bringing someone close, maybe bring a slip, just to create that anxiety and try and push for wickets. Travis Head, on the other hand, he's been hitting it all around the park.
Yes, exceptional form. He's been brilliant in the recent months for Australia. Scored a lot of runs in Test match cricket. Travis Head getting some batting practice, batting form here with the 2 Test matches coming up shortly at goal. He'll play a key figure in that lineup.
Travis Head is meaning business here. He wants to get on with the game. He just wants to make sure that he keeps the scoreboard going. On the other hand, this has been good stuff from Dhananjay De Silva, keeping it tight.
He bowled pretty well in the last game as well. He was very disciplined as usual. Plays that contain in a role.
The difference, Ricky, that he brings in now is the variation of the pace that he bowls. He's bowling a little much quicker than what he started.
They get a single. Looking to play that towards the mid-off. Got a bit of an inside edge, dragged it towards a long on. But that was a good over, steady over by Dhananjay De Silva. 14 completed, 98 for 2. With this time, and that's been put away down to the boundary for 4. Excellent shot. Marcus Harris gets his first boundary. In the last over, we saw Janit Lienage bowling wicket to wicket, stump to stump, not giving the batsman any room at all. Soon as he strayed outside the off stump, Marcus Harris has comfortably put that away for 4.
Width offered and perfectly executed.
Cannot afford to give it to these Australian left-handers. 100 on the board as well, 102 at the giant scoreboard here at the SSC.
You can't afford that. Kamidu Mendes, I guess, on that occasion, or was it Jeffrey Van Der Zee? I think that's Kamidu Mendes. That one came off the turf very quickly. But you need to stop those. You just can't afford to give freebies.
That's in the first game we saw Australia making a few mistakes in the field. There were a few drop catches, some errors in the ground fielding as well, and in that occasion Australia were fielding first. Today Sri Lankan fielding hasn't been exceptional. Now that's much better. They'll still get a single, but Dhananjay De Silva as usual is brilliant in the field.
Ricky, 105, we are into the 15th over. How good has Australia been? 7 runs and over and above. What does Sri Lanka do? How can they get back into the game? They need wickets. They need to somehow or other build some pressure. Travis Head has definitely had something very good for breakfast.
Yes, he's come out in that positive fashion. Travis Head, 58 of 46. Right from the word go, looking to attack, looking to play his shots. So much confidence. Yes, the Sri Lankan spinners have to come in to play. A lot will depend on Jeffrey Van Der Zee now. He needs to bowl well in the middle.
Now the fact is it the platform set for Jeffrey Van Der Zee? We got 2 left-handers out there in the centre and one who is in menacing form, who is really looking to take anybody apart. A right-arm leg spinner. It's going to be a tough call. It's going to be a battle for Jeffrey Van Der Zee. Will he be brought in right now? That's a big question.
My doubts as well, Kosal. I think Dhananjay De Silva will keep him back long as possible. Try to get rid of one of these players. That's the end of the over. Good comeback after being hit for 4 in the first delivery of the over. 15 completed. It's 106 for 2. So there you go. The Australian A team winning the toss and deciding to bat first. Philippe was out for 34 of just 25 deliveries. Renshaw out for 2. But Travis Head on 59 is the one that has continued to power Australia in this first 15 overs. 106 for 2 now. Marcus Harris has joined him. He's on 10. And he's settled down into his innings as well. Much better fielding. What I like about this batting performance is they're always looking for runs. You can see them very busy out there in the centre, not playing 2-minute dot balls, Kosala, rotating the strike at a regular basis.
Even despite the boundaries and 6 has been hit, they always look for the single in the next ball. So that's been the difference of quality batting. It's something that even the national side is lacking. Travis Head will continue to torment the Sri Lankan bowlers, and Marcus Harris is just getting into that stride.
There you go again, using his feet. Quite easy for Travis Head, just knocking it too long on. He's looking so comfortable and so confident out there. Travis Head looks set for a big score.
Taking the pace off that delivery, Dhananjay De Silva. 109 for 2, 16 done. If you look at Sri Lanka's team today, Ricky, only Dickwell and Oshada Fernando doesn't bowl.
This is good bowling by Janit Lienage. He's been impressive.
Janit Lienage into the side for a different job, doing a different role at the moment, but that's what you need to do. You need to put your hand up when it matters.
Exactly, I think he's playing a crucial role here because with his slow medium pace, he's not letting the Australian batsman get away. He's bowled stump to stump most of the time. When he's straight outside the off stump, he was hit for 4. There we go again. No pace on that delivery. A slow one, off cutter. Looking to pull it through mid wicket. Doesn't get a hold of it.
Again, Janit Lienage rolling his fingers on that occasion. Bowling it slower. Ball not coming on to Travis Head as he expected. He was looking to go to cow corner.
Yes, Dhananjay De Silva also holding back Dilip Vellalage because of the 2 left-handers in the centre. The orthodox left-arm spinner also ball turning into them. Holding back the youngster.
They will look for 2 and they will get it quite comfortably. This is a good thing, isn't it? This is what these Australians are so good at. Work that single, make the 1s into 2s, 2s into 3s, minimize the dot balls. That's the key. Ashen Bandara, he might also come handy, but again, that leg spin option, that's where Dhananjay is holding things back at the moment. That's why you go for Sahana Arachigi bowling early in the power play.
That's a good pull shot. Has he got it into the gap? He has, and that will be 4 runs. Sweetly timed. This time, Marcus Harris, he's not going to miss out on that one.
Ricky, I think you're entering your 40s now. How didn't you see that gap? You said did he get it into the gap? He got it well into that gap. Went for a bound.
Kosala, the TV blocked my eyesight. I don't have the clear view of the entire ground.
But the fact is, even Janit Lieneke is conceding a boundary in each over. That's what he needs to stop. You just can't afford to give that boundary. Even the 4-5 dot balls, and you give a boundary, you're releasing that pressure from the batsman.
Yes, sir, certainly. In the last over, it was the first ball of the over. This over, it was the fourth ball of the over. In between, he's bowled well, but the Australian batsmen have been able to capitalise. Another off cutter, just rolling his fingers over that. They might come back for 2. Comfortable 2 at the end. So 17 completed. It's 119 for 2.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
There you go. That's the Sri Lanka Cricket Museum. A lot of replica there. All those trophies that Sri Lanka have won over the years. Not forgetting the biggest one of them all, the 1996 Willis World Cup trophy as well, based at the Sri Lanka Cricket headquarters, the museum. And a lot to see. You should visit. You have to visit the museum if you are a cricket fan, if you are a cricket lover. Open for locals as well as all those tourists coming from overseas. If there are any Australian cricket fans in and around Colombo, don't forget to visit the Sri Lanka Cricket Museum. Some lovely trophies. The T20 World Cup won in 2014 as well. It was a big occasion for Sri Lanka cricket then. And some of those other series win, the Asia Cups as well. And a lot to see. Autographed bats by Sri Lankan greats from international stars as well. So much more. And of course Sri Lanka Cricket coming together with the Papare.com, bringing these games live to you on Dialogue TV channel 140, the Papare.com channels, social media, YouTube, Sri Lanka Cricket YouTube, coming to you live wherever you are, whichever part of the world you are, you can watch these games. Australia's A tour of Sri Lanka coming to you live from the SSC grounds. Sun is shining, and that's the scoreboard so far. Josh Philippe was out for 34, and Matt Renshaw today unable to make it big. He was out for 2, but Travis Head 64 of 53, and Marcus Harris now 18 of 15, controlling this innings well for Australia.
The bowling for Sri Lanka, they've used 5 bowlers so far, and look at that. Everyone except for Dhananjay De Silva has gone beyond the 6-run mark. Nisila Taraka, he's been expensive. Sahana Rachige was severely dealt with, and Pramod just picking up the wicket with Dhananjay De Silva. Well, 5 more bowlers that Dhananjay De Silva can use. We got Vellalage, we got Vendeze, there is Ashane Bandara, Hamidu Mendes, who can bowl. 4 more bowlers that he can depend on.
There's a few options left.
But Ricky, I have a question for you. Okay, we talk about 2 left-handers in, not bringing the left armer in, not bringing the leg spinner in. But this is international cricket. This is top-grade cricket. If you want to be there, you need to be able to bowl to anybody.
Exactly. And how much can you hold them back as well? Because unless you get a wicket immediately, you cannot be
Because
waiting.
my question, Ricky, is if these two batsmen are going to bat on till the 50th over, aren't you going to bowl your best bowler?
Exactly. And especially the left arm spinner, I think, who has probably more control, being the finger spinner, has to come in and bowl towards the two left-handers. I won't be surprised if they bring in Lalage probably in the next over. Give Janit Lianage a rest. He's bowled 5 overs on the trot. And see how well Lalage will go about his work, the youngster. It's a learning opportunity, learning curve. He'll learn a lot from these situations. Did well in the last game, picked up 2 wickets, scored a valuable 30 towards the end. He's maturing, and I'm sure we're going to see them bowl quite quicker than later. So 28 of 32 now, the partnership. No problems at all for Marcus Harris and Travis Head, the two left-handers, the two test match players, in fact, playing here in this one-day series, going about their business steadily. Travis Head with this knock as well, making a statement. Comes down the rack. Has he got the distance? Yes, he has. That's gone miles. Well over the ropes, well over the fence. That's the power of the left-hander.
Well, he waited for that. He saw Dhananjay De Silva tossing that one up a little bit. Cut down the track. Look at that position of head, the head position, and where he plants that leg. He opens up and creates that angle for him, isn't it? Look where he plants that front foot. That's the key. Travis Head continues in the manner he's been doing so far.
Yes, I was saying he's making a statement here to trying to find a place in the Australian one-day lineup with the games coming up, 5 one-days. He's not been a regular of the one-day setup because Australia have so many players in that middle order like Marcus Stoinis and Glenn Maxwell who are playing there. Stephen Smith as well. Labuschagne will come into the lineup. So it's a battle to fight for places, and I'm sure this innings will serve Travis Head a load of good. I think the ball has been lost or damaged.
I think it's gone out of shape with that stroke because he went and hit
one of those concrete pillars, is it?
Yes, it hit one of the concrete pillars, so a change of ball.
Yes, umpire Hemanta Botejo is the fourth umpire for this game today. Umpire Kottachi and Ramo Martin as the on-field umpires.
Just look at that. A 6 of the previous ball and a single down the ground. This is what quality batsmen do, isn't it?
It's very smart cricket, unfazed. They have already got that runs for the over, so nothing to worry about. And easily picks up another single. So good over once again for Australia. 18 completed. It's 130 for the loss of 2 wickets.
$130 for 2 it is. Travis Head on 72. Marcus Harris. Both these batters came into this game today in place of Cameron Green and Alex Carey. Nisala Tharaka, who went for 17 runs off his 2 overs, has been brought back into the attack. As I say, very good morning to Farviz Maroof.
Hello, Marmini. Good morning. Good to be back. Starts off with a wide Nisala Tharaka coming into his second spell. Went for 17 runs in the first 2 overs. Didn't start that well. It's been a roller coaster ride for Sri Lanka. A-team. Travis said the way he's playing, he's just making batting look so easy.
A change of length from Nisala Tharaka. He's going to come round the wicket to the left-hander. may have thought about his first spell too, Maha. Went for a few runs, copped a bit of stick. Starts with 2 short deliveries. Maha, I call on your expertise. Take nothing away from the Aussie batters. They look brilliant. They just flew off the box. They played the way it came. Offside balls to the offside. Dispatched nicely. Leg side balls were dispatched to the leg side. Played on its merit. I mean, they look pretty good. But I thought these Sri Lankan bowlers missed a trick or two on a surface like this with a bit too pace. Is it a lot to do with the experience, how you adjust on a surface as you play on? Lovely pull shot. Have a look at that. For timing and placement. Pivoting on his front foot. Hands high above his shoulder, high to low. Controlling the ball along the ground with his wrist.
Did try another slow ball, Nisala Tharaka. Asking a question, especially when we go back playing against Australians and all these teams who come from pitches which is quite quick, coming onto the bat, playing against them in subcontinent, is not to give them pace. That's what we talk about. Again, another slow delivery. Oh, almost carried it, I thought, for a second. Looks like the young Dunit Lalage misjudged it for a while. Valiant effort in the end. Another slow delivery. Hammered it. Flat bat. I think I'm a bit harsh there.
Yeah, normally he's a very good fielder, Lalage. When you play against these quality batters, Maha, you need to take every chance that comes your way. That's a half chance. Although it was travelling, but it didn't get up to that early, so it was not the most visible catch you'll ever see. The flat ones are the most difficult ones, and there was an opportunity for the Sri Lankans. Nisala Tharaka. Change up delivery. Yeah, there were a few overs that Sri Lankans did try to change the speed. Don't forget, wherever you are, you can watch this match through Dialogue TV channel 140, SLC YouTube, the Papare.com as always, and Dialogue View app. So plenty of opportunities. You can learn a lot. Just go through what these Aussie batsmen are doing. You can learn a lot how you construct an innings in the white ball format, the middle of an innings, how they adjust, particularly Maha, to something that they're not used to on a 2-pace track.
Experience comes very handy, especially Travis Head, who's vying for a spot in the ODI team. He's making his mark, carrying this form into the first ODI on the 14th in Pallakele. I think Aussies, the setup they've got in this tour, especially in the batting lineup, is so scary. The options. Down the leg side. We click the leg. Not called white. The end of the 19th over. Australia 139 for 2.
Another change from the tennis court end. Sahana Arachigi, who was operating from the Vidya Mavathen before, has been brought back into the attack. Again, beautiful use of feet by Travis Head. Not afraid to get close to the ball. Looks a very confident player. He's in form, obviously. He got 100 in Pakistan as well. Sri Lanka made 4 changes. And one change is a right-arm leg spinner, Jeffrey Van Der Sey. Obviously, Dhananjay Disla must be a bit reluctant to bring him on the way that Travis Head is going at the moment.
Even Dunit Vellalage. I think it'll be huge risk, especially the form that Travis Head is showing. It'll be huge risk bringing the wrist spinner, but it might work. It's things not going the way the team has planned. Just throwing in a wild card. And just a matter of one loose stroke to get a wicket. And Jeffrey Van Der has that knack, picking up important wickets. Yes, he has gone for plenty of runs, but leg spinner generally gets you the breakthroughs.
Down on the front knee, perfectly executed. Well, did the hard work, but couldn't keep that in. Again, the execution. I mean, take nothing away. These are very high quality players, high octane players, can take the game away from you at any point in time. But I think it's a bit to do with some loose stuff offered by the Sri Lankan bowlers too, Maha.
Inexperience being shown, but this time I think it was a wonderful stroke by Marcus Harris. But as you said, Gamini, these are high quality players who have been in the system for a very long time. And most of the youngsters in the Sri Lankan team has not got this opportunity for a long time as well. Just playing the domestic games, down the ground again, 2-4. This is where Sri Lankan players got to grab the opportunity. Keep the players in the national team in their loop, in their toes, by performing well in this arena. And that's what you could do, and wait patiently till you get your chance.
This has been a good over. Although he considered a boundary through a reverse paddle, all his deliveries he landed where he wanted to. And end of another over, 20 of them, 145 for 2. Third wicket partnership, 52 of 48. Harris has contributed 24 out of that. Travis Head going runner ball in this one as well, 27 of 27. Single to start the over. Maha, you're seeing a lot these days. You've watched the two T20s as well, and you'll be up there in Kandy for the third one. And even the Australian A, like we mentioned, these are quality players, but obviously Sri Lankan players, some of the youngsters, they'll be better for the run.
I mean, they got their work cut out. It's not going to be easy, even in the one-dayers. Look at the strong Australian lineup, even the T20 internationals. We got Patrick Cummins and Adam Zampa being rested, but still, it's a world-class team. Hammered, absolutely hammered. Slow boil this time as well. No one patrolling the boundary to mid-wicket, and Travis said the form he is in, he's not going to miss out.
Yes, if he was expecting that ball to be short and a length ball, wasn't he? He cleared his front leg. In contrast to two openers we saw today, Maha, Felipe showed his top hand a lot, but Travis said a lot different. He uses his bottom hand a lot more, and very strong spare of the wicket too. 21 fours and 3 sixes already. Gee, our director will have a hard task putting up a highlights package. It's been highlights, full match highlights in 20 overs.
I was mentioning that Travis said would have thought the third T20 is today. But that's how good Travis said is. We have seen him in the Test arena, batting at number 5, 6 for Australia, playing that steady knock. But today we've seen a different Travis, who is getting a decent knock-in before he heads to Kandy to probably play in the first ODI. That's where the headache is for Australian selection. Previous Pakistan tour, David Warner didn't play, hence Travis Head played. But since David Warner is available, it's going to be interesting to see how the think tank is going to go. That's easy. A wide delivery, pitch shot. Nisala Tharaka likes to bang in. He's someone who's quite aggressive, gives his all, but today it's not the day for him. so far.
Yeah, you did mention Maha. It's in the culture of the Aussies. It's in their DNA. You know, there's not many opportunities at times for some of these very talented players, as you would know. When they get the opportunity, they grab it with both hands. That's the beauty of it. And you know, when you have a culture like that, it's even there in the All Blacks culture in New Zealand, the rugby culture. You know, there are so much of talent available in the country. So many players around, and you know, sometimes you have to do your hard yards. Still, you won't get an opportunity. But once you get it, you need to make use of it, and that's what these guys do all the time.
Best example I'll always like to take is Michael Hussey. He got his test debut when he was, I think, it's 30, 31. And see where he ended up. This goes to show the structure, how tough it is. Just 6 teams in the state arena, and everything is just an order. I think even Sri Lanka, we've just launched an NSL tournament, just picked up. It'll take some time to reach that level, but hopefully sooner we do is better for our cricket. Misfield at short extra cover could have been stopped, but this time resulting in a couple of runs. So I reckon, I think the structure has to be done in the domestic level, especially with NSL, lots of talent coming in. You see the replay there, looks at Jeffrey Van Der Sey at short extra cover. Big part coming to Mendes. I think we have got a lot of work to do. Australians have done it, and they are reaping their reward. So many players to choose from.
Yeah, good, important point that you made. Sri Lanka cricket have done their part, no doubt about that. I was reading somewhere that in Sri Lanka there have been more cricket played compared to any other country during the last 2.5 years, which has been pretty difficult around the world. We've had enough tournaments, T20s, 50 overs, domestic club, officially towards third man. Clean work from Pramod Madhushan. We'll talk about that point when we come back. 155 for 2 after 21. There have been plenty of boundaries in this innings, and these are the boundaries in this partnership, and plenty of them too. Travis said, going over the top there.
Did it as a good job, Gamini?
Just see how he uses his bottom hand to support. Plenty of power in those shots. Yeah, what we were talking about, Maha, was that the opportunity that the Sri Lankan players have these days, and obviously their jobs are secure because plenty of cricket being played, a lot of opportunities given by Sri Lanka cricket. This is the current partnership, as we just saw some of the highlights of it. Travis said 31 off 31, and Harris' contribution 29. You mentioned LPL is not around the corner as well. Currently, the inter-club domestic tournament is on, and yeah, some of the countries didn't have those opportunities, so these players have been given a stage to show their skill set, and they can learn a lot from these Aussies.
Grabbing opportunity. It should be in the DNA of every player. It's all about being in the right place at the right time. When the door opens for a vacant place, that's where you got to grab it. It can be the 18, can be the Imagine, can be the national team. All the same. Down to down this time. Sanara Chige, that was a wonderful catch. He didn't have to move, it was hit so hard. It's almost like ball caught San.
Yeah, we saw a similar dismissal in that last game when that young Australian spinner grabbed a court and bowl opportunity. This dismissal was a lot to do with the 2 balls before that. There were 2 dot balls, batsman coming forward, trying to drive through extra cover, hit straight to that fielder, and sometimes the dot balls can do wonders. And the 3rd ball, there was an opportunity And Sahan Arachige grabbed it with both hands. Marcus Harris, good contribution. He kept the momentum, 31 of 32. Australia loses their third wicket, 155 for 3. New batsman in, Nick Maddinson. Been around Australia, representing few states and also around the world for that matter. Had few county stints as well. Played for few franchises around the world. So Sri Lanka got an opportunity. 155 for 3. Still a long time. 88 games. Plenty of runs, average just a tick under 35, which is respectable at this level. Strike rate is pretty good, and the best score of 137.
Oh yes, son.
Nick Maddinson, another hard hitter. Get a few eyesights, and then if he gets going, he's someone that could hit sixes at ease.
Nice.
He's underway with a single towards long off. Sri Lanka got two leg spinners. One is a left arm leg spinner, Dunit Velalage, and then the right arm leg spinner, Jeffrey Vandase Maha. I think they'll have to just have a look around at the moment because two left-handers are in the middle. And both of those are good strikers of a cricket ball. 157 for 3. It's a beautiful shot of the new scoreboard from SSC. At the moment, the leg spinners will... having said that, Jeffrey Vandase has been introduced into the attack. I was just about to say at this level, no matter whether you are right-hand or left-hand, I think you've got a job in hand, and then that is to bowl. And we've been included to bowl of 10 overs. In the case of Jeffrey Vandase, that will be his responsibility in this match. And now he's got an opportunity. Bowling at inform Travis Head. Starts with the full toss. Lucky to get away with one.
Just feel Travis Head would be eyeing Jeffrey Vandase, but he'll be hitting towards the leg side, a longer boundary. I think this good captaincy by Dhananjay De Silva, bringing Jeffrey from the far end. Nick Maddinson will take a little time, batting at number 5. That's Vandase's record, best of 5 for 13, an average of 4.79.
That came out well. Getting a bit of drift too, which is important at this level. You can't be predictable and one-dimensional. You have your variations, your trajectory, your length. Again, not a bad ball at all. So 2-dot balls. That's what Sri Lanka will have to do. Bowling a lot more on at the new batsman, Maddinson. And then you offer a full toss and release a bit of pressure.
Lucky there. They have easily conceded a boundary with a full toss such as that. But since Nick Maddinson just joined the crease, more circumspect, picking up a single. Bacon short mid wicket for Travis Head.
Easy.
prod towards the mid-wicket area. It has been a good over so far. Just 3 singles. Van der Sar is looking to finish the over well. Flatter. Beat the man at cover point. You're not going to chase here at SSE. Even with all the rain that we've had, it's still in a very good condition. You get plenty of value for your shots. Madinson opens his bottom hand, getting the gap to finish the over with a boundary. 164 for 3. So with the boundary, Madinson gets to 6 of 6. This is an important period for Sri Lanka. Again, beautiful feet. Press forward, transferring his weight onto the back foot. That wasn't a bad ball by any means. Angled in. But Travis said simply with his feet executed that perfectly for another boundary early in the over. Lot of pressure on Sahan Arachige.
That's what good batters does. Put the pressure on the bowler early on. That's a spin bowling coach, Sajid Veerakoon, looking on. And the rest of the 5 deliveries, you are under pressure. This is very good batting, very intelligent batting with so much skill.
You could pretty much predict that he was going to come down the track the next one once you play on the back foot. Mind games, Maha. You could expect that at this level, don't you?
Experience, isn't it? Obviously has been in the system for a very long time. On the left side, Sahan Arachige is not a frontline spinner. Someone who fills in few overs even for his first-class teams. But given the responsibility in this crucial juncture, Wake and deep mid-wicket as well. Probably Tavis said. Keeping an eye.
That's very well bowled and equally very well played. He was beaten by flight as well as the line. Gets his frontal across and adjusted his shot. That's what you need if you are going to be a good batter. Hangs on the back foot this time, works it behind for another single. Maha, we see a lot of good strikers of the cricket ball, but the best batters around the world are the ones who could adjust.
Adjust to the situation, adjust to the pitch, adjust to the conditions. That's where these Aussies have been magnificent. Not even the A-team, even the national setup has been very impressive. So when they come from different conditions, they come and adjust themselves.
So it has been a pretty dominant display by the Aussies thus far. 172 for 3. After this over, to tell you more about that, it will be Haritha and Damit Veerasinghe.
Van der Sar continuing from with their mouth end. Reverse sweep and given. Gets the wicket of Nick Madinson. Sri Lanka chipping away with a couple of wickets. Here's that replay. Ravindra Kottachi that time. Jeffrey Van der Sar strikes. Important wicket for Sri Lanka. Nick Madinson, his stay in the middle is brief. Australia 172 for 4. New batter Henry Hunt. Haritha, he opened the batting in the first game. Today he's been entrusted to lead the team as well, and at number 6.
Now this is a good opportunity. Both of them are from South Australia, if I'm not mistaken. This could be a partnership where the Australian A team would make a comeback.
Henry Hunt, the captain for this game. Just 3 List A games. The Australian selectors, even though he's very new to the List A game, he's been there, and they'll have an eye on his leadership skills as well as how he bats in the middle order against the Sri Lankan spinners. Van der Sey will enjoy bowling to the right-hander.
He made a breezy 36 in the first game, having opened the batting. 25-year-old from the state of Churches in Australia.
Travis Head has brought his golden hat out there. It's a hot and humid Friday morning here in Colombo. This is ideal preparation for Travis Head before that 5-match ODI series. He's just now 5 runs away from another century.
You say a manic Monday, what do you say, a freaky Friday or funky Friday? Why are you laughing? You said March Madness?
For me, it's all about TGIF. Thank God it's Friday. Good to see a slip in place for Van der Sey. The current run rate is still above 7 runs per over. They'll want to bring it down to that mid-6 runs per over if they can, below 6 as well.
Cloud cover, sun shielded, bit gloomy, no threat of rain.
Despite the torrential rain, another loud appeal. But umpire Kottachi reckons that Henry Hunt can still bat on. 25 completed. Australia A 174 for 4.
Gavani Pereira mentioned about the fact that Sri Lanka cricket have been playing all kinds of cricket at domestic level, which has been a huge plus factor.
Pramod Madhushan saving a couple of runs there. He moves on to 97. Travis Head. The second half of this Australian A innings will determine whether they can go above 300 or touch somewhere around 350. If Sri Lanka A cannot get this man out, it's going to be really hard.
Yeah, the fact that the first game a couple of days ago was so well received. The information we have is that down under it has been well received and much enjoyed. So thank you very much, Papare.com, Dialogue TV and Sri Lanka Cricket.
Good bit of fielding from Jeffrey Van der Sey. need to have your inner ring fielders on the toes, especially when left hand right hand combination is in the middle.
The feature of Travis Head has been his ability to leave the crease and get to the pitch of the ball. The fact that he's been constantly doing that with great control.
Travis Head is on 99 now. Didn't play the first one-day game. Came in place of Cameron Green, who too scored 100. He remains on 99. 26 completed, 180 for 4.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Dunit Vellalage picked up 2 for 55 in the previous game. Not yet given a ball.
Yeah, he was brought in very early on Wednesday. He picked up the wicket of Henry Hunt too, so that would play in the mind of Captain Dhananjay De Silva, maybe to try the youngster out. That's the 100. Travis Head, a brilliant knock here at SSE grounds. His 100 came in just 76 deliveries, his 11th list A century. 14 boundaries and 2 sixes. Brilliant.
See that strike rate of almost 132.
Oh yes, Wendy.
Consistency at the top of the order. That's what Australia A is all about in their batting department in these 2 games.
Yeah, 2 members from the Australia ODI squad getting some match practice, and they've done that pretty well by scoring hundreds. Cameron Green in the first one day, and today in the second one day, Travis Head. Excellent knock by the left-hander.
Getting to his 100 is gone with 33 dot balls, 24 singles, 3 couples to go with it.
.27 completed. Australia A 184 for 4. Travis Head, he opened the batting for Australia against Pakistan more recently. Today he came in and played with a lot of intent. Played shots all around the wicket against the spinners, against the fast bowlers. He was aggressive and he had a positive mindset.
He was very strong off the front foot, very strong off the back foot. Square of the wicket, he was perfect. The placement was what was his forte. He opened in place of Warner, didn't he?
Good.
Easily the most agile on the field for Sri Lanka. Eh?
After this game is over, the Sri Lanka A team and the Australia A team will move to Hambantota, where they will play 2 4-day encounters. Plenty of test match hopefuls before the Vaughan Muralidharan Trophy begins in Galle. They'll have very good match training in Hambantota. No amount of practice matches what you get in the middle in a competitive game.
People should go and watch that cricket at Surya Vava. 8 days of quality cricket assured. Support the visitors just as much as you support the locals.
There are plenty of crowds for the T20 so far. Even the third T20 is sold out. You can purchase the tickets for the ODI series now from Sri Lanka Cricket headquarters or online. 28 overs complete, 188 for 4.
Beautiful scenery is there. Ceylon tea is world famous. The beaches. Now the cricket, also well known world over.
A popular tourist destination, Sri Lanka, was played up easily by the Australian A captain Henry Hunt. The home team have brought down the current run rate to below 7. Can definitely get back into this game, but for that they need to break this partnership, at least to get this man Travis Head. It seems like he has started again after getting to that 100. It seems like his intent is to bat through till the end.
Really? That should be the idea. Almost premeditated. Teasing the ball on that occasion. First 10 overs, 85 runs, 1 wicket. Second 10 over period, 60 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. Maintain run rate 6.7 at the moment. The running between wickets, the understanding, take Travis Head, his fitness levels, great watch.
Vandese completes his 4th over. He's been good so far, just given away 19. Australia A 194 for the loss of 4 wickets.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்தில்
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
ඇඩ්මොරටුව
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිழக்கு மாகாணம்
සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝර් ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය.
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ක්ලබ්
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Sri Lanka Cricket Museum. Learning curve for the youngsters. Some wonderful memories in some of those exhibits.
This is also an exhibition of great batting from Travis Head. Yeah, the Sri Lanka Cricket Museum is open from 9 AM to 5 PM from Monday to Saturday. Plenty of action in and around the Sri Lanka Cricket headquarters, especially with people flocking in to buy tickets for the Australia series. While we show the A-team games, there's been plenty of attention towards the T20 series happening right away. The first 2 T20s were jam-packed at Ketarama. Good to see 100% capacity after a couple of years. And Travis said he continues in his merry way.
Beautiful shot. Once again using his feet to get to the pitch of the ball. Let's take a look at this. He's been there for long enough to time it and place it very well. Absolutely racing down to the wide of long on boundary. .200 up for Australia A.
He mistimed that, and that's the end of Travis Head. Oshada Fernando, he had to manage the boundary line while catching that, but nevertheless Sahanarachige, he gets his second wicket, the big one. Travis Head is going for another expansive sweep to that mid-wicket region. Good take from Oshada Fernando.
The intention was clear to clear the boundary. Good technique. Catches could be dropped quite easily. 200 for the loss of 5. Australia A. England born Western Australian, 23 years old. Aaron Hardy is the new man in. Joins his captain. Hardy and Hunt. They would want to bat the next 10 overs without any problems. Hardy in particular. Quick bowler. Sahanarachige. Couple of wickets to his credit now, justifying his inclusion. Could do well.
Just 8 list A game so far for the 23-year-old. He bowled a good spell in the first game. A very good striker of the ball, especially in red ball format. 30 overs completed. Australia A, 200 for 5.
$200 for 5. That's what the reading says after the 30th over. Hunt and Hardy, two new batters out there. This is the time for Sri Lanka to really creep back into this game. Jeffrey Van der Zee will play a big role. He's bowled decently enough so far. It's not going to be easy. Australia do bat down pretty deep. Gamini, what do you reckon?
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I think Kosala, Sri Lanka got a great opportunity to make some inroads. Two relatively new batters at the crease. You've got to do a bit better than that, don't you? You got the gloves in hand, and you got to make a bad throw a good one. But that wasn't a bad throw at all. So you need to be a bit more neater than that as a wicket keeper. Yeah, coming back to the point, Kosi, we haven't seen Vellalage yet. So now Sri Lanka skipper got an opportunity with the two right-handers at the crease, relatively new. Hardy's on 2, Hunt is on 12. He's faced 19 deliveries. So you cannot ask for a better opportunity than this for Sri Lanka to make a match out of this, because at one point in time it was going to be bigger than the last total that the Aussies got to 300 for 4 or something last time around.
They were chasing 297. Nowadays in modern cricket, 300 is just a pass score. This is how Travis Head departed after a magnificent 100. Didn't get underneath that, isn't it?
Yeah, wrong length to go across. Just too full. Good catch, very good catch.
And also,
looks easy, but you need a good skill set to take a catch like that. It was going away from him, and the boundary line was so close. So he had a presence of mind to stay inside and to get his hands high enough. So that's a good grab.
Very good catch indeed. I like this intent, Gamini. Step in place now. 31 done, 203 for 5. So Gamini, picturesque venue, 5 grounds you can see from this drone shot. Can you name the 5?
Yeah, for sure. We used to hang around a lot during our small days, don't we? In this area, very expensive real estate, these cricket grounds. So Vellalage been introduced to the attack from the tennis court end. He's also got his job easier. 2 new batters, still early into his career, 4 for 49. Obviously, he might not be able to bowl his full quarter of overs, but he can do a lot of damage if he can bowl really good, few good overs together. Hardy, we all know how hard he can hit the ball. If anyone has seen that Sheffield Shield final The 174 he got against Victoria just basically took the game away from them. It was a close contest, but because of his individual Houdini effort, that game got the Western Australians across the line. After a very long time too, the Western Australians winning the Sheffield Shield.
Oh, yes.
Good footwork. It's on the back foot to pick up a single.
It's interesting to see what Australia will look at right now. They do bat deep. They got more batters to come in who can really use the long handle. But I think this pair will hold the key for what total that Aussies want to get.
Yeah, like you said, we didn't see a lot of batters in action in that last game because the top order did the job for them, didn't they? But if they can pick up one more wicket here, Kosi, then you are into the bowling all-rounders, really. I'll tell you what, Ashane Pandara, to me, in this country, is right up there when it comes to fielding. I think he's just about the best all-round fielder in the country.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Do you feel that the Sri Lankan captain should at least try and bring 5 to 6 men into the ring, try and ask the batsman to do something different? That's relatively new in. Maybe to Hardy. You can see now that they're just dropping and running it.
We will come back to that after this short break. 206 for 5. Yeah, the point that you were making, Kozala, it's a lot to do with the mindset of a captain, really, and how well you're going at the moment, at that particular time. Sri Lankans were dominated by the Australian batsman in that period. That's very well bowled. It's an appeal for an LBW. Did he flick that back pad? That's running down to the boundary line. What is he? It's given runs. And we have got a bottom edge. It's very interesting delivery. Dipped on him, and there was a bit of drift too.
I think it's a drift that deceived the batsman. Came off the inside edge.
Pretty good shout to me. Yeah, how he's indicating that there was a bit of bat. That's the only thing that could have saved him. That was hitting the middle stump. Good sign for Van der Sar. Minor victory for him, although it went for 4. He's had good control, hasn't he? He hasn't, at times, he can be a bit loose at times, Kosala. Van der Sar, as we know. One thing that is not in his favour is his control of the length. Sometimes we can be a bit short. But today, he's at good control.
Something hard to maintain, isn't it, when you're a leg spinner?
That's a big hit, going and gone. Well, we mentioned about these two batters before. You cannot hit a cricket ball cleaner than that. That is a massive hit.
Travis Hunt has hunted that. Sorry, Henry Hunt. He's really hunted that one.
Well executed that, didn't he? It's again, it's not a bad ball. Beautiful piece of batting again. Gets on his front foot. He's also quite tall, Henry Hunt. He gets good reach on the length balls. So Australia still maintaining a very healthy run rate, 6.7 at the minute.
I'm wondering whether the speed that Van der Sar is bowling is containing enough, Garmin? Because you can see most of the time the batsman is rocking on the back foot. So that means he's having time. So isn't he coming off a little bit slower off the track, or does Vanderson need to go a little bit quicker?
It does. It makes it that much difficult for a spinner when you are bowling on slower surfaces. And particularly against good batters who got equally front foot and back foot skills. 220 for 5 after 33.
Now in modern day one-day cricket, especially white ball cricket, you now see spinners going above 85, 90 range. Do you think that the Sri Lankan spinners are a little bit below par on that?
Yeah, speed is very important. It's a very important element to be a good spinner. And also, modern day cricketer has to have the ability to adjust, because they play on different surfaces every day, really. And yeah, so how do you find the speed? This was asked from Shane Warne once. Shane Warne was a lot slower. He bowled around high 70s. His stop ball was around mid 70s. So what he said was, you find the ball that turns. That is, you work it from there. That becomes your stop ball. What is the speed that gives you turn? Then you work around that ball.
Well, that's a good point. As I've seen, if you take Ravindra Jadeja, he bowls at almost 100.
Yeah, then someone can always pop up the question and say, what if it doesn't turn? Yeah, that is the experience and the knowledge that you gather by playing at this level. And on a wicket like this, actually I thought that this was going to spin a bit more than that last game. It hasn't. Even if there is, it's very slow. So batsmen have enough time to get on the back foot. They're going back for the second. Wayward throw. Well, that's sloppy. Kamidu Mendis. That's about the third time. Was it Kamidu Mendis? Yeah, it was. Sri Lankan cannot afford to give any freebies to these Aussies.
These little things matter, isn't it? The 1 runs, the 2 runs that you give away, at the end of the day, all matters to the total that you're looking for. Interesting topic that we're talking on what the speed that you need to bowl at.
Yep. Quicker delivery from Velalage. Lower trajectory.
I like the way Velalage has come into this. Like these 2 overs, he's not given any loose stuff. It's been singles that have been working around. He's a young man in the making for Sri Lanka. It's good. Right in the zone, not allowing the batsman to free anything up. 34 done, 227 for 5. Gamini, what do you want to do? Do you want to just go in this manner at the moment where what Van Dijk and Velalage are doing? Not try to do anything much, try and minimize the runs, or try and bring in one of your quicks and try and pick up wickets? What do you want to do?
Yeah, either way, Kosala, they need to look to pick up wickets. You need to look for penetration. You can't just look to contain. Aussies are halfway down, so 5 wickets down at the moment. So half of the side gone back to the pavilion, and they must have heard you. They have brought the quickie. So yeah, I reckon pace from one end and maybe spin from the other end.
I was just thinking that, Gamal, because you see, you need to try and you just can't let the ball keep rolling, isn't it? You need to make sure that you try and do something different. You always keep the batsman guessing, and you want to find out what the mindset of the batsman is. So I think this is a good move. Pramod 1 for 27. touch expensive at the start when Travis Head was going hammer and tongs, but then came back, I thought, relatively well. Picked up that first wicket of Josh Philippe.
And also Vandese bowled 6 overs on the bounce in one spell. So one reason to bring him on, bring Pramod, is to give him a bit of a rest. He's a wicket taker. He's got a bit of X factor about him. Pramod changes his speed a lot, bowls cutters.
He's been in the limelight for quite a while. Not a very young man, 28 years of age. So he knows something or the other on how to bowl in various parts of the 50-over lineup. What he needs to be doing at the start, what he needs to bowl in the death, what he needs to be bowling in the middle over. So let's see what he can do.
Single to third man. The other thing, Kosala, that you got to be tactically smart. Now see where the fielders are inside the circle. They are pretty much at the edge of the circle. So every time when these batters drop the ball in front of you with a dead bat, they will take a single. So these are the areas that Sri Lankans can improve. Match awareness, the situation awareness. You need to shut that area. You need to bring those fielders in and try and get these batsmen to go through the shot, because right now extra cover is 3/4 way to the 30-yard circle. Cover point is at the edge. Mid wicket is at the edge of the circle. So every time when you drop the ball in front, you are going to get a single. That's what they need to get them to do. Go at one speed. Now every speed is going to get them a run. So these things will come as they play along. Obviously, your knowledge will come through the experience. And but there are some players who have represented Sri Lanka for a longer periods of time in the middle. There, Dikwala is there, Dhananjay De Silva is there. So they need to look, like I said, they need to look to pick up a wicket. You just can't go through the motions against these quality players.
There you go. Perfect example. I mean, playing with soft hands, dropping it, and they take the single. Especially when these two batsmen are relatively new, but they've got a partnership in. But then bring that closing fielders a little bit into the more than the 30-yard circle, not at the edge of the 30. Maybe you can have them when the third power play comes on. Yes, maybe you can do that. But now, get them in. Try to prevent the single. Create the pressure.
Yeah,
that's
the
not
important fact that you mentioned was that these batters are still trying to build their innings. So your inside fielders are trying to stop the boundary or stop the single. What do you want to do? So that you have to decide. There's another single. When you bowl a good ball, it's a miss hit, and they still get a single. So there is not a lot of pressure being applied, and just gives them a free license, really.
I would have liked to see 6 fielders inside the ring, especially when the fast bowler just came on, because he's coming in after a while. These two batsmen have not faced Pramod, just to bring that pressure in, give the indication. A fielder always on your eye line is a concerning factor for a batter.
Yeah, Kosal, as you know, you can only play as well as your opponent lets you, and Aussies have dominated from the outset. Sri Lankans are feeling a bit down at the moment. That Ashen Bandara, he charges in, prevents a certain single.
35 done, 2-3-1 for 5.
නේරඩි ඔලිබරපු යාල්පානතිල්ල
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය
කිලක්කු මාහාර
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
රුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
final showdown. Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Drinks break for the players. 2:31 for 5. If you're just joining us, we're coming to you live from the SSC Sri Lanka A versus Australia A, second ODI, unofficial ODI you could call it. If you're watching us on Dialogue TV channel 140, you can also watch this coverage on the SLC YouTube channel, the Papare.com, and the Dialogue View app. A few Skyliners in the city of Colombo. And this is how the Australian batting card had read. 110 at the top for Travis Head, who is leading the side, he's coming into this side for today's game. Josh Philippe, a good start by the two openers. And then Harris making 31. Hunt and Hardy trying to build a partnership.
Yeah, certainly the Aussie batsmen, they flew out of the box, came out all guns blazing. Fast bowlers had a terrible time of it with the new ball in hand. Nisala Tarak, as you could see, went at 9 runs per over. Pramod has come back well. He is going at a runner ball. Sahan Arachige 7.25. He has picked up 2 wickets. De Silva picked up a wicket. So the spinners also have copped a bit of stick by those stats, as you can see. And Tunit Vellalage just 2 overs for 10 runs. There was a terrific partnership at the top by the openers, and then Sri Lanka picked up 2 wickets to came back level pegging really, and then there was another partnership. So at the moment it's 2:31 for 5. Australian A are heading for another very big score.
Yeah, this is what happened this is the first wicket that fell. Philippe, and then Renshaw played down the wrong line. That was a good caught and bowl. Vendese picking up that wicket, and now this is the man that they all wanted to see the back of. Travis Head. Good catch from Moshe Fernando. This is the Sri Lanka Cricket Museum. So many trophies, so many free entry for a group of school children.
I think not only the cricketers, Kosala, that's a place where you need to visit if you are a Sri Lankan. It makes you proud. There was a period where Sri Lanka dominated the world cricket, and still on their way up right now at the moment. But this one 96 World Cup trophy, you got to you got to see that, and certainly you need to add that into your bucket list. You need to be there.
Yeah, definitely, without a doubt, something to cherish if you're a proud Sri Lankan. 2014 T20 World Cup champion trophy and the 1996 Wills World Cup trophy. Vellalage starts a fresh over. He needs to be tight. Get that over into about 2 or 3 runs. Build that pressure. Ask Hardy and Hunt to try and do something different. Good stuff. And now I like where the fielders have been. They brought in, they're not right at the edge of the 30-yard circle, Gamini.
Yeah, particularly the 2 fielders in front. They need to charge in and create a doubt on these batters. 2 good balls. Well, very well fielded off his own bowling. So 3 dot balls. That's how you build pressure. That's how you look for wicket.
What does Hardy do? Long on and long off, might be in business. That's okay.
And also have a look at Villalage's delivery point, Kosala. It's a bit low for my liking actually. He normally gets his arm up around that 11 o'clock, 10:30 type. Now he's at times...
That's much better. Hunt looks a little bit more comfortable than Hardy, isn't it, against the spinner?
Yeah, just 2 runs in this over so far. So you put up 2 or 3 overs together, and that's how you build pressure.
Very well bowled.
Dot
Very
ball.
good over.
Yeah, dot ball to end the over. 36 done, 233 for 5. Time for a change up here.
So 233 for 5, 36 overs completed. Hardy on 16, Hunt on 28. This partnership has been going well. It has come in quick time too. Sri Lanka have to keep chipping away. They need to break this partnership. Try to get in to the Australian tail or to the Australian bowlers. Hunt, as we know, opened the batting in the last game. He's the captain for this game. Hardy is a tremendous all-rounder. Proven player in domestic cricket, Sheffield Shield cricket in Australia. Haritha, Sri Lanka staring at a big score unless they do something special here.
Yeah, they'll have to do something very special. The good thing is that the challenge is there for them to bowl well, to bowl and field well. They need to do that with commitment and skill.
Oh, that's close to the bat. Did he get a nick on that one? Very close to the bat. I thought I heard something, but it's very difficult to say. Paiko touched it, deciding that's not out. A bit of extra bounce for Pramod Madhushanka.
Pramod Madhushan surprising the batsman, not only with his pace but with the lift.
He's been bowling in good areas so far.
Sri Lanka A captain looking for a breakthrough as the Australia A captain for this game. Henry Hunt looks to anchor last 15 overs.
Yes, that's the Australian dugout. They have 2 4-day games to be played down in Hambantota as well. And of course the remainder of the senior teams tour here. 2 test matches, 5 one-days. All these players, some of them will be a part of those test matches.
Manager for Sri Lanka, manager for Australia A is Danny Simmons. He's actually the one in charge of security for the visitors. Head coach Andre Borovic is being assisted by Thilan Samaravira and Sunny Kalvia. Sunny is also their analyst. Physiotherapist is Brendan Wilson. The team doctor is Jack Cookson. Liaison officer is Shamshid Jalil. Select on tour Tony Dodamed. Remember him from the 1992 tour. Our fellow commentator Gamini Pereira has played with him in Australian cricket, against him I should say.
That was a short delivery, ducks under it. Looking for that ball that was, he thought probably it was over the head, would be called wide. But the umpire Squalic, umpire Rambo Martinez, deciding that was okay. That was a fair delivery, I thought, from Madhushan. He's been good. He's been disciplined in these 2 games. That's another short delivery. Once again, just took him by surprise. Quicker onto him than expected. Hardy going for that hook shot. Not in control. He's lucky it didn't go to hand. 37 completed, 235 for 5.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
On that Tony Dodemaide story, the select on tour to Sri Lanka, played his district cricket for Footscray, opened bowling with Merv Hughes during those days. And fellow commentator Gamini Pereira played for Ringwood and played against him. Not St Kilda's Gamini, surely.
So young Vellalage. His fourth over.
This is a challenge for him, Ricky, to bowl. He came to bowl after the 30th over. So what if he bowls from one end till the end?
Oh, that's good fielding. Good fielding. Bit of hesitation. Doubt in the batsman's mind. Yes, no call. Finally decide to go through. Is that Ashen Bandara?
That wasn't Ashen Bandara.
Ashen Bandara has been brilliant today in the field.
It was Kamidu Mendis.
Yes, sir. Also, it's a real test, like you mentioned, for Dunit Vellalage. In the last game, Haritha, he came in the first 10 overs, if I'm right, and he had a different role to play. Today, as you say, mentioned, it's come after the 30th over, so it seems that Danande De Silva is also giving him those opportunities, experimenting to see the temperament and how he's going to adapt in these situations. Dunit Vellalage.
Talk about Vellalage. Obviously, Gunawardhan head coach, assistant coaches Ukul Chandan and Sajeeva Veerakone for Sri Lanka A. Trainer Buddhika Herath, physiotherapist Ajanta Wattegama, analyst Vidupala Vijayasingham. The selector would be Hemanta Vikramanathan. They would be looking hard at him. He batted well too in that last game. Sri Lanka under 19 captain.
Inside out, beautifully played. He'll get a boundary, just cleared that fielder in the inner circle, just over his head, but it was powerfully struck. 4 runs to end the 38th over, 243 for 5.
This was taken inside out and intentionally played over the extra cover's head. No chance of catching it. Beautifully played. Even the batsman was waiting till it cleared the fielder. Brilliant shot from the cameraman. Dunit Vellalage would have been annoyed with it. Partnership now worth 43 runs. There was an 83-run opening stand that came in very quick time.
So Dhananjay De Silva sticking to pace at one end, spin at one end. Ramon Badushan continues. He's been good even in the last game, bowled in good areas. Those are some beautiful pictures of Sri Lanka, beautiful Sri Lanka, a place you must visit. Tourist destination, tourist attraction.
The biodiversity and the change of what you see in this small country in a very short distance or very short period of time. change of landscape, the change of weather.
Certainly, you have it all. It's all in one package. Inviting all those who are watching this game. I'm sure there is a lot of viewers from Australia as well watching this live telecast on your next holiday. Don't forget to visit or try to visit Sri Lanka. We are coming to you live, of course, on Dialogue TV channel 140 and YouTube as well on the Papare.com YouTube channel on Sri Lanka Cricket and other social media networks.
Yes, this effort on the part of the Papare.com, Dialogue Television and Sri Lanka Cricket, very well received down under from reports that we have. Naturally. That's why people should come and watch the cricket. The 2 4-day games being played at Surya Weber. People should go there and watch the cricket. It will be absorbing stuff.
So that is the Sri Lanka bowling coach, Sajeeva Veerakoon. Left arm spinner, a good left arm spinner in his day.
Same school as Ashen Bandaras and Nilosh's goal.
The pull shot. He's got it into the gap. He'll get a couple of runs easily. So we have a lot of viewership from the neighbor India as well. Watching this game, this is a cricket fanatic country, a lot of cricket lovers, and they follow the game wherever it is played.
You mentioned Sajeeva Veerakoon. He also played Sri Lanka A cricket in 6 games, picked up something like 66 wickets. Left arm leg spinner.
It's the current run rate 6.36. They have been in control right from ball number 1, going at a very good run rate.
Good delivery, good thinking. Pramod Madhushan, he may not show a lot of success as far as the wicket column is concerned, but variations that he's tried on, it's good. Lion-hearted new ball bowler.
Certainly. He has that a bit of extra pace as well. Surprises the batsman with the short delivery. Just now saw that good in deep in Yorker. And his stock delivery bowls at a very good length. As I like the lengths and lines, the control he's shown in these 2 games so far.
Almost a tennis ball bounce that occasion. 39 completed. Australia A electing to bat 247 for 5. Talking about individuals, must talk about a gentleman on the scoreboard.
Yes, we have the projected scores. Current run rate, Australia will get to 3.16, but I'm sure they are looking for more than that, probably 330. Especially with these 2 players set now here in the middle.
Yes.
Yes, Haritha, you were going to give us some interesting stats.
Yeah, our scorer here with us is Dinesh Kumara, but the 2 of them at the scoreboard is Kamal Pereira and Anura Vagadopola. I'm told Anura Vagadopola has the longest name amongst the cricketers. He played for Navy. My God, some of those names. There's a Bandara there, Ralaha Milage there, Seneviratna there. Dinesh is having a smirk on his face.
Definitely too long to even read out.
Real tongue twister, that one.
The scorers, as usual, doing a tremendous job, keeping us updated, keeping everything in control, every single ball. Difficult task.
So Dunit Wellalage being fully tested and he's rising to the occasion. Some quick thinking.
Just looking to fire it in now, Dunit Wellalage. But that's a full toss. He's put it away. Has it got it into the gap? Yes, he has. 4 runs to Hardy. He's not going to miss out on that. We just said that Wellalage has bowling well, but he's bowled a juicy full toss.
That was a giveaway, really.
You cannot get away bowling anything loose to the Australian batsman.
Nice.
26 fours, 4 sixes already in this innings. And that's the end of the over. It's 252 for 5.
So the third half-century partnership has been completed between these two. The moment I see the name Hardy, Laurel and Hardy is what comes to my mind.
Yes.
Yeah, they have been well set up.
So 10 overs to go now. The platform is set here for these two to blast. We are still to see the batting capabilities of the bowlers Murphy, Stateki, Kuhneman and Sangha.
Mark Stegati can bat certainly.
So we have a change of bowling, leg spin. Jeffrey Vandese back into the attack, replacing Prabodh Madhushan. So 53-run partnership now in just 62 deliveries.
In the last game, during the last 10 overs, they made very effective reply with Cameron Green batting. The last 10 over spell, the fourth of the innings, 52 runs have been scored without any loss between these two. So third half-century partnership for the team.
Inside out, it's in the air. Was safe. They'll get a couple of runs. Not convincing this time by Hardy. Probably was looking to play it much straighter. Just a bit of extra turn from Vandese, getting the lead in edge.
Nisala Taraka had a lot of ground to cover before he reached the ball. They're well on course to make 325 at least.
So Jeffrey Vandese didn't play the first game, brought in to this game, replacing Pulina Taranga. It's not been easy. A good batting track, flat batting track. Nothing much for the spinners.
Australia well focused once again. As far as the Sri Lanka A coaching staff, Avishka Gunodana, Sajiva Virukon and Pul Taranga concerned, they'll have to do a lot of talking to lift the cricketers and get them to make a worthwhile reply to this intimidating total has been amassed.
Well, that went
right through Janit Lianage.
Yes, he's generally a good fielder. Now Sri Lanka cannot afford this. Every run counts. Slow to get down there. We'll pick up 2 more. Sri Lanka batted well to get to 297 in that first game. They need an even better performance in this innings when they come out to bat later. So 41 ended. It's a 260 for 5. So Hardy and Hunt, the two H's, going about their work quite easily. Coming at a very good rate. This is that 50-runner partnership, taking a full toll of the loose deliveries. And hitting the gaps really well, both against spin and pace. And they shared the strike, shared the run scoring. And as you see, 60 of just 67, 40 the contribution, 28 to Henry Hunt, 31 to Aaron Hardy in that partnership. And the 2 young Australian players for the future. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of them in Australia in the senior side as well.
Henry Hunt opened batting in the last game and made 36, so he's improved on that, coming in the middle order and captain in the side. So the cultural aspect, the famous Kandi Asala Perahera is a big one. There are so many religious and cultural sites, World Heritage sites all around the country, part of the tourist attraction.
Change of bowling. Nisala Taraka, he's been expensive today. 4 overs for 36. He's gone at 9 runs per over.
Brought in place of Dilshan Madhushankar. Especially with Travis Head and Josh Philippe in a tremendous mood. He had to suffer.
Flicked away in the air. Could be outcaught. He's got a wicket. He'll be relieved. A lucky one there. It was on the pads. And Hunt flicking it away.
Straight to Ashwin Bandara. Safe pair of hands.
Be really disappointed in that shot, Hunt. It was there for the taking. He could not control it. Could not get it into the gap or get it along the ground.
Now it's an opportunity. That's the wicket that they were looking forward to. This should really open out the lower order. 6 wickets down. Henry Hunt gone for 40. Newman walking out. Strong lad once again.
Strong as those buildings, isn't it, Mark Stetaki? Best score of 30. I'm sure he's done a lot more in Sheffield Shield and domestic cricket.
Strike rate is 96 plus. The 28-year-old Queenslander has had 37 list day games and 57 first class matches.
Pick up a single. He's off the mark straight away. So Nisila Taraka, he needed that wicket badly. He's been expensive, as we mentioned, 9 runs per over. And it was probably not the wicket taking delivery. And Hunt will be disappointed.
He went aerial to find the gap, but picked up Ashwin Bandara, one of the safest pair of hands, instead.
So a lot of responsibility now on Aaron Hardy's shoulders. He has to ensure he bats right till the end. After this over, there's 8 remaining.
These two opened bowling in the previous game, would do so today too. How many runs they would make together? Hardy has already got a start. Stickety would want to support him in the process. Sri Lanka A should pick up wickets. Should be a good match then.
Good response by Nisala Taraka to the new batsman, letting him know he's not going to get anything pitched up to him.
Wait till he comes into bat.
So Sri Lanka should try to get these wickets as soon as possible and try to bowl out the Australian A team here. Because if they bat till the end of the 50 overs, they're going to get well over 300. Good response, good delivery. Outthought the batsman, the earlier one, the short delivery, pushing him on the back foot, then bowling that foolish Yorker in dipping into the right-hander.
And when he's off strike, having got off the mark. All eyes on Hardy. They could bat through to the end and make a contribution towards his scores and his team's scores.
Comfortable single, but that was a good over for Sri Lanka. 42 completed, 264 for 6.
Talking about Aaron Hardy, who's from Western Australia. Western Australia, those days, was known to have the fastest test wicket in Australia. During the days of Alan Connolly, Graham McKenzie, even Dennis Lilly, Jeff Thompson. Not anymore.
The Wacka, isn't it?
I've been there, seen that venue, beautiful sight. It's not that same wicket, I'm told.
Even in the 90s, it was, I think, the quickest wicket in the world. But lost its course. The Marshes played all their cricket there. Oh, that was a beauty. That was a good delivery. Very lucky to get away with that one, Hardy. Oh, and the fielder. Well, what happened there? Manages to keep it in. Keeps it to 2, is it? Keeps it down to 2.
Dhananjay De Silva had a long chase. This will be interesting how these two spinners are being used to in the innings.
Yes, that certainly was a good delivery. Got that outside edge. Definitely beat the bat. Turn for Jeffrey Vandersay.
He's living dangerously, isn't he? Steggery.
So they got a 3 in that earlier delivery. Haritha Stetegi on strike now. 2 plays and misses.
Earlier stroke to get runs. After that, Stegedy has been all at sea against Jeffrey Van der Sey.
Sri Lanka piling up the pressure now. Trying to keep the new batsman on strike.
Van der Sey could prove a difficult customer to get away with.
There's a single to end the over. Decent one for Sri Lanka. 43 completed. It's a 269 for the loss of 6 wickets.
.42 balls remaining for Australia A. When Travis Head was batting, they were looking at something above 330. Dominic, do you think it's still possible for a score of somewhere around 320, 330?
Yeah, no doubt, Damit. I think Hardy is a very capable hitter. And Steketee is no mark with the bat. So Sri Lanka needs to keep picking up wickets. But they have pegged Australian backs a touch, haven't they? Into the 22nd now, Australians were 157 for 2. And now the next 21 overs, 113 runs at a 5 runs per over. They need to keep on applying pressure. There is an opportunity. Oh, wow, wrong end. San. Who was that? Mendes. Feeling at cover point. There was an opportunity. See where the striker ends up. Striker was nearly on the other side.
Yeah, the 2 fast bowlers having a little miscommunication in the middle. Yeah, after that, if we Sri Lanka can get another wicket, then comes the 3 spinners. Kept a bit low. Nisala Taraka is not a tall lad. Skiddy action. Nisala Taraka.
Both these batters will have the 2 new balls in hand. And Sri Lanka come to chase whatever Australia poses. So they'll get a good idea of where to pitch the ball. You just saw Steketee doing some gardening work on the surface. Shorter length from Nisala Taraka. Another one. Miss hit. Yeah, it's not really coming on, so you could probably predict that these 2 will be bowling few of these deliveries too when they get the ball in hand.
That's still a very good batting surface, but a little towards the slower side. Mind you, this is the same pitch which was used for the first one day 2 days ago. But overall, we've seen very good batting from both these games.
Taking the first one hard. Stays on 1. Yeah, Damit, I think few of us expected this surface to have some turn today, but we really haven't seen any, have we? the wrist spinner in action as well. The Lalagi didn't get a lot of turn, just a hint of turn. So the pitch will stay true. Few eyes on the match.
Yeah, another off cutter from Nisalatha, but straying in line.
I thought that just brushed the shirt, but it didn't. Called the white. Yeah, so it's not going to deteriorate much. So that's one advantage Sri Lankans will have. Like you said, still pretty good for batting. Certainly, it'll take some getting, mind you. Australia will definitely get more than 300.
Yes.
Pramod Madhushan doing the work in the deep. 44 completed, 274 for 6. Australia A and Sri Lanka A. This is the second one-day game between these two teams. The second level of players representing both these countries. The first one-day match played 2 days ago. Australia A won by 7 wickets. That was the back of Cameron Green's brilliant 100. The 2 4-day encounters will be played in Hambantota from 14th June. That will be 2 interesting games because some test match hopefuls will be in action for both these teams. Very good scheduling and planning, organising all these matches from Sri Lanka cricket. When they say
Fantasy into his 9th over. He's got figures of 1 for 50. I thought he bowled better than that, really. A bit unlucky. Bowled with some control. Yeah, like you mentioned, Damit, kudos to all those people who were involved in organising this Australian A tour. Both the 4 days will be before the test matches, aren't they? And there's some turn. That hit the footmarks. Hold. Fantasy saw him coming and pushed it wider and slightly shorter too. Yeah, 2 balls to go in this over, and then the last part of the happy hour, last 5 overs.
generally bowled decently. SSC, we all know who's the leading leg spinner for Sri Lanka in limited overs cricket, Wanidhu Hasaranga, but going forward sometimes we'll need 2 leg spinners, but that time Steketee clears the rope easily. Took some time to settle in. Now he's gonna enjoy these last 4-5 overs straight as an arrow. 284 for the loss of 6 wickets, Australia A. This is the Sri Lanka A 4-day squad that will be led by Kamindu Mendis, Minod Banuka, Papasara Waduge, Nipun Dhananjaya, Nishan Madushka, Nuwanidhu Fernando, Sadira Samaravikrama, Lahiru Udara, Avishka Tarindu, Sahan Arachige. Then comes the bowlers and the all-rounders, Nisar Tharaka, Santosh Gunatilaka, the seamers. Another slow delivery from Nisar Tharaka. There was no one that the bowler should have been there, isn't it, Gamini?
Yeah, definitely these little things that will take you a very long way. Backing up, trying to get to the stumps to receive the throw. These are little things that will improve you as a cricketer, make you a successful cricketer. Hardy is on 44. Looking to use the long handle. Yeah, there were some interesting names in that squad. Damit. There are plenty of cricket tours to come as well, so it's very important that these players take this opportunity. Particularly, it gives you that much of satisfaction when you perform against this quality opposition and keep you in good stead for the future. And there are some young talent and there are some experienced guys who are looking to make a comeback. They can learn a thing or two from some of these Aussie boys, aren't they? Travis Head grabbed the opportunity today. Hold him. Nisala Taraka picks up his second. That just stayed down a touch, I reckon. Stekiti, very tall man. Beaten for speed as well as it did not bound as he expected. Yeah, stuck on the crease.
Yeah, that's what you get from Nisala Taraka. Not much bounce. Much needed breakthrough for Sri Lanka A. They need to take wickets in order to restrict the visitors. Stekati departs for 11. Nisala Taraka's second wicket. Australia A 287 for 7. New batter Todd Murphy, the Victorian off spinner from St Kilda. Didn't get to bat in the first game, bowled decently. Now gets the opportunity to chip in with some runs in these last 5 overs. Not much stats to speak of with his batting ability. If he can get towards that best score or to get more than that, it will be very useful for Australia A today.
Suddenly there's a spring in his step, Nisala Taraka. That punch is ripping through the surface. Murphy, like you mentioned, Damit, not known for his batting skills. This was Nisala Taraka's second wicket, comprehensively bowled. Stekiti, he got into a very awkward position. He was looking to get inside the line or maybe to clear his front leg, but he didn't have the time. So Sri Lanka's got an opportunity to minimize their damage and try and keep Murphy on strike as much as possible. We all know Hardy is a very strong striker of the cricket ball. Strong lad. So keep him away from strike. I think good captaincy by Dhananjay De Silva too. He's got the ring fielders to come in a bit. There's a point, extra cover, mid-off on the offside inside the circle. Now in the last ball. Mid-wicket goes to the fence. Long on comes inside the circle. So this might be a back of the length delivery. So Murphy gets his innings underway with a single. 287 for 7 with 4 overs to go.
Four overs remaining. Seems like the two seamers, Pramod Madhushan and Nisara Taraka, they'll be entrusted to bowl the remaining 4 overs. Pramod Madhushan bowled 7 overs, picked up 1 wicket for 36 runs.
It's hard work for the faster bowlers, Damit, as you know, against a surface that is not coming on. But I've been impressed with Pramod Madhushan. Those figures will suggest that in the context of the game, 5 runs per over is not a bad return really. And he's also showing enough capabilities to be a weapon in any part of the innings really, isn't he? Gets a bit of swing with the new ball, got enough variation to bowl at the death. Alage has a throw at the stumps. Hardy, being such a tall player, he just needs to take 2 steps back in the crease. Big strides, those are.
Yeah, so far, since Murphy has come on in, his first 4 deliveries, which means they've been able to keep him on strike. So a loose delivery from Pramod Madhushan, another couple of runs for Todd Murphy. Sri Lanka had a couple of half centuries in the first game, Gamini. They'll need someone to bat deep, bat long if they are to chase this down.
Yeah, definitely, Damit. I think Cameron Green provided the centerpiece when the Australians chasing. So Sri Lankans, today we saw Travis Head going on and getting a big one. So Sri Lankans definitely need someone, like you said, to convert those starts into a 3-figure mark. Definitely between 80 to 100. Maybe a couple of players around 80, or at least one player with 100 plus. I reckon they've got an equal shot at this total. Australians got 3 young spinners. No doubt it'll take some getting. Well bowled, very well bowled, and he clipped the off stump. Pramod Madhushan has picked up his 2nd wicket. That's very well bowled.
Yeah, he continues to impress Pramod Madhushan. This is very good stuff. 8th wicket down for Australia A. Todd Murphy departs. His variations, Gamini, especially in these conditions. Todd Murphy opened up his stumps and tried to glide it towards 3rd man. Castled for 3. Australia A 290 for 8. Another left-hander, Matthew Kuhnemann. A left-arm spinner. Not much stats of his 23 List A games. Best of 18 unbeaten. Wicket-to-wicket bowling. This is very good stuff from Pramod Madhushan. This is what he did. Wicket-to-wicket bowling, especially to these tail-enders.
As you could see, that was a seam-up delivery. That just skidded through. Murphy was late on that. Last 5 minutes or so had belonged to Sri Lanka. They've been able to keep Hardy away from strike. So boundaries have dried for Australia A. Again a full delivery and bowled him again. Very good control from Pramod Madhushan right in the block hole. Matthew Kuhnemann was looking to play down onto the leg side. Missed it completely.
2 wickets there for Pramod Madhushan in that same over. Some late swing also there, Gamini. His ball is almost 24 overs old. Matthew Kuhnemann departs without troubling the scores. Australia A now looking down the barrel, 290 for 9. New batter Tanveer Sangha. He's known for his right arm leg spin, but now he'll have to hang in there with his senior partner Aaron Hardy. Bowling change from the home team. Janit Lienege has been asked to replace Nisala Tharaka from the tennis court ends. 5 overs. Tad expensive, 31. Former Pete Wright all-rounder made his international debut earlier this year in Australia.
Are you surprised that Janit Lienege has been asked to bowl the 48th? Nisala Tharaka picked up a wicket in that last over, didn't he? And still got, he's bowled 7 overs, so he could bowl the 48 and the 50th if he wanted to. But Lienege, wow. That's just a freebie. Is it a no ball or it's a wide?
It's a wide. 5 wides for Australia A. Poor execution there from Janit Lienege. Yeah, I'm quite surprised at that bowling change. I was hoping that the two seamers will finish off, the frontline seamers rather. Janit Lienege probably would have slipped it off his hand. They are not opting to run Gamini. Aaron Hardy, he wants to play most number of deliveries in these last 3 overs.
Yeah, obviously he's not trusting Sangha with his batting skills, is he? Well bowled. Right in the block hole. Taking the first one. That's all they get.
Pramod Madhushan, definitely the most impressive seamer for Sri Lanka A throughout these 2 unofficial ODI games. Look at that. Ideal Yorker for a tail end batsman.
Yeah, Madhushan, actually you could call him a half slinger really. His delivery point is a bit low, to a normal fast bowler. So most of these slingers, Damit, as the ball gets older, they will get that ball to tail in towards the right-hander's pads, but on this occasion the left-hander was well beaten. That was a very good delivery to any batsman. Last 5 overs, Australia lost their way, 26 for 3. Not a lot of foot movement from Sangha. So the second half of the Australian innings have belonged to Sri Lanka. It's a good comeback. So they will try to take that momentum to this run chase with the bat in hand. Like I mentioned, in the 22nd over, the Australians were 157 for 2. Looking around 200, 300 and 350 probably at that stage. As it hit the glove, there's an appeal. Umpire is unmoved. If he didn't hit that, that should have been a wide.
Yeah, probably would have clipped his thigh pad. Tanveer Sangha. Sri Lanka has the opportunity to close out the innings. Yeah, probably would have clipped the thigh pad. Another short delivery. Another 4. That gets to 300. Australia A. Poor bowling from Janit Liyanage.
Yeah, these are unnecessary runs. 300 for 9. So Australian 300 on the board. 9 runs were scored off the 48th over. Hardy is 1 hit away from his well-deserved half-century. That hit straight down to long on. They are not going to take the single. He was looking for a length ball but couldn't get under that. Didn't have the elevation. Pramod Madusha and Damit have been very impressive. Like I said, not only the figures, the way he has approached his bowling. Even in that first game, he was the best out of the fast bowlers. Very well bowled, but this one he got under it. Got a good piece of that one, Hardy. And that 6 gets him to his half-century.
That's a very good hand played by Aaron Hardy. Coming in at number 7, 49 deliveries. He has run between the wickets very well. Just 2 4s and a 6. He has held this low order, Australia A, and managed to get them over 300 now. Now he's going to put in a show. That's another 6. He's a strong lad. His first list A half-century. And now he's making use of this opportunity.
Again, an attempted Yorker. At least a 1.5 foot short. Couldn't get it there. Close to being the shot of the match so far. That's another delightful hit from Aaron Hardy. Very dangerous player, isn't he? Very good player to have in your team. Can bowl with bit of pace and can be a very destructive batsman at the end of an innings. Has the power to clear any boundary. That's up in the air. Dick Valley is unmoved and he's clapping as he takes the catch. That will be the final act of this innings.
Pramod Madhushan, he finishes off with 4 wickets. Australian innings comes to an end. 312. Aaron Hardy, the last one to depart. It was a very good bouncer.
Jackie, that's being smart, Damit. Hardy would have expected that ball to be coming towards his toes, really. Change of length. And he was beaten for speed. Like I mentioned, there's a bit of an X factor about this Pramod Madhushan. Hardy goes for 58. Madhushan picks up his 4th. Still, it will be a very formidable total for the Sri Lankan A to get. Australia all out before the 50 overs. But Damit, Sri Lankans did well to restrict them to 312, I thought.
Travis said that 100 at the top of the order, 110 of 86 deliveries. That stands out in this Australian A scorecard. Aaron Hardy, a good hand, 58. Captain for today, Henry Hunt, he made 40. Couple of 30s from Marcus Harris and Josh Philippe. 11 extras from the Sri Lankan A bowlers. Pramod Madhushan, 4 wickets, 3 in the last couple of overs, but he has been the most impressive bowler. Sahana Rachige also picked up 2 wickets.
Yeah, Sri Lankan A bowling card. Nisala Taraka went for few in the first few overs. He picked up 2 wickets in the middle of the innings. Sahana Rachige picked up 2 for 58. Dhananjay De Silva and Dunit Pellalage bowled 5 overs apiece. De Silva picked up a wicket. Surprisingly, Danit Lienage bowled 6 overs for 41. Van der Say copying a bit of stick, 1 for 59. But pick up the bowlers. Pramod Madhushan, 8.4 overs, 4 for 50.
Australia A won the toss and they decided to bat first. Josh Philippe and Travis said they were off to a flyer. They were middling the ball, they were finding the gaps easily, and they put on a excellent opening stand of 83.
Yeah, as you can see, 2 different players in action. Josh Philippe showing his top hand a lot. Very strong on his front foot. Travis said using his bottom hand a lot. Hitting through the line. And they were using their feet to very good effect. Equally front foot and back foot. They scored 85 runs in the first 10 overs. That one hit towards cow corner. That one nearly took the umpire. Sliced it over point. Travis Head was deadly, anything outside the stumps. Any width he dispatched with a lot of ease. And that was the first wicket. Pramod Madhushan dismissed Philippe, and then Renshaw was beaten for speed. Misread a delivery from De Silva. Travis Head went on his merry ways. That was a terrific hit. That pull shot. And then reverse sweep. Sahanarachige picked up his first wicket, caught and bowled. Sri Lanka at this point in time, Sri Lanka slowly was trying to climb back. Madison was unlucky, I thought, but didn't hang around for that long. And Travis Head picked up his century. Then he was dismissed, caught by Osata Fernando. Very good catch at long off. Inside edge for 4.
Yeah, that was a very good stand from Henry Hunt and Aaron Hardy. They were very good, adding 60 odd runs for the 6th wicket. Henry Hunt could 40 with the bat, took on the spinners. Then Kekati was undone by Nisala Taraka. Pramod Madhushan, he picked up the last 3 wickets. It was the most impressive seamer for the Sri Lankan team. Aaron Hardy batting at number 7, got to his maiden list a half century with a 6. He's a strong young lad, good future prospect for Australia, and that was the last wicket, trying to get some quick runs. Australia A 312 all out, so we will have 30 minutes of lunch break here at SSC grounds. Lovely scenery of Colombo, the capital of Sri Lanka. So stay tuned to the Papare.com, Dialogue TV channel 140, and on Sri Lanka Cricket YouTube as we bring the second innings, the chase of Sri Lanka A.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்தில்
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිබ්දදාස
ඇඩ්මොරටුව පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
Sugaddas Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
නායකයෙක් කටිය මුරලිව අසුරවන්න අමාරුද? ඔබට ඔහුගේ අමතකම නොවන සිද්ධිය මොකක්ද ගැනවුනේ?
නෑ මම හිතන්නේ අසුරවන්න අමාරු නෑ පොඩ්ඩක්වත්. ඔහු හැම වෙලාවෙම මම හිතන්නේ ඔහු ඇත්තටම අපේ රටේ නායකත්වය ගන්න තිබ්බ ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්. නමුත් ඔහුම කිව්වා එපා කියලා. මම හිතන්නේ මුරලිත් එක්ක හුඟක් අමතක නොවන සිද්ධි හුඟක් තියෙනවා. මම පටන් ගත්ත දවසේ තමයි විශේෂ දෙයක් කියන්න ඕනේ මුරලිදරන්ගේ ඒ පෞරුෂය ගැන. මම නායකත්වයේ දරද්දී ඉන්දියානු සංචාරයේදී මෙහි ඔහුට කඩු 8ක් ගන්න තිබ්බා 800 කඩු 800 ලබා ගන්න. ඉතින් ඒ කාලේ මුරලිදරන්ට හුඟක් ආබාධ තිබ්බා ඇඟේ. ඉතින් ඔහු සමහර තරඟාවලට පෙනී ඉන්න සමහර වෙලාවට එන්නේ නැහැ. ඔහු හැම වෙලාවෙම බැලුවේ 100%ක් ශාරීරික සෞඛ්‍යය තියෙද්දි තමයි ගහන්නේ. මොකද ඔහු හිතුවා ඒක නැත්තම් කණ්ඩායමට අසාධාරණයක් කියලා. ඉතින් අපි තේරුම් කමිටුවයි මායි එකතු වෙලා මේ තරඟාවලිය ගැන කතා කරලා අපි එන්න කිව්වා මුරලිට හමුවකට. ඒ ඇවිල්ලා අපි කිව්වා කඩු 8ක් ගන්න තියෙනවා. ටෙස්ට් මැච් 3ක් තියෙනවා. පළවෙනි එක ගහලා විතරක් අයින් වෙන්න එපා. බැරිලා තව කඩු 8 ගත්තේ නැත්තම් මොනවද කරන්නේ අපරාධි නේද? ඉතින් ඔයා පළවෙනි එක ගහලවට දෙවෙනි එක ගහන්න අමාරුයි නම් තුන්වෙනි තරඟයට හරි සහභාගී වෙන්න. නැත්නම් ඊට පස්සේ තරඟවලයකට හරි එන්න. මුරලි අපි දිහා බලලා එක දෙයයි කිව්වේ. මුරලි කිව්වා මට එහෙම තරඟවලයක් එක දෙකට ගහන්න බෑ. කණ්ඩායමකට කරන අසාධාරණ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට අසාධාරණයි. මම තෝරලා බේරලා ඕනේ මැච් ටික විතරක් ගැහුවොත් මගේ මේ විකට් 800 ගන්න. මුරලි කිව්වා මට ඕනේ එක මැච් එකයි. පළවෙනි මැච් එක ගාල්ලේ. මට ඕක දෙන්න මම විකට් 8ක් මම අරන් දෙන්න. මොකද මම දන්නවා මම විකට් 8ක් ගත්තොත් 800 විතරක් නෙවෙයි මැච් එකක් දිනනවා. ඒකන්ද එතනින් එහාට මට ආයි මැච් එපා. මම මේක ගත්තේ නැත්තම් ගත්තේ නැහැ කිව්වා. ඉතින් මම හිතන්නේ ඒක විශේෂ මම හිතන්නේ පාඩමක්. මට විතරක් නෙවෙයි මේ ක්‍රිකට් ක්ෂේත්‍රයේ ඉන්න ඕනෑම කෙනෙක්ට අභියෝගයක් බාරගන්නේ කොහොමද? ආත්ම විශ්වාසය කොහොමද? තමන්ගේ හැකියාව ගැන කොතරම් විශ්වාසයක් තියනවද කියලා. ඒ වගේම තමන් ගන්න තීරණයක් හැම වෙලාවම ආත්මාර්ථකාමී වෙන්නේ නැතුව ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවත් කණ්ඩායමත් තරඟාවලියත් සියලු දේම ගැන හිතලා ගත්ත තීරණයක් හැටියට මම ඒක දකිනවා. ඉතින් ඒක තමයි විශේෂිතම අවස්ථාවක්. මුරලිදරන් කොයි වගේ පුද්ගලයෙක්ද කියන එක මම හිතන්නේ ඉතාමත් මම ගාක් ඇඩ්මයර් කරන පුද්ගලයෙක්. ඉතින් මම ඉස්සෙල්ලා කිව්වා වගේ විශේෂ භාග්‍යයක් එවැනි ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් එක්ක ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ යෙදෙන්න හම්බ වුණ කේ වගේම 800 වෙන කඩුල්ල ගද්දි මම ඒ නායකත්වයේ දරපු කියන.
සමහර දේවල් අපේ ජීවිතයට රසවත් ආරම්භයක් ලබා දෙයි. හිතමිතුරෙකුසේ ළඟ රැඳේ. දියුණුවේ කොටස්කරුවෙකු වෙයි. මහපාරෙත් සිත පිනයි. මහමුහුදෙත් තනි රකී. ලෙඩකදී දුකකදී ආදරයෙන් රැකබලා ගනී. ජීවිත කාලය පුරාම අපිත් එක්ක රැඳී සිටිමින් සැබෑ සෙනෙහස කිසිතා වෙනස් නොවන බව හැමෝටම කියා දෙයි. මංචි සුපර් ක්‍රීම් ක්‍රැකර්. සුපර් කියන්නේ නිකන් නෙවෙයි.
ඒ සමය තමයි කුමා ජාතික කණ්ඩායම එක දිගට ටෙස්ට් තරඟ 10ක් ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්නේ. ඉතාමත් ස්වර්ණමය අවධියක් අපේ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ.
ඔව් මම ස්වර්ණමය අවධියක් ඉතාම විශිෂ්ට ක්‍රීඩකයන් හිටියා. පරිණත වූ ක්‍රීඩකයන් චමින්ද වාස් මම හිතන්නේ මුරලිදරන් හන්දා අපි වැඩි වාසි ගැන කතා කරන්නේ නැහැ. ලෝකෙම ගත්තාම චමින්ද වාස් කියන්නේ ඉතාම විශිෂ්ටතම පන්දු එවන්නන් අතරින් එක්කෙනෙක්. ඒ වගේම සනත් ජයසූරියගේ නායකත්වයට තමයි අපි ටෙස්ට් මැච් 9ක් දුක එක දිගට ජයග්‍රහණය කරා. ජාත්‍යන්තරයේත් අපේ රටේ දෙකේම අපි සියලු අතින් පන්දු යවන්නන් පන්දු රකින්නන් පිළිකරන හැටියට අපි විශේෂ කණ්ඩායමක් තිබ්බා. ඉතින් අපි ඒ ක්‍රීඩක හැටියට විශේෂ ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා. මොකද කවුරු හරි මම අසාර්ථක වුණොත් මම දන්නවා කවුරු හරි තව එක්කෙනෙක් හැම වෙලාවෙම ලකුණු ලබලා අපි තැනකට යනවා කියන එක. මම අනිත් එක විශේෂයෙන් මුත්තයි මුරලිදරන් මතක් කරන්න ඕනේ හැම වෙලාවෙම. මොකද මුත්තයි මුරලිදරන් තමයි ජ්‍යෙෂ්ඨ ක්‍රීඩකයන් සහ කනිෂ්ඨ ක්‍රීඩකයන් ලාබාල ක්‍රීඩකයන් හැම වෙලාවෙම එකතු කරලා එක සංයෝගයකින් එක කණ්ඩායමක් හැටියට එකතු කරන්න සෑහෙන මහන්සින පුද්ගලයෙක් තමයි මුත්තයි මුරලිදරන්. මුරලි හැම වෙලාවෙම ඉඳගන්නේ කණ්ඩායමේ ලාබාලම ක්‍රීඩකයන් එක්ක. හැම වෙලාවෙම අපිත් එක්ක තමයි කතා කර කර විහිළු කර කර බනින්නේ ඕන එකක් කරන්නේ අපිත් එක්ක. ඉතින් ඒ සම්බන්ධතාවය මෙතරම් ලෝකයේ පිළිගත් විශිෂ්ට ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් මේ අපිත් එක්ක ඉඳගෙන අපිත් එක්ක කනවා බොනවා කතා කරනවා කියන එක මම හිතන්නේ ලාබාල ක්‍රීඩකයන් ලොකු හයියක්. ඉතින් දැන් සනත්ජා සූරිය මාව නැතපත් වූ ඒ සියලු දෙනාම අපිට වඩා හුඟක් ඉස්සරහින් හිටියේ. ඉතින් මේ සංයෝගයේ හරියමං විදියට සම්බරතාවයක් මුල්ුනේ හැම වෙලාවෙම මුල්ුදර මම මතකයි අපි හෝටලයකට ගියාම මුරලි හැම වෙලාවෙම පොඩි අය ඉස්සලා කෝල් කරලා කියන මම කන්න යනවා උගලන්ට මොන හරි ඕනනම් කියන්න මම ආයි ගේන්නම් කියලා. ඒතකොට කට්ටිය ලාබාල කට්ටිය එළියට යන්න බයයි නම් තමන්ගේ පළවෙනි ටුවර් එක නම් තාම කියන්නේ ඒගොල්ලන් තාම කට්ටියව දැන අඳුරගෙන හිටියේ නැත්නම් ඉතින් මුරලි ගිහිල්ලා ගේනවා. කෑම ගෙනහල්ලා හැම කාමරේටම කෝල් කරලා කියන මම ඔයගොල්ලන්ට කෑම ගෙනාව එන්න ඇවිල්ලා අරන් යන්නේ කියලා. ඉතින් ඒ පොඩි පොඩි දේවල් වලින් මම හිතන්නේ විශාල සේවයක් කර අපේ කණ්ඩායමේ එකමුතුවට මුරලි. ඉතින් මං වාසනාවකට මට හිටියා ඊටම හොඳ යාළුවෝ මහේල ජයවර්ධන, තිලාන් සමරවීර, මුරලි ඒ සියලු දෙනාගේම ආభాෂයෙන් මම සෑහෙන දේවල් ඉගෙන ගත්තා.
සමහර දේවල් අපේ ජීවිතයට රසවත් ආරම්භයක් ලබා දෙයි. හිත මිතුරෙකුසේ ළඟ රැඳේ. දියුණුවේ කොටස්කරුවෙකු වෙයි. මහපාරෙත් සිත පිනයි. මහමුහුදෙත් තනි රකී. ලෙඩකදී දුකකදී ආදරයෙන් රැකබලා ගනී. ජීවිත කාලය පුරාම අපිත් එක්ක රැඳී සිටිමින් සැබෑ සෙනෙහස කිසිතා වෙනස් නොවන බව හැමෝටම කියා දෙයි. මංචි සුපර් ක්‍රීම් ක්‍රැකර්. සුපර් කියන්නේ නිකන් නෙවෙයි.
ඒ සිද්ධියෙන් පස්සේ සොල්දාදුවෙක් ඔබට ඉතාමත් සංවේදී කතාවක් කියනවා.
ඔව් මම හිතන්නේ මම මේ කම්පැනි විදිහේ පැත්තෙන් යද්දි තමයි මාව නවත්තලා මම හිතන්නේ එයා ෆෝස් එකක් හිටියේ. ඔහු නවත්තලා කිව්වා මාව අඳුරගත්තට පස්සේ කොහොමද දැන් හොඳයිද අපි කොච්චර බය වෙලාද අපි කොච්චර දුක් වුණාද ඕගොල්ලන්ට මෙහෙම හානියක් වුණා නේද ඕගොල්ලන්ට කවදාකවත් මෙහෙම වෙන්න ඕනේ නැහැ කිව්වා. මම ඉතින් කිව්වා ඉතින් මට වඩා ඕගොල්ලන් නේද මේක හැමදාම මේකට මුහුණ දෙන්නේ. අපි විනාඩි දෙකක් වෙඩි වැදුනාම අපි හැමදාම නිවුස් එකේ. හැබැයි ඕගොල්ලන්ට මේක හැමදාම වෙද්දි කවුරුත් වැඩිය කතා කරන්නේ නැහැ බලන්නේ නැහැ නේද කියලා. ඒතර ඌ කියපු කතාව තමයි නෑ මේක මගේ කොන්ත්‍රාත්තු මේක මේ රාජකාරිය. රට වෙනුවෙන් ඕගොල්ලන් වෙන්නේ දීපු තුනක ඒක මගේ වැඩක්. ඕගොල්ලන්ගේ වැඩක් නෙවෙයි ඒක. ඒක හන්දා ඕගොල්ලන් තමයි මේ හීරෝස්ලා කියලා. ඉතින් මට ඇත්තටම තාමත් දුක හිතුණා. මොකද ඇත්තටම අපි තමයි මේ කාඩ්බෝඩ් හීරෝස්ලා කිව්වොත් අපි ඇත්ත මේ හීරෝස්ලා වුන්. හැමදාම ජීවිතේ පරදුවර තබලා රට වෙනුවෙන් සටන් කරන්න යන කට්ටිය ඒ පළාත්වල ඉන්න අහිංසක ජනතාව දෛනිකව මුහුණ දෙන ඒ මරණ ජීවිතයත් අතර සටන ඒ සියලු දේම ගැනම බැලුවාම අතන වුන් තමයි ඇත්ත හීරෝස්ලා. වුන් තමයි ඇත්ත ඒ විශේෂ වූ කැපකිරීම කරලා දුෂ්කර අන්දමට ජීවිත ගෙන යන කට්ටිය තමයි මම හිතන්නේ ඇත්ත හීරෝස්ලා.
සමහර දේවල් අපේ ජීවිතයට රසවත් ආරම්භයක් ලබා දෙයි. හිත මිතුරෙකුසේ ළඟ රැඳේ. දියුණුවේ කොටස්කරුවෙකු වෙයි. මහපාරෙත් සිත පිනයි. මහමුහුදෙත් තනි රකී. ලෙඩකදී දුකකදී ආදරයෙන් රැකබලා ගනී. ජීවිත කාලය පුරාම අපිත් එක්ක රැඳී සිටිමින් සැබෑ සෙනෙහස කිසිතා වෙනස් නොවන බව හැමෝටම කියා දෙයි. මංචි සුපර් ක්‍රීම් ක්‍රැකර්. සුපර් කියන්නේ නිකන් නෙවෙයි.
කොහොමයි වගේම ඔබ 2015 වසරේ සමුගත්තට ක්‍රීඩාවෙන් ඔබ පළමු පෙළ ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා. සරේ කණ්ඩායම සමග ඉතාමත් සාර්ථක කාල පරිච්ඡේදයක් ඔබ ගත කරනවා 2016 2017 වර්ෂවල විශේෂයෙන්ම 2017 වර්ෂය ඉතාමත් සාර්ථක එකක් ඔබට. ඔබට හිතුනේ නැද්ද ඒ අවධියේදී සමහරක් වෙලාවට තව අවුරුද්දක් දෙකක් ටෙස්ට් ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කරා නම් හොඳයි කියලා?
මම හිතන්නේ මම හිතන්නේ ඇත්තටම මං ගියේ මාස 6ක් පරක්කු වැඩි. මම හිතනවා නම්. මොකද මම ඇත්තම ඉස්සෙල්ලාම සැලසුම් කරන් හිටියේ නවසීලන්තේ ටෙස්ට් තරගයෙන් පස්සේ මම සමුගන්නම් කියලා. ඇත්තට මම හිටියේ පාකිස්තාන් සංචාරයෙන් සමුගන්න. ඉතින් මම ඒ තීරණය ගන්න ලෑස්ති වෙලා ඉඳද්දී මහේල ජයවර්ධන කතා කරලා කිව්වා මහේල සමුගන්නවා කියලා. ඉතින් මට එතකොට මම මයිට කිව්වා මමත් හිටියේ මෙහෙම කරන්න තමයි. හැබැයි ඒතර මම හිතුවා මේ අවස්ථාවෙන් වෙලා මහේලට ඒ ප්‍රමුඛත්වය දෙන්න ඕනේ. ඉතින් ඔහු සමුගත්ත SSC ක්‍රීඩාංගණයේදී ඉතින් මම මතකයි මමත් දෙවෙනි නිම සෙල්ලම් කරලා මමත් බැට් එක පොඩ්ඩක් ක්‍රවුඩ් එකට පෙන්ලා ගියා. මොකද ඊළඟ තරඟාවලිදී තිබ්බේ නවසීලන්තේ ඒක ගහලා මම අයින් වෙන්න හිටියේ 2015 ලෝකුසර ගහලා එහෙම අයින් වෙලා ඔක්කොම මෙහෙම කරන තමයි හිටියේ. නමුත් තේරුම් කමිටුව කතා කරලා මගෙන් කරපු ඉල්ලීමකට මම කිව්වා මට තව අවුරුද්දක් දෙකක් ගහන්න බෑ. මට තව තරඟාවලි දෙකක් ගහන්න පුළුවන් නවසීලන්තෙන් පස්සේ මේ. Taman ඕගොල්ලන්ට එහෙම වැඩක් වෙයි කියලා වැදගත්කමක් තියෙනවා නම් මම ඒ තරඟාවලි දෙක ගහන්න එහෙමනම් විතරක් මම සෙල්ලම් කරන්නම්. නැත්නම් ඇත්තටම මම ඉන්නේ මේ තරඟාවලින් පස්සේ විශ්‍රාම යන්න කියලා මම ලියුමක් දීලා තිබ්බේ. ඉතින් ඔවුන් කිව්වා නෑ මේ ටෙස්ට් මැච් 4ක් තව ගහන්නේ කියලා. ඉතින් මම දුන්න වචනේ තමයි මම පාකිස්තාන් සංචාරයත් ඒ වගේම ඉන්දියානු සංචාරයත් මැච් දෙක ගහලා අයින් වුණේ. මම ඇත්තටම හිතන අපරාධයේ තරඟවල දෙක ගිහේ මට නවසීලන්තෙන්ම යන්න තිබ්බා කියලා. මොකද Taman හිතන හැම වෙලාවම මම මේ තීරණය ගත්තේ කිසිම මේ පසුතැවිල්ලකින් හෝ තරහකින් නෙවෙයි. මම හරියට හිතලා බලලා මම දැනගත්ත ඒක තමයි හරි කාලේ. දැන් අපි සමහරවිට හිතන අයියෝ ක්‍රීඩකයන් 3-4 දෙනෙක් එකට රිටයර් වුණා නේද? නෑ, අපේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට ඕනෑ තරම් හැකියාවක් තියෙනවා. ටැලන්ට් එකක් තියෙනවා අපේ අඩුව පුරවන්න. නමුත් මගේ වගකීම තියෙන්නේ අපේ පළමු පෙළ ක්‍රීඩා සමාජ අපේ ෆස්ට් ක්ලාස් තරඟාවලියේ තියෙන දුර්වලතා මගේ කරට මට ගන්න බෑ. මට කරන්න පුළුවන් මගේ සේවය උපරිම කළා හරියමං කාලේ කණ්ඩායමෙන් යන එක. ඊට පස්සේ වෙන කට්ටියට වගකීමක් තියෙනවා. උන්ගේ දස්කම් තුලින් ඒ අඩුව පුරවන්න විතරක් නෙවෙයි මගේ දස්කම් අභ්‍යවහා යන්න උන්ට ඒ වගකීමක් තියෙනවා. උන්ට හැකියාවක් තියෙනවා. මම අද ක්‍රීඩා කරන ක්‍රීඩකයන් දිහා බැලුවාම ඔවුන්ගේ වයසේදී මට තරම් හැකියාවක් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. ඔවුන් විශේෂිත වූ ක්‍රීඩකයන්. නමුත් අපේ තරඟාවලියේ පළමු පෙළ විශේෂයෙන් තියෙන දුර්වලතා නිසා උන්ට මේ තත්ත්වයට එන්න කල් යනවා. ඉතින් එහෙම බැලුවාම මම හිතන්නේ තව ඉස්සරහට ගහන්න පුළුවන්ද බැරිද කියන ඒ ප්‍රශ්නයට වඩා මම හිතන්නේ වැදගත් වෙන්නේ Taman ඒ අවුරුද්දක ක්‍රීඩා කිරීමෙන් කණ්ඩායමේ වැඩක් තියනවද කියන එක. මොකද කවදා හරි Taman නවතින්න එපායි. ඉතින් එහෙම බලලා තමයි මම ඒ සියලු දේම බලලා තමයි තීරණය ගත්තේ.
සමහර දේවල් අපේ ජීවිතයට රසවත් ආරම්භයක් ලබා දෙයි. හිත මිතුරෙකුසේ ළඟ රැඳේ. දියුණුවේ කොටස්කරුවෙකු වෙයි. මහපාරෙත් සිත පිනයි. මහමුහුදෙත් තනි රකී. ලෙඩකදී දුකකදී ආදරයෙන් රැකබලා ගනී. ජීවිත කාලය පුරාම අපිත් එක්ක රැඳී සිටිමින් සැබෑ සෙනෙහස කිසිතා වෙනස් නොවන බව හැමෝටම කියා දෙයි. මංචි සුපර් ක්‍රීම් ක්‍රැකර්. සුපර් කියන්නේ නිකන් නෙවෙයි.
අයිබෝන් මංචි සුපර් ක්‍රීම් ක්‍රැකර් ගෙනෙන ලෙජන්ඩ්ස් වැඩසටහනක් තුලින් අද අපම වන්නේ තමත් සුවිශේෂී ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්. ප්‍රේක්ෂක ඔබගෙන් මම ඔබගෙන් ප්‍රශ්නයක් අසන්නම්. ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාවේ ටෙස්ට් තරගයක කඩලු 10ක් ලබාගත් එකම ශ්‍රී ලාංකිකයා කවුද? ඔබගේ මනස බොහෝ විට දිව යන්නේ චමින්ද වාස්, ලසිත් මලිංග එහෙමත් නැත්නම් මුත්තයා මුරලිදරන් වැනි නම් වලට ඔබගේ පිළිතුර වැරදි. නිවැරදි පිළිතුර උපුල් චන්දන. අයබෝන්.
අයබෝන්.
උපුල් ඔබ මේ දවස්වල ශ්‍රී ලංකා 19 15 කණ්ඩායමේ පන්දු රකින්න පුහුණුකරු වැඩිට කටයුතු කරන්නේ. අනාගත ක්‍රීඩකයන් ජාතික කණ්ඩායමට පිවිසෙන යන 19 15 කණ්ඩායම තුලින් 19 15 කණ්ඩායමේ තත්ත්වය ගැන පොඩි විස්තරයක් කරොත් පටන් ගන්න.
ඔව් ඇත්තටම දැන් මම අවුරුදු 10කට ආසන්න කාලයක් 19 15 කණ්ඩායමේ පන්දු රැකීම් අංශයෙන් පුහුණුකරු හැටියට කටයුතු කරනවා. එතෙන් ඒ කාලය තුල බැලුවොත් ක්‍රීඩකයන් 20කට අධික ප්‍රමාණයක් ලංකාවේ නියෝජනය කරලා තියෙනවා. දක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩකයන්. ඉතින් ඒ පළමුවෙන්ම පුහුණුකරුවෙකුට ගොඩක් සතුටු වෙන්න පුළුවන්. දක්ෂ පන්දු රකින්න පන්දුවට පාදින පන්දු යවන්න සෑම අතිම බැලුවොත් හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයන්. දැන් තීනස් කණ්ඩායමෙන් බැලුවොත් අපි සෑහෙන උඩක අපි ඉන්නවා. අපි පෞද්ගලික කාලේ ක්‍රීඩා කර තරකමාලවල බැලුවොත් අපි ජයග්‍රහණය කරලා තියෙනවා. අපි හොඳින් ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තියෙනවා. ජයග්‍රහණයට අපි බලන්න ඕන අපි හොඳ කණ්ඩායමක ක්‍රීඩා කරද්දී අපි කොච්චර පරිතරයක් තියෙනවද කියලා අපි දන්නේ ළඟ අපි ගොඩක් ඉන්නවා. අපි ගොඩක් ඈත නෙවෙයි. ඉතින් දක්ෂ කණ්ඩායමක් අපිට මේ මාසෙ තිබෙන තිබ්බා පාකිස්තානයත් එක්ක තරඟාවලියක් පටන් ගන්න තිබ්බද මේ වෙනකොට ඒක ටිකක් පහු වුණා මේ තියෙන වාතාවරණයත් එක්ක මම හිතනවා ඉදිරියේදී අපි ඒ නමුත් අපි කරන පුහුණුම් කටයුතු ඉදිරියට කරගෙන යනවා.
ඔව්. අපි දකින ප්‍රවණතාවයක් තමයි පුල් ජාතික කණ්ඩායමේ පන්දු රැකීම තරම් හොඳ මට්ටමක මේ අවස්ථාව වෙනකොට නැහැ. නමුත් විදේශීය කණ්ඩායම් ලංකාවට ආවට පස්සේ ඔවුන් නිතරම කියන දෙයක් තමයි ඔවුන්ගේ පුහුණු කරන නිතරම කියන දේ 19 15 කණ්ඩායමේ පන්දු රැකීම ඉතාමත් සුවිශේෂී මට්ටමක තියෙන බව මේ ක්‍රෙඩිට් එක ලැබෙන්න ඕනේ ඔබට.
thank you මම හිතන්නේ පළවෙනි පාර මම හිතන්නේ ආශාන්‍ය මට ඒ ගැන ක්‍රෙඩිට් එක දීලා තිබ්බා. එයා දැක්කේ නෑ අවුරුදු 10කින් මේ වගේ පන්දු රැකීමක් කියලා අපි ඒෂියා කප් එකේදී. ඉතින් ඊළඟට ඔබ තමයි මට මේ බොහොමත්ම ස්තුතියි. මොකද කවුරුත් අපි කරන දේ අගය කරන අඩුයි දන්නේත් නැහැ වැඩිපුර. ඉතින් ඒ නමුත් මේ සතුටු වෙන්න පුළුවන් ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් මෙතනට ආවට පස්සේ පළවෙනිම ජාත්‍යන්තරයට පිවිසෙන්නේ මෙතනින්. ඉතින් අපි අත්දැකීම් අපි ලැබුවා අපි කරපුවා ලබා දෙන එක කවුරු නොදැනුවත් වුණත් කමක් නැහැ. මගේ සතුට එකෙන් මට සතුටක් දෙනවා එකෙන්. ඉතින් ගොඩක් ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඉගෙනගෙන ගිහිල්ලා තියෙනවා ඉදිරියට. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම මට ගොඩක් සතුටු වෙන්න පුළුවන්.
ඔව්. අපිට මතකයි 2017 වර්ෂයේ ගාල්ලේ ඉන්දියාවත් සමග පැවති ටෙස්ට් තරගයකදී ආබාධයන් කීපයක් සිද්ධ වෙලා එකපාරටම සාන්ත ලෝෂස් විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් ගෙනන අශේන් බණ්ඩාර කියලා. ඉතාමත් සුවිශේෂී පන්දු රකින්නෙක් ඉන්දියානු කණ්ඩායමේ නායක විරාට් කොහ්ලිගේ පවා වූ පැසසුම් ලැබුවා. ඔහුගේ තත්ත්වය මොකක්ද?
ඇත්තටම මම දකිනවා දැනට දැකපු පන්දු රකින්නන්ගෙන් අතිවිශිෂ්ට පන්දු රකින්නෙක්. මම ගත්තොත් 5 දෙනෙක් මම 5 දෙනා ඇතුළේ දැනට. ඉතින් ඒ ඉන්න කාලේ ඇත්තටම පන්දු රැකීම අංශයෙන් සෑහෙන සේවාවක් කරා 19 15 කණ්ඩායමට. ඒ වගේම ඒ විගසින්ම යනවා මේ ජාත්‍යන්තර තරගයකට පන්දු රකින්න. තාමත් පීඩනයක් ඇති කරා අනෙක් කණ්ඩායමට ඔහුගේ පන්දු රැකීමෙන්. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ අපි හිතන්නේ ඔන්න ඕක තමයි අපිට තියෙන්න ඕනේ. පන්දු රැකීමේදී හැම වෙලාවෙම අපිට යම් කිසි දෙයක් වෙනසක් කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඒක මම හිතන්නේ හැමෝම ක්‍රීඩකෙක්ම ඒක හිතට ගත්තොත් අපි තමයිලාට තමයි ලකුණු නැති වෙන්න පුළුවන්. සමහරලාට කඩළු නැති වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඉතින් ඒ දෙකේම වෙනස ඒ දෙක අමතක කරලා Tamanට වෙනසක් කරන්න පුළුවන් තව දැනක් තමයි පන්දු රැකීමේදී. ඉතින් ඒකෙන් නැවතත් Tamanගේ අදිෂ්ඨානය ඉෂ්ට කරගන්න විශ්වාසය දැඩි විශ්වාසයක් ඇති කරගෙන ඉදිරියට යන්න පුළුවන්. ඒකෙන් ඉතින් ඒකත් තමන් වැඩි මහන්සියක් වෙන්න නැතුව ක්‍රීඩා කරොත් එතනින් පල්ලෙහාට ගියොත් තමන්ගේ මානසිකත්වය තව පල්ලෙහාට යනවා. මානසිකත්වය ගොඩක් උඩට ගන්න පුළුවන් තැනක් තමයි මම හිතන පන්දු රැකීම. මේ පන්දු රැකීම වශයෙන් වෙන්න හොඳ ශක්තිමත් ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් වෙන්න ඕන. හොඳ ෆිට්නස් තියෙන්න ඕන. ඉන්ජරිස් ෆ්‍රී වෙන්න ඕන. මම හිතනවා අන්නේ ඒ නිසා තමයි තමන්ට ලෝකයේ හෝ කණ්ඩායම හෝ රටේ හෝ පළවෙනි ස්ථානට එන්න පුළුවන්.
දැන් බොහෝ ශ්‍රී ලාංකිකයින් ඇහුවොත් ඔවුන්ගේ ප්‍රියතම පන්දු රකින්නා කවුද කියලා ඔවුන් එක්ක නම් කරන්නේ රොෂාන් මානම නැත්නම් උපුල් චන්දන. හොඳ ෆීල්ඩ් කෙනෙක් වෙන්න, හොඳ පන්දුර කෙනෙක් වෙන්න නැචරල් ටැලන්ට් එක කොච්චර දුර අවශ්‍යද? එහෙම නැත්නම් හાર્ඩ් වර්ක් තුලින් ඒක ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන්ද?
මම හිතන්නේ අපිට ටෙක්නික් වත්තෙන් කියලා දෙන්න කවුරුත් වැඩි හිටියේ නැහැ. හැබැයි නමුත් දුලිප් අයියා රංජිත් සර්වි අපිට ගොඩක් මහන්සියලා අපිට දේවල් කළා. අපි ගොඩක් මහන්සියෙන් වැඩ කරා. අපිට ඒක පන්දු රැකීමන්සේ අපි පන්දු රැකීමන්සෙන් අපිට වෙලාවක් වෙන් කරාට පස්සේ ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ විනාඩි 40ද 45ද අපි සම්පූර්ණ 100% ඒකට යොමු කරනවා. ඒ ශක්තිය ලබා දෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒකෙන් තමයි මම හිතන්නේ අපි කරන ප්‍රැක්ටිස් එකෙන් තමයි අපි තරඟයට ගෙනියන්නේ. අපි හොඳ ප්‍රැක්ටිස් එකක් කරොත් විතරයි අපිට තරඟයට ගෙනියන්න පුළුවන්. තමන්ගේ විශ්වාසය දැඩි විශ්වාසයක් ඇති කරගන්න පුළුවන්. ඉතින් පර්ෆෙක්ට් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් එක ගෙනියනවා තරඟයට. ඉතින් එතකොට අපිට පීඩනය අඩු වෙනවා. අපි එතකොට ඒ ප්‍රැක්ටිස් එකේදී අපිට අවශ්‍ය කරන අඩුපාඩු අපි හදාගෙන තමයි තරඟයකට යන්නේ.
ඔබ ක්‍රීඩා කරන අවදී පන්දු රැකීම ඉතාමත් ඉහළ තත්ත්වයක තිබුණා. ඔබගේ කවුද ප්‍රියතම පන්දු රකින්න?
අපිට ඇත්තටම ලංකාවේද?
ජාත්‍යන්තර තාලේ
ගොඩක් අය ඉන්නවා. කීප දෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා. අපේ සමහර දේවල් සමහර තැන්වල සමහර කට්ටියට කරගන්න බැහැ. දැන් අපි හිතමු ජොන්ටි රෝඩ්ස් ගත්තොත් ජොන්ටි රෝඩ්ස් සර්කල් එකේ විතරයි. එළියේ එච්චර අත ස්ට්‍රෝං වෙන්න තමන් ඩයිවින් පැත්තෙන් බැලුවොත් ඒ කියන්නේ අපි අල්ලන පම්බල් නැතුව අල්ලන පැත්තෙන් බැලුවොත් එහෙම ඉන්නවා. ඒ වුණත් නමුත් ත්‍රෝයින් පැත්තෙන් බැලුවොත් පව එකක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ. ලොන් ත්‍රෝස් වල. ඉතින් තමයි මම හිතන්නේ ගොඩක් ජොන්ටි රෝඩ්ස් මන් නේ නරගා කියනවානේ ඉන්නවා. ඉතින් රොෂාන් මානා අපේ හිටියා කල්පගේ හිටියා. ඉතින් මේ අපි තරගයේ ක්‍රීඩා කරද්දී කව් පොයින්ට් එකක් මේ ෂෝට් ෆයිට් එකක් මිඩ් විකට් එකක් වොලි බෝල් කරද්දී ගන්න හරි අමාරුයි. හැමෝටම ඕනේ එතන දුවන්න. බෝල් එන තැනට. ඉතින් අපිට සමහරක් වෙලාවට මේ එතන නැතුණාම අපිට හරි බෝරින් වගේ කියන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ චැලෙන්ජ් එකක් නෑ අපිට. අපිට පන්දු එන්නේ නැති තැනකට අපි දැම්මොත් එහෙම දාන්නෙත් නෑ ලේසි. යන්න වුණොත් එහෙම අපිට ඒක චැලෙන්ජ් එකක් නෑ ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් එක ඇතුලේ. ඉතින් අපිට ඒක ආස නෑ එච්චර. ඉතින් ගොඩක් අය හිටියා. රොෂාන් මානාම කල්පගේ ඊට පස්සේ මම දැක්ක දිශාන් කපුගෙදර හිටියා. ආෂන් බණ්ඩාර. ඉතින් යාත්‍යන්තරෙන් ගත්ත හිටියා අපි ගිබ්ස් හිටියා. කොලින් වුඩ් හිටියා. ජොන්ටි රෝඩ්ස්. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම පොන්ටි. ඒ වගේ සෑහෙන දක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩා අපි දැක්කා. ඉතින් ගොඩක් දේවල් හොඳ තරගයක් තිබ්බා. ඒක ෆීල්ඩින් කියන්නේ චැලෙන්ජ් එකක්. ඒ චැලෙන්ජ් එක ගන්න තමන්ගේ අදිස්ථානයේ තියෙන විශ්වාසය තියෙන එක කරලා තියෙන්න ඕනේ.
ඒ දවස්වල තිබුණාද ප්‍රවණතාවයක් ඩෙවලොප්මෝ ගෙනහපු තරඟකදී අපි කොහොම හරි ලකුණු 20ක් කපාරිනවා ෆීල්ඩින් හොඳට කරලායි කියලා යම්කිසි ප්‍රවණතාවයක් තිබුණාද? ඒ ගැන පොඩි පැහැදිලි කිරීමක් කරන්න.
ඔය ඇත්තටම අපි ටාගට් එකක් දෙනවා. රන් අවුට් එකක් තරඟ මැච් එක තරගයකදී. එතකොට ලකුණු 20ක් විතර නවා. half chances ගන්න. ඒව තමයි challenges. දැන් අපි comfortable zone එකේ අරගෙන ඉතින් catches තමයි. නමුත් ඊට 10 යන්නේව තියෙන අමාරුව. දැන් මම සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ෆීල් කරනකොට මම අඩි 10 නම් මට මම 15ක් තමයි හිතන්නේ. මම 10 මම ඕකේ. හැබැයි මම බ්‍රිලියන්ට් වෙන්නේ 15 නවත්තන එක. ඒත් වඩා පුළුවන් එක කරා. මම ඉතින් හොඳයි කියලා පේන්නේ මම 15 නවත්තන නිසා. හැමතිස්සෙම වැඩිපුර චැලෙන්ජ් එකක් ගන්නවා. ඒතකොට තමයි තමන්ට ඒ චැලෙන්ජ් එක සක්සස් කරගන්න පුළුවන්.
මීට දශක දෙකකට කලින් ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායම ආසියාවේ හිටපු හොඳම පන්දු රකින්න කණ්ඩායම. ඒ කියන්නේ විවාදයක් නැහැ. සහ ලෝකේ දකුණු අප්‍රිකාව, ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාව වගේ කණ්ඩායම් එක්ක උරෙන් උර ගැටුණා. එහෙම තිබුණු පන්දු රැකීම මේ දශක දෙකක් කාලයක් තුලින් මේ තරම්ම නරක වෙන්න මොකද හේතුව?
ඒක ඇත්තට මම පළවෙනිම කියන්න ඕනේ ජාතික කණ්ඩායමත් එක්ක වැඩ කරලා එක දවසක්වත් නැහැ. වැඩ කළා නැහැ මම කාලයක්වත් ජාතික කණ්ඩායම. ඉතින් මම දකින්න සමහරලාට ඒගොල්ලෝගේ තියෙන ඉන්ජරිස් එක්ක සමහරක් වෙලාවට බාගෙට තියන් ගහනවද මේගොල්ලෝ ඒ දැනුවත්ව වෙනවා නිසා සමහරක් වෙලාවට එහෙම අපේ ඩ්‍රොප් එකක් තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. නැත්තම් මේගොල්ලන් ඒ සාධාරණේ ෆීල්ඩින් වලට ගියාම මේ මහන්සිලා ඒක කරනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒක ෆීල්ඩ් කරනකොට හැමතිස්සෙම මැච් සිටුේෂන් එකක් විදියට තමයි කරන්නේ. ඒ ප්‍රෙෂර් එක අරගන්න මැච් එකක් කියන විදියට. අපි පොඩි මාජින් එකක් හැමතිස්සෙම රන් අවුට් එකකට තියෙනවා. පොඩි මාජින් එක. අපි බලන්න අඟලක විතරයි. අඩි 2 3 මැද ඉඳලා දෙන්න යන්නේ හැමතිස්සෙම. අපි ඉතින් පර්ෆෙක්ට් වෙන්න ඕනේ ත්‍රෝ එකේ ඉඳලා. පවර් ත්‍රෝ එකක් වෙන්න ඕනේ, ඇකියුරසි වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඉතින් ඕවා කරද්දී අපි හැමදෙස්සෙම මහන්සි වෙන්න අපි ඒ දේවල් තියාගෙන කරන්න. නැත්තම් එකපාරට කියලා මැච් එකේදී අපිට කරන්න අමාරුයි. ඒ ප්‍රෙෂර් එකත් එක්ක. අන්තිමට ප්‍රෙෂර් එකක් එනවා කොහොම කරත්. අන්නේ ප්‍රෙෂර් එක ගන්න හැමදෙස්සෙම අපි ප්‍රෙෂර් සිචුේෂන් තමයි හදාගෙන අපි කරගන්න ඕනේ. නැත්නම් අපිට ඒක නිකන් ඒ කියන්නේ තමන්ගේ කම්ෆර්ටබල් සෝන් එකේ ඉඳගෙන තමන්ට පහසු ඒරියා එකක ඉඳගෙන ෆීල් කරාට කවදාවත් ඉම්ප්‍රූව්මන්ට් එකක් දකින්න හම්බෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඉතින් මම දකිනවා ආදර්ශයක් වෙන්න සමහර වෙලාවට කැප්ටන්ට කරන්න දෙනවා කවුරු නොකරත් මම මේක කරනවා. එතකොට අනිත් කට්ටියත් ඇදීගෙන යනවා. විශේෂයෙන්ම පළපුරුදු ක්‍රීඩකයන් එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් තියෙන ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා ඒක කරන්න ඕනේ. වයසට යනවනම් ඒක කරලා එනම් ෆිට්නස් වලින් හදා ගන්න. අමාරුවෙන් නවතින්න ඕනේ.
අපි ජාතික කණ්ඩායම පුහුණු වෙනකොට දකින්න දෙයක් තමයි ක්‍රීඩකයන් පන්දුවට පහර දීමට සහ පන්දු යැවීමට වැඩි අවධානයක් යොමු කරනවා. නමුත් පන්දු රැකීමට ඒ තරම්ම පුහුණු සැසිවලදී අපිට පේන්නේ නැහැ අවධානයක් යොමු වෙනවට. මේ ගැන වෝනින් සිග්නල් එකක් තිබුණා මීට අවුරුදු 4-5කට කලින්. මොකද අපි කණ්ඩායමේ හිටපු වයසම ක්‍රීඩකයා තමයි ඔන්නම පන්දු රකින්න තුනේ ටීඑම් ඩිල්ෂාන්. ඔබ මේ දේ දකින්නේ කොයි ආකාරයෙන්ද?
ඇත්තටම ඔහුගේ ෆ්ලෙක්සිබිලිටි ඔහු ආසයි. ඒ චැලෙන්ජ් එක ගන්න හැමතිස්සෙම ඔහුගේ තියෙන ඒ කියන්නේ තමක් හදාගත්තා නම් ඒ දේවල් කරලා තවත් ආයි පල්ලෙහාට වයසට උනතර මට ඔකට කියන්න ඕන. කියන්නේ සුන්ලෑගේ සින්දුවක් තියෙනවා. හැට පැන්දත් අලුවලු වඳුර උඩින් කියලා ඒ වගේ තමයි මේකෙදිත් මම උන අදට උනත් මම අර තත්ත්වෙම තමයි තියාගන්න බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒක එයාගේ ඒ හැකියාව ආයි ඩ්‍රොප් කරන්න කවදාකවත් බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක උඩින්ම තමයි තියාගෙන ඉන්නේ. මම හිතන්නේ ක්‍රීඩකයට ෆීල් කරගන්න බැරි නම් ගස්සලත් වැඩක් නැහැ. ගහන්නෙත් නැතුව අයිට එන එක තමයි වඩාත් හොඳ කියන්නේ. අපි දැක්ක පහුගිය කාලේ තරග වල කැච් අරිනවා අතරේ නේ. ඒක කවුරුත් කියන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. Tamanටම දැනෙන්න ඕනේ, ලැජ්ජ දැනෙන්න ඕනේ. වේදනාවක් දැනෙන්න ඕනේ, ජත්‍යාවක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ.
හැබැයි ජාතික කණ්ඩායමේ සමහර විට පුනායකයෝ කියනවා කැච් අතරේට මැච් පරදින්නේ නැහැ කියලා.
එනයිද 600ක් විතර ගන්න වෙනවා. තරගයකදී. කමන්නේ එතකොට කැච් අතරේට ෆීල්ඩ් එකේ නිදාගෙන හිටියට ප්‍රශ්නයක් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. එනයිද 600ක් විතර ගන්නවා. දැන් ඒක මන්ද කියන්නේ. නැත්තම් ඉතින් හැමතිස්සෙම අපි ගහන ලකුණු තත්ත්වයට එක්ක එක ලකුණක්වත් යන්න දෙන්න බෑ. කැච් එකක් අතරින්න 100ක් දුන්නා වගේ තමයි කියන්නේ. අපි ගහන්නේ ලකුණු ටිකයි. ඒ චැලෙන්ජ් එකට කැච් දෙක තුනක් කරියොත් එimhe අපි නිකම්ම තමයි. ඉතින් සපෝට් එක දෙන්න ඕනේ හැමතිස්සෙම චැලෙන්ජ් බාර ගන්න ඕනේ. අපි 100 දෙක ගැහුවේ ඒ 100 නවත්තන්න තමයි අපි යන්න ඕනේ හැමතිස්සෙම. ගැහුවෙච්චරයිනේ. අපි ඇති කියලා හිතලා ඒක ගහලා තියෙන්නේ. එහෙනම් ඒකට සාධාරණේ කරන්න ඕනේ මරාගෙන ඇමරි මැරෙන්න ඇතුලේ ගහන්න ඕනේ නේද කියලා. තමන්ගේ උපරිම දායදේ දෙන්න ඕනේ මේ තරගයට.
ඔබ හිතනවාද දැන් පාසල් මට්ටමින් ජාතික දානමින් පාල කණ්ඩායමට ක්‍රීඩකයන් එනකොට ඔවුන්ගේ පන්දු රැකීමේ කුසලතාවයන් සෑහීම තත්වයකට තියෙනවා කියලා ඔබ හිතනවාද?
මම හිතනවා සමහර අය නැචරල් කට්ටියලා සමහර අය ඒ කියන්නේ තියෙනවා. නමුත් අපිට තව ඊට වඩා දේවල් තව ඒගොල්ලෝගෙන් ගන්න පුළුවන්. ඒගොල්ලෝ ඉස්සෙල්ලම අපිට ටෙක්නික් ටික වැදගත් වෙනවා. අපි සමහර ගොඩක් අය දන්නේ නැහැ ටෙක්නික් පැත්ත. අපි ටෙක්නික් පැත්තේ වාසියක් තමයි අපිට රිසල්ට් එක හොඳ වෙනවා. අනිත් එක ඉන්ජරිස් අඩු වෙනවා. ඉතින් මම හිතනවා කෝචස්ලා කරන වැති. නමුත් ඊට මම හිතනවා බැටිං බෝලිං වලට දෙන තන මම හිතන්නේ ෆීල්ඩින් වලට දෙනවා කියලා. ඉතින් එහෙම දුන්නොත් සමහරලාට වෙන්න පුළුවන් කෝචස්ලා අඩු වෙන්න පුළුවන්. එක්කෙනා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඉතින් එහෙම වුණාම මේගොල්ලන්ට ප්ලෑන් කරගන්න පුළුවන්. දෙන්න හරි දාලා මෙන්න මේ ටික ස්ටේෂන් 3ක් විතර හදලා මේක ඩිරෙක්ට් හිට් මේක හයි කැච් මේක ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් ෆීල්ඩින් කියලා 3කට විතර කඩලා ඒ වගේ දෙන්න හරි දාලා දවසකට ඩිරෙක්ට් හිට් 10ක් ගහන්න ෆ්ලැට් කැච් 10ක් අල්ලන්න හයි කැච් 10ක් කොට සතියකටම අහුගෙනවා 50ක් විතර. ඒතර මාසෙක 200ක් විතර වෙනවා. ඉතින් ඕක සාමාන්‍යයෙන් නිකන් ඉස්කෝලේ එක ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන 20ක් විතර ඉන්නවා. ඉතින් 10ක් 12ක් විතර 10ක් විතර නිකන්. ඉතින් දෙන්න යවුවාම ඕක හැමදාම රූටින් එකක් විතර කරාම එක්ක ඉවරෙලා කරන්න පුරුදු වෙන්න ඕනේ. නැත්තම් පටන් ගන්න ඉස්සෙල්ලා ඔක්කොමලත් එක්ක සෙෂන් එකක් කරලා ඒත් යවන්න පුළුවන් අපිට දෙන්න.
Welcome back to the SSC grounds in Colombo. We are coming to you live on the Papare.com and Dialogue TV channel 140 and the YouTube channel of Sri Lanka Cricket. It's Sri Lanka A versus Australia A, and we had a very good 50 when Australia decided to bat after winning the toss today in the second one day between these two teams, the two A teams. And there was some tremendous batting by the Australians. These are the SSC from the pictures from the aerial or the spider cam, and of course the surrounding areas. So the first one day, as you remember, was played a couple of days ago, and Australia won that by 7 wickets. And can Sri Lanka square this two-match series by chasing down the target set? There are 2 4-day games happening at the Mahinda Rajapaksa International Cricket Stadium in Hambantota, 14th to the 17th, and the second one will be from the 21st to the 24th. And I'm sure we are going to see another hard-fought series in those 2 games as well. Good afternoon, Haritha.
Good afternoon. It would have been a wonderful situation if those 2 games, 8 days of solid cricket, that would have been covered by Sri Lanka cricket. Unfortunately, logistics mean so much. Yes, 313 winning target. There were a lot of positives. First, Australia A were bowled out inside their 50 overs. And the second aspect was Sri Lanka A did extremely well to restrict the opposition during the last 10 overs and really made them suffer. Only 60 runs were added since the 40th over until the innings was ended, and during that time they lost 5 wickets, the last 5 wickets, which means that there were a lot of positives for Dhananjay De Silva and his team.
It's a good fight back by the Sri Lankans in the latter half, especially in the last 10 overs, and managing to restrict the Australians to 312. They look like they would have get to around the 330, 340 probably at one stage, the way they were going. But the bowlers did a very good job. Sri Lanka made 297 batting first in this first game, so they need a bit more than that. Can they get this 313? I'm sure some of the informed players in particular will be looking to make a big impression. Osha the Fernando, he batted well, getting a half century in the first game. So did Dhananjay De Silva. Those 2 particular players in particular will be looking to continue the run stream. The 2 umpires out there in the centre, umpire Ramo Martinez and umpire Kotachi.
Ravindra Kotachi is the Kotachi brothers umpires.
Yes, sir, all 3 involved in cricket in Sri Lanka. Very experienced as the Australian team takes the field. Sri Lanka will be opening a different combination today, definitely. Lasith Cruise-Pulle opened in the first game. He's not playing today.
So it's Niroshan Dickwell who's come out there, but it's important that there will be a good partnership here.
Yes, and I think it's a very important game for him, this game, Niroshan Dickwell opening here. He needs to get runs behind his name because he's been named in the Sri Lanka one-day squad to face Australia for a 5-match series. So this is an opportunity for him to show the selectors what he's capable of.
Yeah, he's been on the field behind the wickets for the entire duration of the Australian innings. Now he's come out to open for Sri Lanka A. He should bat at least 25 overs if I'm going to think that he's going to make an impression on the selectors. Well, his list A career for the 28-year-old is 136 games, 140, highest score strike rate of over 94, almost 95, and over 32 average.
That's a good record in list A career, definitely. The numbers say so. Wide outside the off stump and signal wide, so runs on the board straight away through extras. Steketee opening the bowling, got an early wicket in the last game when he got a Cruise-Pulle out.
The 28-year-old Queenslander. What a shot to play. Goes down on one knee, tries to paddle it to a ball that is pitched outside his off stump. Poor thinking.
Our colleague Gamini Pereira, I was wondering if he was watching that.
That's Mark Stegati's statistics. Best of 4 for 28, 56 wickets.
That's much better from Dikwala. This is what he needs to do, play conventional cricket. Try to play straight, try to get himself in. Yes, once you have got some runs behind your name, got the measure of the wicket and the bowlers, you could try those fancy pedal sweeps or the reverse sweeps. But
see, when you play A-team cricket and you are trying to impress the selectors, you shouldn't do anything other than play your basic cricket. He's played enough cricket to play all those. Sometimes he's been successful, most times he's perished. But he's a quality player, no questions about that. Somebody standing behind the bowler's arm, ignorant of the intricacies of cricket, I'm sure.
Dikwala waiting patiently. Stegati as well. Pulling that to full length, trying to get some swing.
It's a hot, humid afternoon here at the SSC, so if you bat for 10 overs, it would probably tire the Australians.
Yes, Oshanda Fernando Aliste career 130 is best score after 54 games. Good average of 30, strike rate 68. Probably will be looking to increase that. Work on his strike rate in white ball cricket. It's a good looking shot. Through the covers, probably will get a couple runs. Will it have the legs to take it to the boundary? It will slow up. And yes, they'll get a comfortable 2. That's much better. 3 runs, in fact, from Niroshan Dikwala. Much better, just playing through the line.
Captain Henry Hunt got his hands to it. Powerfully struck. Diving full length. Good save.
Oshanda Fernando, he's been among the runs in recent past in domestic cricket in all formats. Got some runs in the Test series versus Bangladesh as well. Got a half century 2 days back in the first one day. Will be looking to continue his good form.
The 38-year-old gets going straight away with a neat clip through mid-wicket. Long chase for the fielder. Just get to it inside the boundary. Another triple for the batters.
You don't see that run through consecutive deliveries, but a good start for Fernando. Sweetly timed, clipped away off his pads. Line.
He had to do quite a bit of running.
So generally feels especially in the start of an innings in the circle, close in fielder, good catcher. Interesting to see him down in the deep.
Dikwala shuffling as he made contact with that delivery in line with the stumps. End of the first. Sri Lanka A in reply as 7 without loss.
Target 313. Required run rate 6.24. Certainly gettable in modern day cricket. 313, I remember, was the score Sri Lanka chased against Zimbabwe in 1992, Haritha, to win a game in a World Cup. That was the highest score in one-day cricket for a long time.
That was in Hobart, wasn't it? Matthew Kuhneman opening the bowling. This is a surprise. 25-year-old.
Interesting tactics by the Australians, using a spin with the new ball. Oh, that came back with the arm. Beautifully bowled. The first one on target. Kish delivery.
Who's Queenslanders sharing the new ball for Australia A.
Oh, nice, mate. Nice, Cooney.
So very interesting grip as well. When you take a closer look on release, there's a few variations. On the spot, 3 dot balls, all 3 on the stumps.
Hi, Cooney. Oh, yes, mate. Very good.
I don't think the Sri Lankans would have expected this.
Very good,
You know, in Australia generally, and with the 2 seam bowlers they have, they would have expected Hardy to bowl at the other end. But Australia have outthought the Sri Lankans here. And he started exceptionally well.
Bowled well in the previous game too. But the fact is that he's kept the ball in line with the stumps in all 5 balls. Oshada Fernando had to play. Matt Renshaw at slip.
Another quicker one. Trying to play the way through that offside. Doesn't make contact. A maiden to start off. 2 overs completed. 7 without loss.
I don't think it was because Aaron Hardy had a longer stay out in the middle. Scored his 50.
There you go, that paddle sweep, or the move of a scoop, we'll call it, over the keeper's head, will be dragged in. Couple of runs to Dikwella.
I know he caught a couple of runs, but that's not the way to get about.
Even he wasn't sure where that ball went to. You could see soon after he played the shot, he was looking about to see where the ball has gone to. The bowler has a dry smile as well. Goes for it again, appeal for an LBW, probably hitting him outside the off stump. Very lucky, trying to be too fancy, trying to be too expensive here, Niroshan Dikwella.
I can understand there's no fine leg on the boundary. It's a vacant area.
But then again, if that ball was on the leg stump, probably you have a better chance of playing that shot, and also a better chance of not getting out LBW, because the ball may pitch outside the leg stump. But here, trying to take it from outside off, that's much better. Much better, because earlier on to that similar delivery, he tried this paddle sweep. He played one in the first over through the covers, and that looked so good to watch, and he got 3 runs.
They must minimize the dot balls and try to rotate the strike. Left hand, right hand combination. These two have played enough cricket at the top level to understand to get away from those situations. There's no slip. They are trying to stop the single.
Yes, and Steketty coming around the wicket as well, trying to use those angles, cramping Dikwella for room. Oh, that was uppish. Did he get a hand into it? Did it carry to the bowler? He certainly thought so. Lucky escape for Niroshan Dikwella. We'll take a look.
Played uppishly. Could have held on to it. Lucky. I should take full advantage of the opportunity given.
The trend continues from the first game, caught and bowls, and missing those opportunities with the Australians.
I didn't want to go there. That's one area they would have discussed. It was a difficult chance for the fast bowler.
Oh, there you go again. Trying to be fancy. Where did that hit? Did it hit his hand, glove, chest? Gets a single. 3 overs have been completed. It's 10 without loss.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Beautiful scenery there. Oh, I love that. The upcountry train ride is something big. So tasteful, like the Ceylon tea. The best in the world.
The upcountry, the hilly part of Sri Lanka, the waterfalls, and of course when you come down, the beautiful beaches towards the southern province.
Oh, yes, mate.
A wild hike across the line. He'll just get a single, not convincing at all. Dickwell at the moment has tried everything, but he's just got 7 runs of 12 deliveries.
They need to show that they are confident in their opening partnership to lay a good foundation. Top edge on the sweep. Oshad Fernando collects a couple, but not convincing.
It's the more orthodox sweep though.
They're trying to unsettle Kuhnemann, who bowled a maiden over to start off with.
Yes, sir. The Sri Lankan openers have to make this power play count. That's much better. Now see, that's classical. That's beautiful to see. He'll pick up 4. Is it a 6? Has he cleared the ropes? Yes, signal 6. Now that is conventional cricket, orthodox cricket. Just playing through the line, taking the aerial route with the fielders in the inner circle, and easy to the eye.
Brilliant shot in the sense that he used his feet to get to the pitch of the ball. Captain went behind it. He's never going to get anywhere close to it.
Trying to use his feet against Kuhnemann. Oshad Fernando. Much better than trying those fancy shots.
Wonder whether he ever opened bowling at any stage.
Probably has, because he looks very confident. In that first over, he was on the spot. He knew what he was doing. He didn't try to give it any yard, just bowl flat, bowl it quicker, bowl the arm ball. Another dot ball. Good comeback by Kuhnemann. 4 was completed, 19 without loss.
.24 legal deliveries, 17 dot balls.
So, the 19 runs have come with 1-6, a couple of 3s, a couple of 2s. That's a good looking shot. Now there you go. That's what we expect from Niroshan Dickwell. Standing tall, punching through the offside and picks up a boundary.
Australia scored 80 plus in their first 10 overs. In fact, 85 for the loss of 1 wicket. Sri Lanka would do well to go at 6 and over. Still keep the openers intact.
It was a very good shot because he didn't really have the width to play that, but he controlled it really well, controlled the bounce, played it late.
The Trinitian plays for NCC. Is a class act when he gets going.
Goes for that paddle sweep. He wants to play that. Beats the fielder. This could be 4.
That was a good selection. It was angled across his body by Steggety.
Moves up to 15 with that 4. Still didn't get the execution properly. Didn't get the full face of the batter he was looking for, but manages to beat that fielder. Still very risky, because if he missed that, it would have been a candidate for LBW, or he would have got clean bowled. Much fuller, going that Yorker length. Steggety. Now he knows Dickwell is looking to play that shot. Interesting to see what he's going to do. I'm surprised that he's not brought out the bouncer as yet, a short delivery. He can make Dickwell think twice of going down on one knee if he brings in, slips in a short delivery here, and I expect that coming soon. The deep square leg has gone down. Fine leg is on the boundary now.
Split to the short third man who was brought into the 30-yard circle. Good call by Oshada Fernando.
And good thinking by the bowler as well. You could see he dragged his length back. It was not short as he expected, but certainly banged it in with those fielders deep.
Plenty happening out in the middle. Australia going without a slip fielder.
Oh, gets it away. Just bellowed in the wicket keeper. Got some glove onto it probably. Going for the pull shot. Oshada Fernando.
Josh Philippe couldn't reach it. Not the bat, the glove. But enough height to evade the wicketkeeper. It's a short delivery. It didn't rise as much as Oshada expected.
That's a good looking shot. Beautifully played. The sound of the bat. Perfect. Just standing tall, praying through the line. Not afraid to play it in the air as well. And he's picked up 4 runs. That's an expensive over. 17 of that over. 5 overs completed, 36 without loss. That was certainly a good looking shot, Haritha.
Very well played. Very well balanced, full face of the bat. Didn't try to do anything fancy. That's Oshada Fernando's strength. He's got the start he wanted. He should continue now.
Catch!
That's better. That's better. Using his feet against the spinner. Didn't find the middle of the bat, but falls safely. He'll get a couple of runs.
Dickwell living dangerously. Good shot.
In fact, they just managed to run 1. Was that a drop chance? Was
Straight
that
to
a jump?
Renshaw.
Came very quickly at him. It was low. He's a tall lad. He just could not get down in time and get his hands under it. Lucky escape for Oshada Fernando. Australian standards, that was a simple one, isn't it, Haritha? Slip catches are never easy, but you expect these Aussies to hang on to those.
Well, 2 down for the moment.
Yes, sang.
As far as Matthew Kuhnemann is concerned, he's maintaining a good line and length.
So it's a surprise to us as well, I think, to the Australian camp. If they are going to look at something they have not done well, it has been their fielding so far in the first game and this game as well.
Oh, lovely. Hunty, very good. Nice Cooney. Super here, mate.
But both these players now have to capitalize. They've got lives. They have to ensure that they maximize.
Oi.
Well played. Saw the ball on his pads. Went for the sweep. Didn't quite get hold of it, but that's good enough.
The 6 overs completed, 41 without loss. Yes, that was, he took it off the stumps and got it very fine. That was a good over for Sri Lanka as well, that one, last one.
Todd Murphy is brought into the attack from the tennis court end. He picked up 2 for 53 in the previous game, bowling his 10 overs. Looked impressive.
Just 21 years of age, Haritha. Very new in to List A cricket. Just 8 games. Hasn't played much Sheffield Shield cricket as well.
He's from Victoria.
Was very impressive in the first match. Bowled well, picked up wickets. Seems like the Australians are going to use a lot of spin on this wicket. We haven't seen Hardy as yet.
Interesting to see this mind battle between Dickwella and Murphy.
Yes, now the Sri Lankan batsmen gradually trying to use their feet against spin. We saw that in the last over. There you go again, looking to charge the bowler, but he saw him early, dropped it shorter.
So they've used 2 spinners inside the first power play. Interesting to note what Avishka Gunawardene told the 2 openers as far as the first 10 overs concerned.
Changing the field, getting that short third much finer. Oh, that's close, that's close. Probably slipping down the leg side. He was deep in his crease. Oshada Fernando.
Good decision.
I think that was a very good decision by umpire Ramo Martinez.
So Murphy hitting good line and length. His first over. Just one run coming off it.
He'll pick up one more to end the over. 7 completed. It's a 43 without loss.
The waterfalls you were talking, the mist hills, they say, should be there to understand all that beautiful sight.
Credit to the photographers, videographers who have captured those images, Harith as well. Such beautiful
See right
to watch.
round the beaches.
Oi. Nice, mate. Very good.
This hot sunny weather, swimming one of those beaches is most welcome this time of the day.
Stilt fishing. Brilliant catch. Brilliant catch. Loose shot. Noshada Fernando Perishas.
Yes, Kuhneman has got his man. That earlier delivery, he was trying to sweep from outside the off stump. He missed it completely. This time slightly shorter. Couldn't control it. Played too early. Just popped up towards that offside. And that was fantastic catch. Was it?
That was the captain.
Hunt. Sri Lanka have lost their informed player, Oshada Fernando, for 24. It's a 43 for 1. He'll be disappointed. He looked good, but unfortunately unable to convert it into a big one. 24 of 24. It's a 43 for 1 after 7.2 overs. So we have Kamindu Mendis, 23 years of age, 110 is best in 61 games. Good average of 36, decent strike rate of 78. So scored over 1,700 runs. This is his List A career. He got a good 40 odd in the last game. Batted well, he was out-caught and bowled.
Yeah, he and Oshada Fernando added 87 runs for the second wicket in that previous game. So he's back for the second wicket partnership, this time with Niroshan Dickwala, two left-handers out in the middle. Fernando will be disappointed with that particular stroke. He had moved towards leg stump and made room for himself to play through the covers. He played into the gap, but very good reaction from Australia's skipper for this game, Henry Hunt.
Yes, that's the Australian captain leading the team today in place of Alex Carey. And fantastic effort.
Great signs. Great signs here. Very
Coming
nice,
to Mendis. So we have two left-handers out now, and Matthew Kuhneman, he'll prefer that. He can adjust to those one line length.
Former Richmond captain, plays for CCC.
Former Sri Lanka under-19 captain as well, Coming to Mendis. And he's been knocking on the doors now for quite a while.
Yeah, he's been
consistent in the domestic circuit.
He's been asked to lead Sri Lanka A in the 2 4-day games against the visiting Australian A. think Niroshan Dikwala should take the cue and play a responsible innings, because with Mendes, who is very quick between the wickets, there's plenty of quick runs available.
Just keeping on rotating the strike. Sri Lanka needs that 4-5 singles and over. Good batting this time by Dikwala. 8 overs have been completed. It's a 46 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Todd Murphy bowling his second over with 2 left-handers in the middle. Captain Henry Hunt might opt to bowl Travis Head sooner rather than later. Last 2 overs in the first power play. Sri Lankan A team will look to capitalise on these field restrictions as much as possible. But Kamida Mendes, who's just new to the crease, moves to 3. Niroshan Dikwala, very experienced campaigner, made his debut in the test format in 2014. Since then he's been playing all 3 formats, and now he takes on Todd Murphy. That's a maximum.
Yeah, that's the best shot he's played so far, Niroshan Dikwala. Beautiful use of the feet. It amazes me at times, Damit, when you have the ability and capability to play like this, why does he have to take these most difficult options at times? Such a gifted timer of the ball.
Oh, Toddy. So good, Toddy.
One thing for sure, when he's on strike, if you are a bowler, you're always in with a chance. So this is a good reply from the Sri Lankan batters. Conventional sweep shot, coming back for the second.
Yeah, especially against the spin, Gamini. The ability to play the sweep and the reverse sweep, as well as using the feet. Niroshan Dikwala is a naturally gifted player, but he too will agree that he hasn't lived up to that potential and expectations so far in his career. 9 overs completed, 55 for 1.
So 55 for 1, the last over of the first power play. You got Matt Renshaw. His right arm, orthodox off spin. Didn't bowl in that last game. Sri Lankans reaching their 50 in 32 minutes and 50 balls exactly. Australians flew out of their box. They scored 85 in the first power play, but this is not a bad reply, Damit. Now 55 for 1. They could have done without losing a wicket. flatter. Needs a complete batting effort for them to reach this total of 312. They need to be proactive right throughout the innings.
Niroshan Dikwella has called in for the physio Ajanta. It's like a little discomfort with his shoulder and the neck. Sri Lanka will take on Australia in 5-match ODI series starting from the 14th June. This is the officially announced 21-member squad. Dasun Shanaka, the captain. Pathum Nisanka, Danushka Gunitilaka, Kusal Mendis, Charita Salanka, Dhananjay De Silva, Dinesh Chandimal, Bhanuka Rajapaksha makes a comeback into the one-day squad. Niroshan Dikwella is also there. Vanidhu Hasaranga, Chamika Karunaratne. Then the seamers Dushmantha Chamira, Sita Fernando, Nuwan Tushar. The spinners Ramesh Mendis, Mahesh Tikshana, Praveen Jayavikrama, Jeffrey Vandeze, who is also playing today, Lahiru Madhushankar, and Dunith Wellalage, 19-year-old, has been called into the national squad for the very first time, as well as the impressive Pramod Madhushan.
Yeah, there are a couple of newcomers.
Also, lovely beaches of Sri Lanka. Do visit Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is known for its beaches, the hills, the mountains, and also the hospitality. Gamini talking further on that ODI squad. Pramod Madhushan and Dunith Wellalage. And before that, Niroshan Dikwella, his neck or the shoulder is completely fine because he's batting extremely well here at SSC grounds.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see Matt Renshaw being brought in the first power play with the field restrictions, damn it. It's flat off spin really. Yeah, coming back to that squad, it's good to see that Pramod Madhushan being rewarded for his consistent performance. That's another attempted sweep shot from way outside the off stump this time. And also Dunith Wellalage. He's been a consistent performer as well. Even the National Super League, the 50 over, he came in with a couple of good performances, and good to see they've been rewarded. And the mix of experience and youth, and also there's a good balance.
Oi! Jump on it hard. Nice, mate.
There's no place for the former captain Angelo Matthews in the squad, as well as Kamini Mendis, who will be playing in the 4-day tournament. Piercing that cover side. Beautiful batting from Niroshan Dikwella. That completes the first power play. Sri Lanka A 66 for 1.
So Sri Lanka finish up at 66 for 1 after the first 10 overs. Australians were 85 for 1, 85 for no loss actually. This was that last shot. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Just beautiful hand from Dikwella, all on the ground. So 9 off that last over from Renshaw.
Gamni, this next 30 overs, how Sri Lanka manages the second power play will definitely determine the final result, how they get to that 313 run target.
Yeah, a lot depends on the batsman who gets a start. For example, Dikwal is on 36 after 29 deliveries. He needs to go on and make a big one. He needs to try and bat deep into the innings without trying to throw it away after doing the hard work. Well, at least he had the presence of mind to change his shot. That would have gone straight up in the air if he had gone through it.
Smart bowling from Todd Murphy there, slowing it up and pitching it wider of the crease. It's going to be an interesting contest here at SSC grounds. Wherever you are, do log into the Papare.com and on Dialogue Television channel 140, as well as on Sri Lanka Cricket YouTube. This is the second one-day game between Sri Lanka A and Australia A.
Oh, Todd.
Sri Lanka A have got themselves to a very good start, chasing 313 runs to win.
A good piece of batting again from Kamindu Mendis. And Dikwal also had the presence of mind to respond to that call. Very well executed. There was a bit of risk involved, but perfectly executed. Delightful sweep shot from Dikwal. Keep a close eye on that required run rate, Damit. Sri Lankan started just a tick over 6 runs per over required to get this total. Conditions are still very much suited for batting. There is that sweep shot again. Now the boundary has been scored, so Dikwal needs to be aware of it. Goes for another very expensive cut shot. That was a bit too close to play that shot. Still gets away with a single. 8 runs off that over. Another productive one for Sri Lanka. 74 for 1. There were some beautiful shots played in that first power play. Uchata Fernando getting a 6 off that one. And again, full face of the bat. And there were some innovative shots as well. That was the only wicket to fall. Dikwal getting 2 boundaries in the last over of the first power play. Second one was a beauty through the offside. Back to the point I was making, Damit. Just a tick over 6 runs per over. That's what they needed. So at the moment they are averaging more than 6.5 runs per over. This is not a difficult wicket to get set, even for a new batsman. Now Dikwal has got a start, and Kamindu Mendis, we all know, he's a guy who can get big scores. So Sri Lankans need a big partnership, not only in terms of runs, in terms of overs. We need someone to bat a fair amount of overs through the innings.
Oh, nice.
That's all you got to do, hitting through the line, keep the fielders at bay, control your bat speed, drop the ball in front, keep the scoreboard moving. These are good batting conditions. You don't need to take a lot of big risks, take difficult options.
Yes, Ren. Nice, mate.
That's also beautiful play. 2 in that.
Bowling, Ren.
Sri Lankans can go on and get this 313. Be one hell of a run chase.
Nice, mate.
And also don't forget, Damit, that the three spinners from Australia are not very experienced. They're pretty young and they're still learning their art, and you can put them under pressure by not giving them free wickets.
Catch! Mistake!
Niroshan Dikwala coming down the track and flicking it for just a couple of runs is Gamini. These two games have provided a lot of good cricket from both these teams. Playing against quality opposition on good surfaces.
Nice run. Turn.
This has been the Achilles heel for Niroshan Dikwala.
Runners.
Playing one or two strokes more than what's expected of him. This is what the selectors will be eyeing on him, how he will take this chase on, whether he'll be able to guide the team through. That is very much needed from your opening batter. 12 overs completed, 81 for 1.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
So changing the bowling from the tennis court end, it's going to be Aaron Hardy. This will be interesting. No doubt this contest will provide us enough entertainment, Damit. Hardy can be a very cunning bowler. He's got the height and he's got a high arm release. He's got a point extra cover mid-off on the offside inside the circle, along with third man and a sweeper. I just said that plenty of entertainment in this contest. And starts with a lap towards fine leg for a boundary, and that brings Dikwala's 50 of 38 deliveries. He's had the luck going its way too. 50 is a 50.
Yeah, he's 22nd listed, half century, 6 fours and 1 maximum. He has done all the hard work so far. Now it's about capitalizing on the start and batting till the end. Just like how Travis Head played for the visitors. We've seen what he can do as an opener in ODI cricket. Plenty of hundreds as an ODI opener, but he has not scored a 100 as a test match wicketkeeper bat at number 7. In List A cricket, he has scored plenty of runs for NCC. Today he has the responsibility of guiding the team through to level this series.
After that helping shot, the fine leg has gone back to the fence. Mid-on is up in the circle. Dikwala has faced 2 dot balls since that boundary. Moves for a big heave on the leg side. Miss hit. Well bowled from Hardy. Took the pace right off. Like I mentioned before, Damit, you need to keep an eye on that run rate required. Just a runner ball. It's not a huge task on a pitch like this, and a very, very quick outfield. 9 wickets still in the shed.
That's very good running between the wickets by these two left-handers. Put the pressure on the fielder, and that got them the second run as well. Nick Paddington there with the slight fumble.
And also, if you keep a close eye on the last 18 balls in the bottom of your screen, there are not a lot of dots there. They've been pretty efficient. Just a 4. There are a lot of 2s, there's 1s, and good mix there. 3 boundaries. Without any effort, they collected another 8 runs in this over. Previous over yielded 7. So 88 for 1 after 13. 89 rather.
Niroshan Dikpal opening the batting today. Batted at number 5 on Wednesday, but today as an opener he has given Sri Lanka a very good solid start, using the feet quite well and sweeping as always. 22nd list a half century for the wicketkeeper batter. Matthew Renshaw getting some spin. He's quite happy with that.
That's the biggest turn that he has ever got. Light-hearted moment, even he saw the funny side of it. Positive thinking from Kamidu Mendis. Even after that previous delivery, he was brave enough to use his feet to get close to the ball. That's good batsmanship. Renshaw will get plenty of encouragement with that first ball. There are some footmarks, Damit, particularly against the left-hander, because most of the Australian and the Sri Lankan fast bowlers were bowling from right arm over the wicket. So odd ball can hit those footmarks, the rough outside the off stump. It's more dangerous against the left-hander for a bowler that will bring the ball in. That's on the back foot and to cow corner area and back for the second.
Nice stack, Des. Lovely stack. Very good here, Ran.
So it's easy picking at the moment for the Sri Lankan batters.
Come on, Ran. Come on, Ran.
Kamidu Mendis is doing his part. 15 off 16. He'll be disappointed with that. It was there to be put away. Dot ball to finish the over. 93 for 1 after 14.
Lovely shot from Niroshan Dikpal. Just one bounce off to the boundary rope. Aaron Hardy He's finding it hard here at SSC grounds to tackle this man, Niroshan Dikwal. Look at that class written all over it.
Yeah, lovely piece of batting. Hardy was looking to take the pace right out, but Dikwal went for the safer option through the line of the ball. Very good batting. Single followed up with the boundary.
He's showing a lot of good intent here, Niroshan Dikwal. He wants to bat deep, he wants to hang in there, he wants to see this chase through. Sometimes it's needed from your body language, the way you control the innings. He got a boundary and straight away goes for a single, keeps the scoreboard moving.
It's a month-long tour for the Australian cricketers. We've already seen the first two T20s and the third one is on Saturday. Then it will be the 50-over format. As you can see, some of the players from both sides will feature in that tournament or the series. Australian selectors will be pretty happy. That's the 100 for Sri Lanka with that single, a leg bye. Come at a good time too. Hardy is looking to hit the pitch. And also Sri Lankans will have to take into consideration that even the Australians, at the latter part of the inning, as the ball gets older, Damit, gets slower and lower. So if Sri Lankans can go through the first 25-30 overs without losing too many wickets, they'll be right in this run chase.
"15 overs completed. Sri Lanka A 101 for 1.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
This is the innings so far, highlighted by Niroshan Dikwal. Good start so far from the home team.
Oh, goodness. Great moving, Heady. Nice trap.
Matt Renshaw, Gamini, I was a
35
little
to go,
surprised, but
Come in.
most likely that Travis Head might also be
Lovely winners.
included in the bowling attack. Good partnership so far from these two players. Kamindu Mendis, he has only contributed 18 runs, Gamini, but his contribution is very much needed, especially when Niroshan Dikwal is going at a good, healthy striking rate.
Slower delivery from Rencho. He saw Dikwal approaching. He's coming down the track and just held it a touch. Yeah, it's very important when you come to subcontinent countries, Damit, if you have a genuine batter who could bowl a bit of spin, it balances out your team a lot.
Oh, ran.
2 dot balls.
Super ran.
So Travis Head will be certainly in their plans to do a similar role. Mendes picks up a single. He moves to 19. Sri Lanka, after 16 overs, they are 104 for 1.
Second wicket partnership, 61 runs in only 52 balls. Roshan Dikwal expected 40 runs, major contribution.
Yes, after the 16th over, Australia were in a similar position as well. I don't think Sri Lanka are far behind. If I remember right, they were around 105 after 15 overs. So Tanvir Sangha, 4 for 21 is best. Just at 20 years of age, a young man finding his way in this level of cricket. Given the opportunity, the right-arm leggy. This has been a good innings from Dikwal. He started off very shakily, playing those paddle sweeps, trying to play the scoops. But once he's settled in, he's played some good shots. This is what he can do. This is what he can produce at this level or even at the higher level. He's a quality player. He has all the shots in the book. And he doesn't need those fancy stuff. But this time goes again. Doesn't get it away from the fielder. Likes taking the risk. Called wide. This time the conventional sweep doesn't make contact.
Come on, Sang.
He has got the start he needed. Much settled. 2 in a row from Tanvir Sangha, the New South Welshman.
Didn't have a good day in the first game as well. Was very expensive. Didn't pick up a wicket. But he was to blame himself, dropping 3 cotton balls in fact in that game.
Three consecutive deliveries on the leg side, 3 consecutive wides.
He's looking to bowl on that leg stump, not getting it right. Seems that he doesn't want to bowl outside the off stump. He wants to bowl on the stumps. There you go again, but this time much better.
It's a learning curve for these youngsters. The reason why they've been sent on this tour, exposing themselves. Affording them the opportunities to learn the intricacies.
It's a hot, humid conditions as well. It's a real test for all these Australian players as well as the Sri Lankan players playing against quality opposition. For the Australians, it is the conditions. They're used to the conditions, playing on different surfaces. For Sri Lanka, it's playing quality opposition, good players, seasoned players. Takes it on the full, but cannot beat the field. A good comeback by Tanvir Sangha after bowling 3 wides. 17 completed. It's 110 for 1.
Kamidu Mendis getting another start. Is slowly gaining in confidence, giving the selectors timely and constant reminders about his ability. Recognized as a future leader, given the responsibilities of leading Sri Lanka A against Australia A in the 2 4-day games.
So who are the other players, I wonder, who are part of that 4-day squad who are playing in this game? There's a ball in change, Murphy back, 3 overs none for 19. The off spinner. Short delivery. Dispatches that. One bounce over the ropes, is it? Or is it clear defense? The umpire will check on that one. And yes, one bounce over the ropes. But quick to latch onto the short delivery, Dikwala.
That was Mendis.
Beg your pardon, that was coming to Mendis, in fact, who put that away for 4. He's almost going at a runabout, 26 of 29. So it's been a good innings, a good start. Played in this fashion in the first game. Got into the 40s.
Still fair amount of dot balls. An area where the Sri Lanka batters would want to improve.
Oh yes, mate. Great pace, Toddy. Great pace.
Such a good surface to bat on. Fast outfield. Plenty of gaps on the field. 70-meter boundary.
Yeah, they're fine. They're fine. Great ball.
Just stepping the ball wide. Ball in it slow, but it was just too wide for the batsman.
Come on, Murph.
It seems that Dikwala is settled to play the long innings. I hope it stays that way. He's such a good player. Shots all round.
Bill for a stump in. It was wide outside the off stump. Looking for the conventional sweep. 18 overs have been completed. It's 116 for 1.
Yeah, but you know he stood out about this far.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்தில்
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිබ්බදාස
at Moratua පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம் Sugaddas Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
රුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
116 for 1 after 18 overs as the players take a well-deserved water break. So does the umpires and the ground staff doing some repair work in the background. Osha the Fernando was out for 24. A good catch from Hunt off the bowling of Kunuman, but 58 of 53, 26 of 31. Dikwal and Kamdi Mendis have ensured Sri Lanka have got into a strong position. 8 extras so far in this first 18 overs. Long batting lineup to come. Janit Lienage, Ashen Bandara, Dhananjay De Silva, Sana Arachige, Dunit Vellalage all could bat. Steketee, 3 overs done for 27, slightly expensive today. Kunuman has been the pick of the bowlers. 4 was 1 for 17, 1 maiden there. Murphy 4 overs for 25. Renshaw has bowled 4 overs for 25. Hardy 2 overs for 14, and Sangha just a 1 over for 6 so far. The first wicket fell at 43.
So Matthew Kunuman not only being successful, he's been the most economical of the bowlers up to now. Niroshan Dikwal played shots all round. Some of them were very risky and didn't warrant at an early stage. But once he got settled in, he looked very confident indeed. And together with Kamindu Mendis, who's played a lot more aggressively and reassuringly, they have put on decent partnership. Got together when the total was 43. There it is, 73 run stand of just 64 balls. Needless to say that Niroshan Dikwal is the major contributor with 40 runs. But see how well Kamindu Mendis is shaping up. I've been terribly impressed with the youngsters' progress. So would be the selectors.
Yes, has a lot of ability, a lot of talent. Kamindu Mendis now batting at the top of the order. This is where I feel he belongs to as well. Scored a lot of runs in school cricket, batting, opening the batting.
It's been a superb surface. Here, this is the beautiful scenery that is available in Sri Lanka. Historic sites, indeed. The Australians will be there to play 2 test matches.
Wait.
Josh Philippe, probably unsighted.
But once again, went down the leg side, Tanveer Sangha.
There were 5 wides bowled by Janit Lienage.
That kept a touch low as well, and Josh Philippe just could not get his gloves down. He certainly kept it very low, almost along the ground.
These runs matter.
Oh yeah, Sang. Nice, mate.
Partnership over
Lovely
70
Sang.
runs.
Can't Sang.
So these pictures in and around the SSC here in Colombo. A lot of grounds nearby.
Oh yeah, Sang. Very good.
2 good looking shots using his feet, but both straight to the fielder, Hunt.
The cloud gathering on top of the SSC.
Lovely. Nice, Sang. Nice, mate.
Immediate threat of rain if you take the cue from the ground staff, who are not rushing into the covers at this stage.
Sang. Lovely, Sang.
Yes, Tanveer Sangha still to settle in into his bowling stride. Has bowled both sides of the wicket, hasn't got his length and neither is his line right.
Nice, mate. Nice, Sang.
Another comfortable single, so the Sri Lankans are dealing in singles in this over. Another 189 runs are needed. Still a long way to go. 31 overs remaining after this.
Catch.
Powerfully struck. Beats the mid-off fielder. That's a good shot by Niroshan Dikwal. Good use of his feet. 4 runs to end the over. 19 completed. It's 128 for 1.
Brilliant stuff. Not afraid to get to the pitch of the ball and hit it very firmly down the ground. That's a classic shot. Cameron Green on the field on that occasion as a substitute. Centurion from the last game. It's the cloud cover. This was in 2010. Sri Lanka A 257 for 8. Down in Australia, Dinesh Chandimal, Dimuth Karunaratne making half centuries. Chamara Kapugedara, Jeevan Mendis, good contributions.
Yes, mate. Good, Toddy.
It's a lot of players who, all of them in fact, went to play on for Sri Lanka. After that, at the highest level, Dimuth Karunaratne, as we know, is the current Test captain. Dinesh Chandimal, captain Sri Lanka as well. Jeevan Mendis played a couple of World Cups. So did Chamara Kapugedara. That's beautifully played. Dikwala, this time execution perfect. Gets it into the gap as well. And he was in all control of that one.
Todd Murphy learned the hard way.
Another couple of runs. This time the traditional sweep. It's looking really good.
Mark Steketty just fumbled a little bit. Eased that second run as far as the batter is concerned.
So 92 of 73. Excellent batting. More than a runner ball.
With the best partnership of the match so far. Hitting the 83 by the visiting openers.
This time goes through a mid-wicket. The slog sweep. Perfectly played. This is an expensive over for Todd Murphy.
In his elements, Niroshan Dikwal. That's why he needs to bat long. He's such a good player. He has shots, not afraid to play them.
Ren.
Welcome dot ball for Todd Murphy. He's gone for 36. One delivery left in this fifth over. It has been a hard grind for him in this game. He was very good in the last game, but Dikwal has taken a liking to Murphy.
Lovely, Toddy.
Dot ball, 2 dot balls in fact to end the over. 20 completed, 139 for 1. That was that scorecard earlier. 257 which Sri Lanka made, and some known names in the Australian lineup as well, like James Pattinson, Andrew McDonald. Now the Australian coach, Brendan Drew, Luke Feldman. They picked up because Sri Lanka won that game. Matthew Wade, 45. Adam Vogues, 33. Moses Henriques, 32.
Where is he now?
Still around, still playing for in Australian circuit. Jeevan Mendis, Kosala Kulasekara now migrated to the USA. Sachitra Sena Nayaka was involved in the domestic tournament until recently, and Thisara Pereira, who played a long time for
still involved as the Sri Lanka Army captain. Match was tied, mind you.
It was tied on the Duckworth and Lewis, yes. It has been an exciting game. That beautiful train ride once again. The upcountry, the beautiful hills, the greenery, the tea plantations. And back in Colombo, it is cricket.
Talking of that rail trip, the
Nice sang.
Damodara loop and the 9 arcs railway bridge. 2 landmarks on that beautiful Uva railway.
Nice, mate.
Emisary Fernando, former president of the National Olympic Committee and
Sang, come on, Sang.
former defense secretary, has written a book on the Uva railway. He's a absolute fanatic on railways, very informed one.
Oh, lovely, mate. Nice run.
Susanga trying to get some control now in this game. They need a wicket badly. I think they will have to look at some bowling changes here. Hunt the captain. This partnership is going really well.
Hey.
Soft hands, good batting, giving the strike back to the aggressive Dikwal.
The partnership approaching century mark.
Lovely bowling, Sang. Very good. Stack. Up.
Remember, I expected Dikwal to bat up to 30 overs at the start of the innings when I mentioned about his ability. Century stand.
Yes. The 2 left-handers have certainly done it well. Just 82 deliveries. 21st over completed. 1-4-3 for the loss of 1 wicket. So 100 of 82. Kamini Mendus has contributed 31, 57. Niroshan Dikwal. What is good about it is the number of deliveries, the strike rate that has been exceptional. And they have kept rotating the strike, complementing each other really well. They need to carry on, make it bigger.
Last 10 overs, Sri Lanka have made 73 runs without losing a wicket.
Bit of turn for Todd Murphy outside that off stump.
Sweet shade up here, Toddy.
Quite often, Dikwal plays something like that. Schoolboy shot, one would think. Talking about his school days, he was captain of Trinity when they won the triple. The league, the knockout, and the 2020, the only 2020 tournament at schools level. Sri Lanka Schools Cricket Association, like the Mercantile Cricket Association, conducts so many tournaments, so many matches.
Not easy at all.
Oh, nice, mate.
What Sri Lanka cricket have done over the recent past has been exemplary as far as tournaments concerned. Opportunities made available, tours conducted.
Yes, it's definitely good to see this kind of tour, especially these A tours. We recently saw the emerging team going to England as well. This is what needs the second string, the third string players to get opportunity against quality opposition and different conditions. That paves the way to get quality players to the national side.
Yes, Ren.
At the end of 20 overs, Australia A batting first 145 for 2, Sri Lanka A in reply 139 for 1. So nothing much to say as far as the difference is concerned.
Yes, and we must remember that Australia fell away towards the latter part of the innings. So Sri Lanka are certainly in a good position.
Yeah. Yes, Ren.
Good batting, just knocking it down to the offside, picking up a couple of singles in this over. Much better over from Murphy though. 22 completed, 146 for 1.
This month will feature a lot of schools' big matches, under 19 level.
This is the partnership between the two left-handers, playing their shots freely, not afraid to use their feet. Dickwell, as usual, the sweep, the pedal sweep, the reverse sweep. Coming the wind is more conventional, but complemented each other really well. That's in there. Oh, falls just short off the field, that long on. A risky shot by Dickwell, taking on the bowler.
That was Marcus Harris coming in from the long on fence. They are quite a while.
Yes, Haritha, he was going to touch on the schools cricket.
Yes, already one key match has been completed in Kandy between St. Anthony's and Trinity. A couple of days' time, Thurston Isipathan at the same venue.
Keeping on that middle and leg stump line, that's what he wants to do to the left-handers, not give them any room outside the off stump. He's bowled a few wides in these 4 overs.
Yes, Sang. Nice, mate.
Kamil Mendes is happy to play second fiddle in this partnership. Important one.
Nice, mate.
2 days ago when Australia A beat Sri Lanka A, they had 2 century stands.
Sri Lanka have to do a similar job here to get to that 313. Not going to be easy. Required run rate still 6.04, so Sri Lanka controlling it well.
It's a pleasure to be fielding in the deep at this venue in particular. Ball comes smoothly.
Well, that looked awkward. That looked so different to the eye, to the watcher. He was looking to play the reverse sweep. The bowler dropped it short, and he sort of pulled that one. A river pull, I would call it, through mid-wicket, and gets a couple of runs. 23 completed. It's 151 for 1. Players have been in a bottle of water and the towels out.
It's a problem. I tell you, Dinesh and Dikmal must be very tired. He kept for almost 49 overs.
That is the museum at the Sri Lanka cricket. All those lovely trophies Sri Lanka won over the years. The big one, the 1996 Wills Trophy. Sri Lanka became the one-day international champions, and of course the T20 win in the World Cup as well in 2014. Among other championships trophies, Sri Lanka has won a lot of memorabilia out there. Signed autographed bats from local players, international players, and it's a place a must visit for all cricket fans, cricket fanatics in Sri Lanka. If you're touring from overseas, located at the Sri Lanka Cricket, the Maitland Crescent. A lot of nice things to look at. Rich history Sri Lanka cricket is.
The cricketing literature, the cricketing history, all that you can enjoy and be educated.
Names of the past cricketers, past captains, Hall of Fame board, Sri Lanka's test players. And so much more. Back to the cricket.
Yes, Toddy. Nice, mate. Lovely pace, Murph.
So Murphy continuing, is it? It's yes, Murphy into his 7th over now.
Just a word about the surface and the venue itself. Neatly placed into the gap. Ground secretary is Mahinda Halangoda. He's busy with his work as national team manager. Curator is Manoj Pandita. Head groundsman is KGA Kamal Siri. Imagine this was a former airfield during World War II.
It's a lot of hard work to get the facility together to keep it in such a good condition with a lot of cricket coming up.
Roshan Dikwal on 80, batting well. Sometimes streaky.
That's in there. Well, it will land safe. Lucky escape. Playing a bit of a loose shot. Playing too early. I think he held it back, gave it a bit more, yeah. Just rear in his pace, that slight bit, Murphy.
Oh, sorry. Yes, right.
That was a good over. Very good over so far by Murphy. He needs to end it well here. He's troubled the batsman a couple of times in this over.
The thing is, he's keeping a tight line and length. Of course, they have scored off him. That's one thing.
Gets a single. Is it? Or it's into the gap. That's beautifully played. That's a good cricketing shot by Kamindu Mendis. Not easy at all to play that through the offside of the back foot. And that's a good boundary to end the over. So 24 completed. It's 157 for 1.
Probably the best shot played by Kamindu Mendis so far in this innings. There was a sweeper in place, but got it wider off that fielder. He's been rock solid, Kamindu Mendis. Niroshan Dekwal just 19 runs away from a well-deserved century. Matthew Kuhneman, he's been brought back into the attack, this time from the tennis court ends. 3 fielders saving the boundary on the onside. Niroshan Dekwal almost holds out to the mid-off fielder. Coming at a time like this, you need to keep the scoreboard moving, you need to take calculated risk. But sometimes you can get a couple of runs like these without any risk at all.
Yeah, that was very well played. Wade is shot to perfection, Niroshan Dikwal, and very good running from Kamindu Mendis too. These two have had good chemistry between them. This has been a great response from the Sri Lankan batters. Oh, well. Dikwal departs.
Travis had that time at short fine leg. Easy catch for the experienced player, but Niroshan Dikwal, boy oh boy, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. He has got plenty of runs with that sweep shot of his, but he has been dismissed of that same shot many a times, and today the same fate for Niroshan Dikwal, but nevertheless a brilliant knock. 83 of 73. Look at that strike rate, 113. Sri Lanka A now 159 for 2. Sri Lanka A team, one-day skipper Dhananjaya De Silva walks out into the middle. He scored a brilliant 68 in the first game. This is list A career, magnificent numbers in the 50-over format. He'll need to improve on his average and strike rate, but an experienced campaigner, the best score of 132. Before the 5-match ODI series begins in Pallekele, Dhananjaya De Silva will need to continue his good form. Matthew Kuhneman slowed it up. Gamini, did you ever think you'll have a shot where you get so much of runs from that same stroke, but you could be dismissed from that same stroke?
Yeah, the point is, when you keep on playing that shot, at some point in time you're going to fail. But that shot has provided many runs, like you mentioned, to Niroshan Dikwal. Just couldn't get his hands high enough. I think he was trying to play a bit more finer. He had to drag it from outside his eye line. Dhananjaya De Silva gets his innings underway. The Australian skipper Hunt was looking for a breakthrough from somewhere, and he made few bowling changes, rotating his bowlers around, giving them short spells, hoping for that breakthrough. And Kuhneman has provided that. He has grabbed both wickets to fall so far. And another thing that Australian won't mind is that there's a right-hander in the middle now. And wickets usually slows the run rate down. So very successful over from Kuhneman. 161 for 2 at the halfway mark.
This is the match summary so far. Australia A, they made 312 runs. Travis said a brilliant 110. Pramod Madushan pick up the bowlers with 4 for 50. Aaron Hardy made a good contribution of 58. Sri Lanka A now chasing 161 for 2. Niroshan Dikwal, he just departed for a well-made 83. Oshada Fernando made 24. Kamindu Mendis, he now holds the key for the home team. Tanveer Sangha will now come in from the Vidyamouth end. Out of the all three young spinners for the Aussies, Tanvir Sangha has been the most expensive so far and the least impressive. He is impressive against the right-handers, but for the left-handers he has struggled a bit. Lovely pictures of Colombo. That's Sigiriya to visit Sri Lanka. It's a lovely tourist destination, and I'm sure everyone who's coming into this island will have a great time.
Yeah, slip in place. Yeah, you mentioned about Tanvir Sangha. It's not an easy task to bowl against two left-handers and who are stroke makers too. They're both of them were pretty busy players. Dhananjaya De Silva is not going to hold back a long way. That's been picked up over mid-on. So he keeps the momentum for the Sri Lankans. De Silva, don't forget that he's coming off a good score in that last game too, so his confidence levels will be pretty high.
We go, Singh. Oh, nice, mate.
16 fours and 2 sixes in the innings. Yeah, these two batters, Damit, no doubt will have to keep that momentum going. You can't really go into a shell.
Catch! Yeah!
Oh, that's been brilliantly done. That's his first wicket. Tanvir Sangha, that was his wrong one. Kamindu Mendis was looking to play that towards mid-wicket. Broke his wrist too early. Leading edge wasn't the easiest of catches. He had to go low and picks up his first wicket.
Kamindu Mendis, he was dismissed of the similar fashion in the first game as well. Caught and bowled that time of Todd Murphy, but this time Tanvir Sangha. 2 back-to-back wickets falling for Sri Lanka A. They are 167 for 3.
They say you get one, you get two. That's what the Australians have done. They have picked up both batters who were set. This is Janit Lianage. Those are also impressive figures, really. 37.7. That's a good average. High score of 102. The Australians are right back in it, damn it. This is a very, very good catch. That travelled quicker than he thought, really. Yeah, that was the wrong one. It can do wonders as a bowler when you pick up the first wicket in a foreign soil. That's the bowling coach, Sajiva Veerakon. Kamindu Mendis will be very disappointed with that dismissal.
Straight away, a slip in place for Janit Lianage.
Catch! Yeah!
Oh, that's another one. Janit Lianage, he departs for a golden duck. Oh boy, Tanvir Sangha, he's turning the game around. Nicely flighted delivery. That's a very good catch. Henry Hunt, the captain. Sri Lanka now 4 down for 167. "26 overs completed. Janit Lianage departs for a golden duck." Gamini, I was just about saying that Tanvir Sangha has been the least impressive out of the three bowlers, the three spinners rather. Here's the new batsman, Ashin Bandara. Best score of 75. He played a good hand in the first game also, but it's different situation now. Two new batters in the middle. 3 wickets falling inside 2 overs. Matthew Kuhneman.
Hey, yes, Cooney, nice mate.
Certainly, there is certainly a spring in the Aussie step suddenly. There's a catcher in place. And what an over that was. Eventful over. 6 runs off, 2 wickets in the last 2 balls. Tanvir Sangha will be on a hat-trick when he bowls his first ball the next over. How quickly can things turn up, Damit? Funny game this. Sri Lanka 2 down for 167 at the halfway mark.
Oh, I like him out there.
Suddenly it looks a different pitch too with the 2 new batters in.
This is very good running between the wickets by Ashin Bandara. Saw that the fielder was a little late to pick it up. They were 159 for 1 at one stage. And suddenly Australia are right back into this game. We spoke about partnerships all throughout the day. There was a very good partnership between Kamindu Mendis and Niroshan Dikwella. Now they need another one to restore this run chase. Nick Madinson, good bit of fielding.
Come on, Cooney. Come on, Cooney.
There's a spring in the step from the Aussies.
Oh, that's so nice, Cooney. Very good, mate.
And also this is good captaincy. There are 6 fielders inside the ring at the moment, applying a lot of pressure on the 2 new batters. Very well bowled.
Oh, Cooney.
This is what the Aussies do to many teams. You give them a little sniff and they will put you down. 170 for 4 after 27.
Hat-trick ball.
Yeah, how's that? That one. How is?
Time and time again.
Another cricket.
Big partnership and
Hassan.
a string of wickets falling at a quick time.
Catch. Oh.
Almost another wicket, but this time
They come and sang. They come.
Ashin Bandara gets his first boundary.
That was a slower delivery from Sangha. good to see that he's not afraid to toss the ball up, get the ball above the batsman's eye line. Pandar was looking to come down the track. It just dipped on him a touch. Had to use his hands to get close to it. Even for Sangha, there's an extra fielder inside the circle, including a catcher. Like I mentioned, Sangha will be much more relieved man bowling at two right-handers now that he has picked up 2 wickets also. So suddenly the Sri Lankan task has got a bit more difficult than you think. He was sitting nicely. That's well played, inside out. One of the most difficult shots to play in cricket.
Let it go.
This has been a problem with even with the senior team, Damit.
Yes,
They dominate for a certain period of time and then suddenly you lose a wicket and then few batsmen follow. They lose wickets in a cluster and giving an opportunity to your opposition.
Oh, yes, mate.
Good finish for the over. 178 for 4.
This is an interesting phase of this game, Gamini. 1 or 2 more wickets. Then Australia will definitely regain the control of the game. Or else these two batters could put up a partnership and bring the game back into their hands for the home team. So the next, I think, 7 to 10 overs will be very crucial.
Oi, nice mate. Hold the stick!
Just about. Yeah, no doubt about that, Damit. Because of the aggressive partnership from Kamidu Mendis and Niroshan Dikwell, Sri Lankans are still chasing around that 6-run mark per over. Missed out on that one.
Nice, Cooney.
So it's not a huge run rate on a good pitch like this.
Any more?
So these, like you mentioned, the next 10 overs or so, these guys can just have a look around.
Go!
Miss hit, but quite safe.
Sorry. So good here, Mort.
This is why the Australian skipper at times having 6 fielders inside the circle to minimize those singles.
Honey, Cooney.
Straight to the fielder again.
Nice here, Cooney. Very good.
So suddenly it looks a different game too. Batsmen are struggling to find the gaps. Whoa, how did that miss?
29 completed. Sri Lanka A 180 for 4. Just joining in this live coverage, is the second game between Sri Lanka A and Australia A. brought to you live by the Papare.com along with Sri Lanka Cricket on Dialogue Television channel 140, as well as on the Papare's social media platforms and on Sri Lanka Cricket YouTube. Australia A won the toss, elected to bat. They made 312 at the back of a brilliant 100 from Travis Head. Sri Lanka in reply, they are now 180 for 4, 21 overs remaining. Niroshan Dikwal made a brilliant 83, but Tanveer Sangha, the young right arm leg spinner from New South Wales, picked up 2 wickets in 2 consecutive deliveries, and it's up to the captain Dhananjay De Silva to steer the ship again. Oh, this is wonderful. He is a class act, Dhananjay De Silva.
It looks easy, but it's, like I mentioned, one of the most difficult shots in cricket as a batter. Beautifully struck. Sangha will have to be careful here. Can't give De Silva any room outside the off stump.
Nice, Sang.
Single. Okay, when you score boundary, the first or second balls in an over, Damit, it puts a lot of pressure on the bowler. So 5 of the first 2 deliveries. Now all Sangha is looking for is to finish the over well, rather than be positive to pick up a wicket. All the little mind games in white ball cricket. In test cricket, Amit, you got to figure your opponent out a long way out. There's not a lot of time in white ball cricket, so you need to be, there's not a lot of margin for error.
Nice, mate.
Runs every ball in this over. So suddenly it becomes a very big over with the boundary in that first ball.
Come on, Tang. Come on, Tang.
There won't be any threat of rain, but still
yes, Sang.
it's even Stevens here at SSC grounds.
Lovely, Sango. Very
Sri Lanka still need 126 runs to win. After this delivery, it will be 20 overs remaining for the home team.
Great set, Sang. Lovely.
Lanka, they were cruising at one stage. They were 159 for 1, courtesy of Niroshan Dikwal, a brilliant 83. Niroshan Dikwal and Kamindu Mendis, they were steering this innings. Matthew Kuhnemann, he has done a very good job, Gamini. I have been really impressed with his control.
Catch. Spin.
Definitely with the limited overs leg starting off in Pallekele as well as the test series, I'm sure Kuhnemann will be in the minds of the national selectors of Australia.
I don't think it matters. Wherever they want to bowl.
Yeah, although all these 3 spinners didn't pick up any wickets in that first game, I thought they bowled with a lot of control. Quicker delivery. Dhananjay De Silva is a very good player on the offside. Another terrific hit over extra cover, this time off the back foot. Matthew was looking to push that quicker. Just dragged his length back, and that was enough for De Silva. He's got terrific hands through that side, doesn't he?
If you are a cricket fan, I'm sure one of the elegant batters you've ever seen is one of these players. Dhananjay De Silva. Loud appeal. Kuriman was interested, not Josh Philippe.
Yes, man. Nice, Matto.
As you can see from bottom of your screen, there are few dot balls. That's what the wickets do. Another dot ball to finish the 31st. 193 for 4.
Right arm over, ball exchange.
So change in the bowling. It's going to be Steketi from Vidyamavathan. 3 overs for 27 runs so far. So it hasn't been a happy day for him, but he's got an opportunity to bowl in the middle of the innings. These two batters from Sri Lanka starting to get a bit comfortable. De Silva 21 off 19, Bandara 11 off 17.
They've added 26 runs in no time. Shane Bandara and Dhananjay De Silva, two capable middle order players. What they did right, Gamini, was not getting bogged down. They were playing their shots, taking on the challenge of the Australian spinners. That prompted the Australian captain Henry Hunt to go for the seamers once again. That's a very good delivery. Steketi is a tall lad.
He's got a long leg and a deep square leg on the fence. So he might change his length, the quicker and the slower bouncer. Dhananjay De Silva gets inside the line of the delivery and smacks it over mid-wicket. You could hear the sweet sound from up here.
Yeah,
he was in a very good position, wasn't he, to play that pull shot?
Yeah, he's not gonna die wandering. Dhananjay De Silva, he'll play his shots. He's got a wide array of shots all over the round. Sensible batting from the Sri Lanka A-team captain. Him being in the form, Gamini will do a world of good for the Sri Lanka ODI team as well.
Yeah, there's not much between these two teams into the 32nd over. That's been driven on the offside, so comfortable single to finish. At this stage, Australians were 206 for 5. Sri Lanka brings up their 200 and they've lost 4 wickets along the way.
So 200 for 4. 113 runs are required. 18 overs are left. Dhananjay De Silva looks good, the Sri Lankan A-team captain. Ashen Bandara once again has got a start. Australia have been chipping away. Matthew Kuhnemann once again excellent figures. 8 overs, 2 for 31. His bowler really well picked up those important breakthroughs. Sri Lanka needs Dhananjay De Silva to bat right till the end. Beautifully played, well in control, behind square, he'll get another boundary. Well executed, he knew the awaken spot earlier on and timed it sweetly.
Sri Lanka got to 200 for the loss of only 4 wickets, whereas Australia had lost 5 when they got to 200 in 30 overs. After 30 overs, Sri Lanka 188 for 4.
Oh, this is against the run of play. Chase the wide delivery. That was not a wicket taking delivery at all, and Dhananjay De Silva will be disappointed. He'll be angry with himself. Going behind that one, a faint tickle, just a slight edge. Good catch by the wicket keeper.
Josh Philippe into his gloves, no mistake this time. The moment he made contact, he knew he had erred. That's the 3rd wicket for Matthew Kuhnemann. Came into bowl with the new ball. Dhananjay De Silva departs for 30. Well compiled 30.
So Sanara check. Now this is a crucial moment. Sri Lanka still have some batting left with Dunith Wellalage to follow. But they need another big partnership here. Ashen Bandara now has to hold this innings together. That was a key wicket. Matthew Kuhnemann, he won't mind it. He's bowled well and he's got the rewards.
Harachige, 26-year-old, best score of 86, strike rate of over 76, average decent 29. The boy from Gampaha who played for Anand and now turns out for NCC. He's a quality player. He'll have to watch carefully in there because of this dismissal.
Probably if he left that one, it was there to be hit, and that's a lucky dismissal. He'll take that because he's bowled well. He deserves it, Kuhnemann. And there are times that you bowl a good delivery and you go for a boundary, and this was not a good delivery, but he's picked up a wicket. Economy rate just 4.24, Haritha.
Yes, exactly. And Sri Lanka A, after 116 runs, second wicket partnership between Niroshan Dikwal and Kamindu Mendis, then lost 3 wickets, including the 2 of them, which Janit Liyanage dismissed without scoring for the addition of just 8 runs.
Swanarachige, much talked about him in the recent past. He's been a consistent performer at domestic level at the opportunities he's got. But this is a higher level here. Quality opposition. Can he perform? Many are watching this game on TV, on the internet as well, on YouTube. So this is the time to show what he's capable of for Sanarachige to live up to his expectations.
Henry Hunt leading Australia A has held on to 2 good catches.
Oh yes, Cooney. Very good, mate.
.33 completed, 205 for 5. That beautiful looking scoreboard reading Sri Lanka total 205, still a long way to go.
Wait.
Slight mix up in the center. Ashen Bandara trying to jab it down to third man. Sanarachike thought there was a single there. Probably there was. It went very wide of the wicket keeper, but Bandara was just watching the ball.
Yeah, it was the non-striker's call. He was running into the danger end, but Ashen Bandara was in no position to cross over. Certainly not in his mind.
Stegeti, none for 34. He's been expensive today into his 5th over. The required run rate has crept up slightly, 6.42 now. Sri Lanka must ensure that they leave it, get it, or keep it below that 7-run mark. As soon as it creeps over 7, the pressure starts to creep in.
At this stage, Australia A were in front. Confident lead. Very well directed by Stegeti.
Yes, still to get off the mark. Nervous out there. Still looking for that single. Oh, misfield. He gets the opportunity.
It was the skipper, Henry Hunt. He wanted to make the batsman feel the pressure.
So probably not watching the ball into his hands. He was probably just looking at the batsman or at the stumps. Yes, looking to probably throw at the stumps, and it went right through him. Arachige won't mind that he's got that run.
Yeah, if Sri Lanka are to win, these two will have to score at 6 runs an over and bat for the next 10 overs at least.
The Australians know a wicket or two here. Certainly tilted Australia's way. Already Sri Lanka under pressure. Dunith Wellalage and Nisala Tharaka can bat as well.
They are tightening the screws and keeping up the pressure on the 6th wicket pair. This is the lower order for Sri Lanka A.
That was close to the stumps. That was very close to the stumps. Probably not there to play that pull shot. Slightly too full. 34 completed. 207 for 5. That's the Sri Lanka A team for the 2 4-day games in Hambantota. Kamindu Mendis leading the side. Minod Banuka, good to see him back. Pabasaru Waduge has been consistent. Nipun Dhananjay and Nishan Madhushka played well in the emerging tour in England. So did Nuwanidu Fernando. Sadira Samaravikrama as well. Lairu Dara also getting a go. Avishka Tharindu Sanarachike is there. Nisala Taraka, Santosh Gunatilaka, Dilshan Madhushanka, Mohammad Shiraz, Udit Madhushan, Prabhat Jayasuriya, Suminda Lakshan, the leg spinner.
Lovely, mate. Very good.
Former Nalanda captain Lakshita Manasinghe also in that squad.
Nice size.
So I said it will be a great opportunity for the local lads, and people should go and actually support both teams.
It's quite a big squad there as well. Yes, and it's good to see the consistency in some of those selections, some of those players, or most of those players who performed well in England with the emerging tour. Rightly so, been given this opportunity here, and some of those domestic players who have performed well have been recognised.
Yeah, if those matches were also to be shown live, it would have been a fantastic opportunity. There are constraints, understandable. So we invite you to go and watch the cricket at Surya Baba. 8 days of top cricket, well run.
Yes, fresh legs there, Sanarachige. And Bandara, he's very, very quick generally.
Into his last over, Matthew Kuhnemann.
Oh! Nice, mate. Lovely.
Sri Lanka didn't have a left arm leg spinner other than Dunith Wellalage, who was used sparingly.
So they had come into Mendes, but he wasn't used. Today bowled just 1 over in the last game too.
Left hand, right hand.
Yes, bowls with both arms. But Matthew Kuhnemann, he's had 2 good games. He'll be really happy with his performance. I'm sure the Australian selectors as well. Bandara gets it away. Just a couple of runs. So 35 overs have been completed. It's 214 for 5.
නේරඩි ඔලිබරපු යාල්පානතිල්ල
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
at Moratuwa පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
කිලක්කු මාහාන. Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
රුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown, Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Coming back live, the tall buildings here in Colombo. In the background, Dickwell batted well, 83 of 73. Should have continued, gone on to make a big 100. Osha the Fernando, runner ball 24. Coming to Mendes, once again caught and ball, getting into the 40s, unable to convert that into a bigger score. And Dhananjay De Silva, he'll be disappointed the way he got out. He was batting so well for that 30 runs of 24. Janit Lienege out for naught. He'll be totally disappointed that he hasn't taken this opportunity. Steketty, none for 36, expensive. Matthew Kuhneman, pick off the bowlers, 3 for 43 of his 10 overs with 1 maiden. Murphy slightly expensive today, Renshaw just 4 overs, Hardy just 2 overs. Sangha once again expensive too, but he's picked up the 2 wickets, 2 for 49 of his 7 overs. Sri Lanka had one very good partnership for the second wicket between Dickwell and Kamindu Mendes, but then wickets started to fall quite quickly. And this pair has to ensure that they chip away, get Sri Lanka close to that target of 313. School kids enjoying the Sri Lanka Cricket Museum. A lot of history, a lot of memorabilia, a lot of things to learn for the young kids. Most of them, or if not all of them probably who are there, would have not been even born in 1996 when Sri Lanka won that World Cup. So a lot for them to learn and see and read when they get to that museum. So that's the summary so far. Australia A made 312. Travis had a brilliant 100. Hardy 58 and Hunt 40. Pramod Madhushan bowled well, 4 for 50. Nisala Taraka 2 for 88, 2 for 48, and Sahana Archaki 2 for 58. It's going to be an interesting 15 overs remaining in this game.
Just a statistic that I want to share with you. In the third 10-over spell, Australia A lost 3 wickets as they added 55. Sri Lanka A also lost 3 wickets and added 49 runs in the third 10-over period.
He's running hard, the first one that lets him come back for 2 quite easily. That's brilliant running by Sahana Arachige. He saw the opportunity early and ran the first one very hard, and Ashen Bandara obliged in coming back for the second.
Should be a good game for him, having picked up 2 wickets in the Australia A innings. If he can make a sizable contribution towards the team cause. Should be another couple. It's into the gap. It's 4 in fact.
That was a good looking shot. I too didn't think that will run to the boundary, Haritha, but that was well timed, better timed than we thought. And the placement, that was the key, right between those 2 fielders.
This outfield is quick, Ricky. Beautifully placed. Steketty picked up 2 wickets, but he was expensive in the previous game. He's gone for a few runs this time too. The column is still bare. It's some concern for Captain Henry Hunt.
Yes, in fact, I think the fast bowlers in both games, both teams, have been quite expensive. They've gone for a lot of runs, though they picked up certain wickets. Robert Madhushan has been the star for both teams in these 2 games. He's bowled well. He bowled well in the first game too, and today got the wickets.
4 for 50. It was very good for him. must be thinking he need not go out there into the middle.
And he'll be very happy to be named in that Sri Lanka ODI squad as well. 21 member squad. This is his first selection to the senior team. We'll come back to that. The 36 completed. It's 220 for 5.
Yeah, even if you are not in the playing 11, good story for Pramod Madhushan to be amongst the cream of the Sri Lankan cricketing community, experiencing the dugout, the dressing room, listening to the team discussions. It's a huge story.
This is certainly, and it's a big opportunity for him in the next couple of weeks. Quick single, good run in between the wickets. Once again, Ashen Bandara. So Murphy back into the attack, replacing Kunaman, who is bowled out.
Murphy picked up a couple of wickets in the previous game. He's also wicketless this time around.
Come on, Murph.
That's a good ball. Certainly a bit of.
So good, Toddy. So good, mate. Come on, Murph.
The Australian trying out the missions. Murphy, Kunaman and Sangha. Left arm off orthodox, right arm orthodox, and the right arm leggy. Oh, that's a big hit. Has he got the distance? Yes, he has. Well. It almost took our cameraman away to that game, but he didn't move a inch. His focus was on the camera. I didn't think that would carry.
That's
yeah,
him, that's him.
Smiling away. He's enjoying that moment.
Ajit Bandar, take a bow.
Yes, Hards. Lovely, Toddy. Lovely, mate.
That's a good hit by Ashen Bandara. Ashen Bandara targeting our cameraman Ajit Bandara. The Bandara's in action. One-handed hit. Good batting. Soft hands, just giving the strike back to Ashen Bandara. Very good by Sana Rachige.
You have to be sensible now from now on. Play the bowling in its merits. Plenty of cricket still remaining in this match.
Comes back with a dot ball. 37 completed, 230 for 5. There is the aerial view of the SSC, lush green, a lot of greenery around us as well, a lot of trees. And the DSN Anayaka College grounds towards one part of it. Well maintained, good facility generally test match cricket played here. The only thing missing in this venue is the floodlights.
Just beyond is the Independence Square and the Sports Ministry ground, training ground.
So they're gone back to pace. Aaron Hardy replacing Steketee from the other end. There you go, 83 runs required, 12.5 overs remaining. It's 83 from 77, almost a runner ball. Good looking shot, neatly worked away on the onside. Oh, drags it in just in. Good commitment, good fielding by Murphy. Is it? No. Travis Head. Good cricket all around.
Sahan Arachige once again hitting the gap.
He's been patrolling those boundaries quite often, Travis Head, in this game. Stopped a couple of them even earlier on.
See the amount of dot balls once again. That could be minimized and the strike rotation kept a little bit more efficiently. This partnership could blossom out to be quite a worthwhile one. That's where Ashwin Bandara should be sensible in his approach. He missed out on a well-deserved half century in the previous game.
He's been solid. He's been consistent. Played a few games for Sri Lanka as well, but couldn't get that stability in the lineup. Didn't get the runs as expected. Lost his way a bit, but looking to make a comeback.
For the young hopefuls, people like Nipun Dhananjay, Novinadu Fernando, Nishan Madhushkar, who made a lot of runs against county sides for Sri Lanka cricket development team on their recent tour to the United Kingdom. An opportunity to play against the Australians at home.
It's on different tracks as well. Tracks they are more suited to or they are known of. Good batting, very good batting. Just dropping it and running. Good understanding between these two players. 38 completed, 236 for 5.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Pleasant evening, a little bit dark.
Well, the wide.
Goes.
Way down the leg side. Keeper could not gather that to Josh Philippe. Bit of a mix-up. It's all happening there now. With almost a runner ball to get. Certainly every run counts. That's well played. That's well played and that's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant fielding. Fantastic on the boundary. Full length dive towards his left. And stopped it cleanly. Who was that, Haritha?
Matthew Renshaw.
The big Matthew Renshaw. And look at that. Full length dive and he kept himself in control. It's a bull shot as he got the distance.
Oh,
my gosh, what happened there? And it's 6 as well. He's
Yeah,
pushed
it's
it over
six,
the
it's 6.
bar.
That was Travis Head.
Believable. One of their better fielders. The previous ball, Matthew Renshaw, brilliant ground fielding. And now Travis Head puts down a sitter.
Well, this is a huge reprieve for Ashane Bandara.
Nice, mate. Very good. Ball, Matto.
He'll be certainly disappointed with that. Travis Head, I mentioned earlier, he's done very well in the outfield, running around, stopping some boundaries. He's very safe. He's a very good fielder. This is what can happen. This is through the gap as well. That will be 4. So Ashane Bandara, now the luck going his way. He's got a 6 and a 4. Moved into the 40s. Very expensive over for Murphy.
Nick Madinson got a hand to that one. Still ran down to the boundary. It was with awesome power by Bandara. You remember the start of this partnership, I mentioned they need to bat at least 10 overs and go at 6 runs and over. More than 60% into their course.
So partnership 44 of 38. Back with the dot ball, but he's been very expensive. 9 overs for 68. 39 completed. It's 249 for 5. So 64 runs required, 66 deliveries left. Required run rate has gone down below 6. It's a 5.82. So this is good batting. Bandara 40 of 39, Sanarachiki 17 of 20.
Clever variation of pace. It was well picked up by the batter. The Australian A bowlers are tired, the fielders are tired. It's not easy. 2 matches in 3 days. And 2 high-scoring games. That's the good thing. And that's why showing these games live, Sri Lanka Cricket, the Papare.com and Dialogue Television should take all the credit. Wonderful job done.
Oh, mix up, huge mix up, directed, and he missed it. What was that? He needed the single. Ashane Bandara was hesitant, but he had to go at the end. The fielder had all the time to line up the stumps.
That was skipper Hunt, Henry Hunt, who came in.
That's an opportunity going to begin another one. Sri Lanka have had 2 chances in these last 2 overs. The drop catch, now a run out. Australian fielding coach will be very, very disappointed.
See, the pressure is on the batters. Pressure is on the fielders too.
So 250 on the board. 45 run partnership. Another 63 runs to get. Right in the block hole, Hardy. He's just pulled a few overs, got a half century today. Another quality all-round developing for Australia.
At the end of 40 overs, Australia A were 252 for 5. Even Stevens, as far as the Sri Lanka reply concerned at this stage.
The 5 wickets in hand.
Let's run a ball from now on.
As you feel that Sri Lanka should get this with 5 wickets in hand, but a wicket or two will certainly put Australia in top, because remember, it's a young Sri Lankan side here, some young players to follow. So Australia a wicket or two away, but Sri Lanka certainly in with a chance. Slapped off the back foot. They'll get another couple of runs. Sana Arachige gradually increasing his confidence.
They're nosed in front actually. Sri Lanka A.
Is that run out opportunity once again, Haritha? Oh, he had a lot of time. This did the captain Hunt, and he missed. Missed by. It was a close one.
It was Arachige's call, but it was still a freaky, quick single.
Another single to end the over 40 completed. 254 for the loss of 5 wickets. So umpire Ramo Martinez signals the power play. Who is going to be bowling now? It's going to be Nick Madinson. So we're going to see him for the first time. He did bowl in the first game as well. Certainly he has some bowling capabilities. I have seen him bowl in the Big Bash as well. Nick is player. That's his list A career. Best 4 for 29. Economy rate just 5.17. Not many wickets. But
that's okay. That economy rate is good. 4 for 29. Yes, he could pick up a wicket or two and make a big difference. The 30-year-old New South Welshman. You know what? Our director Gankanda will be watching his hairstyle very closely.
Indeed, Gankanda will be very proud of that one. Looks like a rock star, isn't it?
You mean Gankanda?
Both Nick Madinson and Gankanda. But good to see all these fancy hairstyles, these latest cuts. You know, cricketers now employ these. Because all this time we are in the helmet first, then the cap, and we didn't notice it until he removed his cap to bowl, Haritha.
Unlike Gankanda, he doesn't show off. That's why. Nick Madinson doesn't show off.
Huge difference. But he'll have to do a crucial job here with the ball, because their spinners have almost bowled out. Kunaman has bowled out. Murphy has just 1 over left.
And their fast bowlers, their new ball bowlers have not been effective in this game.
Yes, and Steketee has been very expensive. So they need a few overs from someone. Renshaw has already bowled 4. So they need at least 3-4 overs from Madinson.
Sri Lanka still has a huge task to get there.
Lovely, mate.
Ashan Bandara should be sensible in his approach.
Steady first over, just 4 runs, 41 completed. It's 258 for 5. So there you go, that's the match summary so far. Sri Lanka 82 of Australia 210, beg your pardon. This was the third match. Australia made 246 for 5. Then Adam Wojers 81, Travis Bird, George Bailey, Matthew Wade, Isuru Udana picking up 3 wickets, Sachita Senanayak and Dinesh Daminda. And Sri Lanka 247 for 8. Sri Lanka winning by 2 wickets. Chamara Silva went on to play for Sri Lanka, made a brilliant 100. Kosila Kulasekala, Dimuth Karunaratne and Tissara Pereira contributing. Xavier 30, who has troubled Sri Lanka over the years with his left arm spin, 3 wickets. Henrika Svelman and Andrew McDonald a wicket piece. That was in 2010, Sri Lanka's A tour of Australia. Here we have an exciting few overs left, 9 overs in fact left, and who will go on to win this game? We'll have a change in voice.
So 258 for 5. What a fascinating contest we've got in our hands. This partnership between Ashane Bandara and Sahan Arachige has certainly kept the Aussies on their toes. They've run between wickets well. As a result, they need 54 runs off 53 balls. Dunit Vellalage to follow. Damit Veerasinghe joins me. Damit, we've got a fascinating contest.
Indeed, Gamini, this is what people would want to watch. 54 of 52 deliveries. If they manage to do that, repeat it, Sri Lanka A will be home. This is sensible batting from Sahan Arachige, coming in place of Dhananjay Lakshan for this game.
This is where the experience counts, Damit. Both Ashane Bandara and Sahan Arachige needs to keep their heads. You really don't have to take big risks. This is a very, very good wicket for batting. It hasn't deteriorated at all. Still has enough carry and bounce. And a very fast outfield. So few ticks for the batting side. That's well hit. At least one. Coming back for the second. Sahan Arachige and Ashane Bandara probably the quickest runners in this Sri Lankan team, Damit. So it makes it that easier.
Brilliant running. The Aussies, they weren't expecting them to go for a second run. But yeah, as we all know, Ashane Bandara is quick anywhere in the ground while he's at the field or while he's batting. Run a ball required to win this game for Sri Lanka. 50 off 50 balls.
That's a great value for any team. Ashane Bandara certainly gives his 150% on the field. He's a brilliant fielder at any position and a very busy batsman. So you couldn't have asked for a better player to be in a situation like this, to take you home. Upishly played, just evades the fielder at mid-wicket. So 6 runs off the 42nd over, that's all they want really. Oh, one more delivery to go. Yeah, like you mentioned, this is good for both teams. Sri Lankans yet to record a victory against the touring party. And Australians have finally got a good contest. Trying all his tricks. Hardy, slower bouncer. Still a single. 2-6-5 for 5. Madison to continue. 4 off his first over, Damit. In the first 50 over game between these two sides, Australians used only 5 bowlers and gave the responsibility to those 5 guys to finish the task. But in this game, because the fight that has been put by the Sri Lankan A side, this Madison is the 7th bowler to be used.
Nice, mate. Lovely, Maddo.
He's a handy customer with the ball, Nick Madison. Good player to have. Sahan Narachige sweating it out there. They need a win badly, Sri Lanka A. A couple of years ago when Sri Lanka A won in Australia, it was Chamara Kapugedera who captained. This time Ashen Bandara reaches his 50. 50 of 49 deliveries. Gun fielder and a reliable middle order batter. His 7th list A half century.
What's important is that he has kept his run chase honest over run a ball for his 50. And this man's effort is not too shabby at all. Sahan Arachige, 27 of 32. So they've been able to keep the momentum, which is the most important thing when you have a big run chase like this. They have been able to keep the run rate within their reach. And they've still got Tunit Velalage to come. So rare dot ball and another one to follow. So 2 dot balls to finish. Good over from Madison as far as the Aussies are concerned. 269 for 5.
Ashen Bandara, very good knock. Some lusty blows by Ashen Bandara. Good half century. That was when it dropped him. Kamidu Mendis and Johnny Klienage brought back into the attack. Can he do something and break this partnership?
Yeah, the wrist spinners normally just bring something to the plate, Damit. There's always something happening when the wrist spinners are in action. So no doubt Huntley is looking for a wicket, try and break this partnership. So the 2 dot balls in that last over and 2 dot balls at the start of this over, so 4 of them. This is something the Aussies will have to do. So far 2 for 49, picked up 2 wickets in 2 balls really.
Yeah, you go 45.
Pull this game off.
That's in the gap, at least a couple.
Yes, man.
Good work in the deep by Renshaw. Kept it down to 2.
holds the key, Gamini. Ashen Bandara, if they had to chase this down, good bit of fielding. Matthew Renshaw.
Nice sang, nice sang.
Sometimes in a couple of overs, Gamini, you need to take a risk or two, isn't it? Not to keep it too late. 68 of 68 deliveries.
Yes, sang, great hands, great hands.
Dot to end the 44th. Sri Lanka A 273 for 5. Shane Bandara and Sahanara Chige, they've added 68 runs. The Aussies had a similar stand when Aaron Hardy and Henry Hunt were in the middle, which got them to 312.
Very good.
Yeah, the other thing that to take into consideration is that the Australians are normally right up there when it comes to the fielding department, but they haven't had the best of 2 days in these 2 games. They have as much as 7 chances went down. There's another one, run-out opportunity, but Arachike is pretty quick. Yeah, 7 chances went down in that previous game. There were a couple of easy ones and a couple of easy run-out opportunities too. Hunt had a golden opportunity to break this partnership. That's in the gap. At least a couple here. It's running down in a very fast outfield here at SSC. Much needed boundary for Sri Lanka. Immaculate placement from Bandara. Going down on one knee.
Yeah, went exactly in the middle of the 2 fielders.
Catch!
He had no control on that shot. Gamini.
Hey, pace there, Matto.
279 for 5, 280 for 5 Sri Lanka A. They need another 33 runs to win.
So good, Matto.
We're in for a treat here at SSC grounds. 5 overs remaining after this ball.
Catch!
They're running for everything. 32 of the final 5 overs required for Sri Lanka A to level this series. 45 completed.
At this stage of the Australian innings, Damit, Aussies were 284 for 6 after 45. This was that game. We'll come back to that in a minute. Last time around when the Sri Lanka beat the Australia A. This is the Australian ODI squad, Sri Lankan ODI squad, which was named a couple of hours ago. Velalage included for the first time for the national duty, and so is Pramod Madhushan, who are still in the dressing room waiting. They're hoping that they don't have to bat again, that their duty for the Sri Lankan Navy will be over if these two can go on, Bandara and Sahanara Chige. And also there are few faces that have been given a second chance. Dikwala is one, Dhananjaya De Silva,
5 overs remaining. Tanveer Sangha.
Yes, Nobby.
They'll keep on taking the singles. Sri Lanka A.
The Australians need a wicket.
Come on, Sang. Come on, Sang.
They need a new batter out there. There haven't been a lot of boundaries between these two, but they are pretty quick between wickets. Well, rub the green going for Bandara this time around. Looking to hit that towards mid-wicket by clearing his front leg. Top edge goes over the wicket keeper. 2 runs, the result. 29 off 28, that's the equation. Change in the field, short mid-wicket goes to short fine leg. So vacant in front of the crease on the leg side. And that's where Bandara goes.
Some crowds have come into the SSC grounds. Good to see people enjoying some excellent cricket by the two A teams of Sri Lanka and Australia.
Lovely, mate. Very good.
Plenty of attention from the Sri Lanka cricket fans over the last couple of days, especially with the COVID pandemic. First time we are seeing 100% capacity crowds since 2020 February. These two are slowly getting near that target of 313. Ashen Bandara has played a gem of an innings here at SSC. Excellent batting.
Lovely, Sang. Nice, mate. Nice set, Sang.
He moves on to 63. 46 completed. 287 for 5.
There's a discussion taking place in the middle.
Lovely pictures of Sri Lanka. Despite going through a crisis, we expect a lot of tourists, especially from Australia, to come down and watch these games. We have 2 more 4-day matches in Hambantota. We have 1 more T20 and 5 ODIs, as well as 2 test matches in Galle. Full tour by the Aussies and Nick Maddinson, part-time spinner Gamini, entrusted to bowl the 47th.
Oh, lovely, Maddo.
Yeah, I think that discussion that took place just before that over commenced between Hunt, Maddinson and Josh Philippe would have been to decide whom to bowl in this situation. So Maddinson has been trusted. Oh, they are going for a second. It's a big risk. Bad throw from Renshaw. That loved Sahana Rachige, who put in the dive to save himself. He was in no risk. That was a wayward throw. There was a lot of risk involved in that. Renshaw normally has a good arm, but see where the throw ended up.
Let it go, Harry.
Yeah, back to the point I was making, Damit. Who would he go to? Maddinson, the 47th. He's still got 3 overs. Plenty of options because only one of the bowlers, 7 bowlers that have been used so far, has done the full quota. Ah, that's out. Caught at short square leg. Maddinson has provided the breakthrough. end of a magnificent innings from Sahan Arachike. Great hand. 31 of 42. Didn't time that.
Yeah, Aaron Hardy was there, placed exactly for that reason. Madinson gets the breakthrough. End of a 85-run partnership. Sahan Arachike departs for 31. Sri Lanka A 290 for 6.
In comes the Sri Lankan under 19 skipper Dunith Fellalage, who made a very good contribution in that last game. 30 odd runs over a runner ball. 74 is highest score at this level. Pretty good average to start his career. But he needs to handle himself out there with a very, very good opposition. And Sri Lanka within striking distance to register the first victory against the Aussies.
Liz Madinson doing a wonderful job with the ball. Sneaking a single to end the 47th. Sri Lanka A 291 for 6. They need another 22 of 18 deliveries. They've reverted back to the seam of Mark Steketee. Been expensive so far. 42 of his 6 overs. 3 overs remaining. Seems like he'll bowl the 48th and the 50th. Steketee. Dunith Fellalage, he's been called up for national duty for the very first time in his career today, being officially named in that squad. Wayward delivery from Steketee.
Yeah, at the moment, the difference between the runs and the balls to be bowled, just 3 with that wide. That's not where he can bowl, Steketee. He needs to get that ball possibly around that block hole. Try and aim at the stumps. Provide a breakthrough. Fellalage delays his shot and played it nicely towards third man. Yeah, no doubt he'll be feeling pretty confident with the inclusion to the national side. Fellalage for the very first time. He will remember this day for the rest of his life. So Bandara still got some work to be done, work to do. 66 off 62. So interesting fields also been set, Damit, for the right-hander. Fellalage is on strike now. Third man and fine leg were up inside the circle for Bandara. Now the fine leg goes back. And change of angle from Steketee. 5 fielders inside the circle. Mid off, mid on up. Extra cover, mid wicket and a point. Lalagi works the ball behind his hips for another comfortable single.
Yeah, well, Lalagi still 19 years of age. He has a good cricketing brain over his shoulders. Exceptional, talented player. Bowls left arm spin, can bat anywhere in the middle order. But at this time, he needs to give a good supporting hand to Ashen Bandara. Slices it over cover point. Don't think it will reach the boundary. But nevertheless, couple of runs. Steketee falls after landing.
I'm not sure whether that was the double bluff, because the feel that he had, Steketee, all four fielders inside the circle on the offside. That wasn't the line he wanted to bowl, really, giving width outside the off stump. So it was a free hit for Bandara. He's got long leg, deep square leg, deep mid wicket and a long on. So this may be the one that he actually wants to bowl, the short one. Double bluff again. So the difference between the target required and the balls to be bowled is just 2.
Coming over to you. Yes, one.
In the next 2 overs, probably this ball and the next over, Damit, I think these two will be looking for a boundary.
Yeah, at least one boundary is needed for Sri Lanka A. That was another close call. They're running for the third. There was no one backing it up. Nevertheless, 3 runs added to the Sri Lanka A score. With that, they move past the 300 mark. 301 for 6 at the end of 48 overs. Nick Madinson was going for it. Yeah, 301 for 6.
Certainly this has been a magnificent game of cricket. Good for these two teams. Good for the people who are watching it at the grounds as well as from home. It's been a magnificent contest and it has lived up to the bill.
Nice
Struck firmly towards long on to start the over.
Honey Tang.
Again, Sangha, this is a great experience for him as well, bowling at this time of the innings and in this situation.
This is that last ball. Ashen Bandara, look at him. He dived and then got up immediately and ran in another couple of runs. He'll probably aim for a boundary in this over. Good bit of fielding from Madinson. 2 more runs added. They now need 9 of 10 balls. I'm sure they're going to target Tanveer Sangha.
Yeah, like you mentioned, in this over they'll try to get as close as possible. Some anxious faces. Similar shot, just the one this time. Velalagi will be looking for a big hit. And keep that target down to 1 hit in that last over. Don't want to keep it for 6-7 runs really.
Come on Tang, come on Tang.
Dunith Velalagi with the ball turning into him. He looked to go for a big one here. Yeah.
That's over the fielder. That Has he got the legs? Now it bounced just in front. That's a boundary. They were looking for. Square leg fielder was at least 15 yards in front of the line, Damit.
With Gamini, change in the call. It's a 6. Umpire Ranmo Martinez has signalled it as a 6. Dunith Vellalage has cleared the field and probably taken this game away from Australia A. This is why he's been named in that Sri Lanka ODI squad. He's an excellent cricketer, fearless, and has a good cricketing brain over his shoulder, and he's exceptionally talented. That's it. That's the game for Sri Lanka A. Dunith Vellalage finishes it off with a 6 and a 4.
Yeah, cricket is the winner today. That's a great run chase. Like you said, in a situation like this, Damit, you need players who will think out of the box. And Vellalage certainly fits into that bill. What a hand, 17 of 8. Some of the Aussies will be disappointed that after getting the 312 that they allow the Sri Lankans to chase it down. Happy dugout for the Sri Lankans. Yeah, it's been a great contest. And what a fitting end for the 50 over format between these two sides. They'll be heading to Hambantota for the 2 4-days, but Sri Lanka certainly taking the honours today. Magnificent run chase.
All smiles in the Sri Lankan A-team camp. Coached by Avishka Gunawardana, managed by Charit Senanayaka, led by Dhananjay De Silva. This is what the Sri Lankan cricket fans want to see. A win over any Aussie team. Gamini, they've lost 2 in the T20 series. They lost the first one in this A-team 50 over series, but Ashen Bandara, he's leading them off. Match winning, unbeaten 7-3. Some of these players will join the national ODI squad after this game, but these 2 games have been excellent. We've been extremely privileged to bring all these pictures live from the Papare.com and on Sri Lanka Cricket YouTube, as well as on Dialogue Television 140. 2 equally contested 50 over games.
Summary there. Assistant coach for Australia A. Yeah, 2 games that was dominated by the batsman, Damit. Sri Lanka getting 297 and Australia chasing it down for 3 wickets. And today, Australian batting first, making 312. At one point in time, they were looking like as if they were going to get around 330 and 350. But Sri Lankans fought back. 2 umpires, Kotachi and Ranmo Martinez. They've had a good game too. So all in all, it's a great result. And also Aussies will not be too disappointed because they were hoping for a good game from their opposition, and opposition provided that. So it'll be happy days for both teams really. The Quella actually set the tone. 83 off 73. Fernando looked good. Oshada Fernando, that is 24 off 24. Then the partnership between Kamindu Mendis and De Quella kept Sri Lanka right in it. Dhananjay De Silva came in and scored 30 off 24. Lianage was out first ball. But the maturity shown by Ashen Bandara, 73 off 67, along with Sahan Narachige, his effort was not too shabby at all. 31 off 43. Vellalage came in and finished the job for the Sri Lankans. 17 extras, bit of a concern for the Australian A.
Matthew Kunaman. He was the pick of the bowlers throughout these two games for the visitors. He picked up 1 wicket in the first game, 3 today. Tanveer Sangha, it was a bit expensive, picked up 2 wickets of 2 consecutive deliveries. Yes, that partnership between Dikwella and Oshuda Fernando, 116. Madinson picked up the wicket of Sahan Arachige late in the game. The rest of the bowlers didn't have much success. Chasing 313 runs to win. Oshuda Fernando and Niroshan Dikwella started off brilliantly. They added 43 runs for the first wicket. Niroshan Dikwella opening the batting. He was looking ominous for the visitors. Played shots all around the ground. Oshuda Fernando then, he was the first to be disc of Matthew. That was a good catch. From there onwards, it was Dikwella and Kamindu Mendy's show.
Yeah, this was a partnership that set a good platform. Dikwella played some brilliant shots equally on the offside as well as on the leg side. Trusted his main weapon, the sweep shot and the scoop. What he did was he kept all the Aussie bowlers at bay. That was Kamindu Mendy. He played his part in that partnership.
Yeah, they were 159 for 1 at one stage. Niroshan Dikwella, he swept and swept and swept. Kamindu Mendy got a good start. This was the wicket of Niroshan Dikwella. Dhananjay De Silva came in and counter-attacked the Aussie spinners. That was Tanveer Sangha getting the better of Kamindu Mendy, caught and ball. And then the next ball, Janit Lianage. Suddenly 4 down, Sri Lanka A. They needed a partnership. They needed someone to stay till the end. Dhananjay De Silva, he looked really good with the bat. He's in good touch ahead of the 5-match ODI series with the senior team. It's one of the reasons why they have these 18 games, but it was an unfortunate way to get out. Dhananjay De Silva, 205 for 5 when Sahan Arachige walked in. These two, Sahan Arachige and Ashane Bandara, 85 runs for the 6th wicket. That probably would have been very costly if Travis had held on to it for Sri Lanka A. Ashane Bandara, valiant innings. Sahan Arachige, he departed off Nick Madinson, but then Dunith Wellalage, the teenager, came in 6 and a 4 to finish off the game. Sri Lanka A recording a 4-wicket win. Dunith Wellalage, that was the winning moment for Sri Lanka A, piercing that offside field of Tanveer Sangha. They finished off the game with a little more than an over to spare. All in all, a good 2-match series between Sri Lanka A and Australia A. Good cricket being played by two talented teams. Here's the match summary. Australia A, they won the toss and elected to bat first. Henry Hunt, the captain, he made 40, but Travis Head, a brilliant 110, opening the batting. Aaron Hardy made 58 towards the latter part of the innings. Pramod Madushan, he's also been called up to the national duties, picked up 4 wickets. Nisala Tarak and Sahana Arachige also picked up 2 wickets each. Chasing, Dikwell 83, Ashin Bandar unbeaten 73, Kamindu Mendis 40. Matthew Kunaman 3 wickets, Tanvir Sangha 2 wickets. Sri Lanka A leveled the series 1-all. Australia A takes on Sri Lanka A in 2 more games. That's the red ball format that will be played in Hambantota from the 14th June. These 2 games are concluded. We've seen 2 very good 50-over games being played at SSC grounds. So that's it from the Papare team. Thank you very much for joining with us over the last couple of days. It's been a pleasure bringing all these pictures to you from SSC grounds. Must give credit to Sri Lanka Cricket as well for organising this live coverage. So we will be coming back with plenty of more live coverages over the next couple of weeks. Thank you very much for watching.
I came from the mud, there's dirt on my hands. Strong like a tree, there's roots where I stand. Oh, I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. Try to catch me howling at the moon.